We are live at Collectibles for Friday night's Facebook record sale. We're also streaming on YouTube and X. When you are on and watching, be sure to let us know. Wow, that was fast. Matt Ketcher and hey there, X faster than again, woot woot, and Mr. Grape Carrot. Wow, Mr. Grape Carrot. Don't know who you are, but welcome. And Matt Ketcher. First on X. Boy, X is fast. Okay, you can go ahead and say it. X is pretty fast. I don't know why more people's not watching on there. So let's go ahead and get this show on the road. Welcome everybody. When you are on the post, make sure that you have liked it. Make sure you have shared it. Make sure you have done everything. Like I said last night, if you see a button, press it. That's going to help us out. First thing I'm going to do is start sharing into the group. And we have... my Facebook's not loading. That's not good. Let me turn off Wi-Fi. Hope that's not the same Wi-Fi we're using to stream. Well, nothing's loading over here. There it is. All right, let's hit share. Let's hit copy link. Let's also get it shared to the group. Boom and boom. Let's also go over here. Did I actually make... I guess I did make a flip video, didn't I? Yep, I did a flip video not too long ago. Let's go ahead and do that. Boy, none of my stuff's really loading, though, over here. Kind of weird. There it is. Taking a long time. All right, where's that flip video? Where's that flip video, Tanner? I shared it into the group. I'm just going to have to click on my name and find it that way. I posted a Van Halen pre-order not too long ago. No sound. Can everybody hear me? Jason, you must have your sound off. I think everybody else can hear me, right? There's my hand, too. I don't think you want an angry reply button pressed. No. But what's weird is, like, there's some people who react, like, angry, but they're not really angry. It's an interesting thing. Boy, my Facebook's not working at all. Like, I can't hardly load anything. All right. I have almost found it. Let's try this, man. It's taking forever. I don't know if y'all's is as bad as mine. All right, everybody says they can hear me. Let's go ahead and finish getting all this shared then. Let's adjust my neck. Ooh, that felt pretty good. Please make sure you go ahead and share. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button. See this thumbs up button right here? See that? Boom. I love that. Please go ahead and click that. Please go ahead and click that. I hope everybody's ready to tune in Friday night. I mean, you shouldn't have anything else to do. Bad weather's on the way. I mean, you know, what else are you going to be doing except watching Collectibles tonight? So, how much will you offer for a Gary Rossington dressing room sign? That's a message we just got. Interesting. All right, let's post there. Now, we're also streaming over to YouTube. Let me go over here to YouTube and let me find the email where we can find that. Let's see here. Where are you? When did we go live? Right here. You're live. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to turn down my volume. And I'm going to hit the thumbs up. See that right there? Thumbs up, share, copy link. Now we're going to get it over to Instagram, where I'm going to post it on our Instagram story. And if I can get rid of the video, there we go. And story. And I'm going to post, let's see, what we're going to use for our picture tonight. Let's use this generic picture at the back of the trailer after we left Dallas. All right. Live now. We're almost there, folks, where I can officially start showing you some records for sale. And I'm going to comment on the video. We're live now. Link in our story. Okay, now let's close all that out and hit chat and hit that. David, I don't really think we have any. We had a Japanese. What night did we have Japanese pressings? Tuesday, Wednesday? Was it Tuesday night? Wednesday night. Wednesday night, we had a whole shipment of Japanese stuff. Sold every one of them. I don't know if you were on that night or not. All right, let's see what we have in here. Let's see what we have in here. So let's go through this crate of new vinyl that's front and center. I have no idea what's in here. We'll go ahead and get some auction started. in just a second, and we'll go through records. That's what we're going to do tonight. We're going to go through records. We're going to show records. That's what we're going to do. So, all right. We have first come, first serve. Everything in this bin. We have U2, Boston, 1983. That is $44.99. That's a live U2 concert from Boston, 1983. It is an unofficial pressing. It's on clear vinyl. U2 is $44.99. Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me. Mystery to Me is a Rocktober 50th anniversary reissue on blue vinyl. That is $29.99 for Fleetwood Mac. How about Drake? I have 2 albums by Drake. The first one here is Views, $46.99. And I also have his album Scorpion. Includes #1 smash hits, God's Plan, Nice for What, In My Feelings. That's $46.99. Back-to-back Drake there. The Sound of Music by Kraft. $31.99. Classic movie, classic soundtrack. The Sound of Music, $31.99. Neil Young's newest release, it's a solo acoustic album on clear vinyl. That is $36.99. That's called Before and After, Neil Young. Also, yes, Fragile. That's also part of Atlantic's 75th anniversary celebration. The classic prog rock album, Fragile, $31.99. Michelle Miller wants The Sound of Music. First sale of the night goes to Michelle Miller. That's The Sound of Music. Also, Sleeping Beauty soundtrack, Princess Royal Peach Colored Vinyl. This is an import from the United Kingdom. $59.99 for Sleeping Beauty soundtrack from Disney. And Dave Matthews Band, Remember Two Things. Dave Matthews Band is $39.99. Remember Two Things. I'll take a one-letter comment. What I was saying the other night is sometimes if it gets really busy and you've only commented one letter and it gets really confusing, sometimes I skip over that person and just move it on to somebody else, especially when we're going really fast. But if you do comment one letter, I'll take it, but sometimes it gets really confusing and I'll start asking for more than one letter. But right now, I'll take a one-letter comment. Unless, what's really bad is somebody comments one letter and then the autocorrect got them, and then 30 other people have the correct comment. We have to wait for that person. So sometimes that might get you skipped over. But if you've actually typed out Soundgarden and it's a really busy part of the show, you might be more likely to actually get it. Soundgarden's $29.99. Also, $36.99 for Neil Young with Crazy Horse. Everybody knows This Is Nowhere. That is Neil Young, $36.99. Be a Man, Macho Man Randy Savage. That's on orange vinyl, $44.99. And Rolling Stones, Voodoo Lounge, $46.99. Not an OG, not an easy OG to get by any means. That's Voodoo Lounge, $46.99. Also have Dave Matthews Band, Before These Crowded Streets, $49.99 for Dave Matthews Band. That is a 2LP, new and sealed, Dave Matthews Band. And the Beatles, Now and Then. That's their newest album, or of course their newest single, the last Beatles song, they say, $29.99, until they can figure out more to do with recovering some of these archival tapes. Matthew Kopis wants the Macho Man Randy Savage. That's so to Matthew Kopis. The Allman Brothers live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, January 17th, 1971. Of course, that's the OG lineup. 2LP, Pittsburgh Steel, gray colored vinyl. They're numbered on the back. This is number 927, $36.99. The Misfits, Static Age. The Misfits is $33.99. And we have the Rolling Stones, Big Hits, High Tide and Green Grass. 19th Nervous Breakdown, Satisfaction, As Tears Go By, Heart of Stone, Play with Fire, It's All Over Now. That is $36.99. James Azupi gets the Allman Brothers. That is so to James Azupi. And we have Smashing Pumpkins. That is Gish, $36.99. Smashing Pumpkins Gish, $36.99. Michael Youngkin wants the Misfits. That is so to Michael Youngkin. And also we have the Ramones, the Cretin Hop. That is a live Ramones unofficial from 1979. 2LP on colored vinyl, and that is $39.99. That was the Ramones, Cretin Hop. James Rayner wants the Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge, Half Speed Master. That is so to James Rayner. And David Pinson wants Smashing Pumpkins. So I see a couple names. I know 2 people that's bought so far were new last night, and I've seen maybe in that little burst there, maybe 2 new buyers. David Pinson for sure. David Pinson, thank you and welcome. If you're a first-time buyer, I think you actually might have messaged our Facebook page earlier today. Thank you and welcome. Make sure you message our page. If you haven't already, we need your email address and your mailing address. We'll need to get that information from you. Let's go ahead and put up our first couple auctions of the night. Let's go ahead and do AC/DC, and I'm going to put up a Sealed Foreigner album. So AC/DC and Sealed Foreigner going up for auction right now. First 2 auctions of the night. What a great way to get started with AC/DC. This is Dirty Deeds, done dirt cheap, and it is a 1981 US pressing. That's EX condition, $25 start. Covers in about VG+. This is now up for auction. Has the original inner sleeve. This is AC/DC. The inner sleeve, a little frayed on the ends, but that is the original inner sleeve. Let me make sure it is. It is, and about a VG Plus cover. That's now up for bid. That's a 1981 pressing. The album originally came out in '76. Foreigner is sealed. It's a 1982 U.S. club. This is essentially a Foreigner greatest hits, such as Cold as Ice, Double Vision, Dirty White Boy, Urgent, Long, Long Way from Home, Hot Blooded, Feels Like the First Time, and that's going to be a $45 start. There is some Sharpie on the cover that I think I can very easily wipe off. Let me go get one of our textured paper towels over here that we use to wipe off Sharpie that's on shrink wrap, and I think this actually come right off. I meant to do it before the show started. But this is a sealed Foreigner. It's a club copy. It's going to be a $45 start. And look at this. It's like magic erase marker when somebody... I've seen some people do that, though, at garage sales, and they actually write on the jacket. I saw an amazing collection years ago in Mount Juliet, and somebody took Sharpies and wrote the prices huge right on the front of the covers, like $1, $2. And I went, oh, my gosh. I just left in pain. I didn't even buy them because I was like, I don't even want to deal with these. It's got huge black Sharpie written on the cover. So that is now in pristine condition. And by the way, this is the gatefold. This is the gatefold. I don't think all the clubs are gatefold. I think when I was looking it up, there was a variant of a club that wasn't a gatefold. This is the gatefold. And very cool. It has that die-cut cover, and that is AC/DC's, or excuse me, that is Foreigner's greatest hits. It's called Records. That's our first auction of the night. First two auctions of the night. So we stopped with David Pinson, new buyer getting the Smashing Pumpkins. Where was the Ramones concert? I have no idea. Where was this Ramones concert? I'm not for sure. But then there's some other stuff where they played the Letterman, David Letterman show, the Tonight Show. So it has that concert, and it looks like some other stuff as well. I think it's on splatter vinyl, $39.99. But Jason, I don't exactly know on that one. Husker Du, Metal Circus, $29.99 for Husker Du. Bill Evans, Portrait in Jazz, that's a wax time and color, green vinyl, 180 gram, $26.99 for Bill Evans. Also, The Descendants, Summary, $39.99 for The Descendants. That's a 2LP by The Descendants. The Very Best of Dolly Parton, $33.99. That's a 2LP greatest hits from Dolly. Also, Fleetwood Mac. We sold a sealed original of this earlier this week. This is a remastered 180 grams, 7-time platinum, 1975 self-titled album by Fleetwood Mac. And Led Zeppelin Presence. Led Zeppelin Presence is $31.99, 180 gram, their 1976 album. And we have 2 copies left, and that's it, of Damn Yankees, and that's on red vinyl, $44.99. When those go out of print and go out of stock, they get pricey, just FYI. Jason Anderson's at $35 on the 1981 AC/DC Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. The cover's VG Plus, the vinyl's EX. Jason has that for $35, going once, going twice. Charlie Leeds has the high bid on the sealed Foreigner. Terry bid first, Charlie Leeds bid second. Terry Gearhart's back in at $55. That's our first 2 auctions of the night. This was just a recap bin. We've sold several things out of here, but let's go through it one more time. How much on Husker Du and The Descendants? Husker Du is $29.99. $29.99, and Summary by The Descendants is $39.99. Ricky Layton's at $36 on AC/DC. So is Brooks Valder. Sean Holford wants Damn Yankees. That's so does Sean Holford. So we have those and those if you want those Michael Youngkin. Still have U2 live in Boston. Fleetwood Mac Mystery to Me. Drake Views, Drake Scorpion. Neil Young Before and After. Yes Fragile, Sleeping Beauty. Dave Matthews Band, Soundgarden, 2 copies. Neil Young. Also Dave Matthews Band Before These Crowded Streets. The Beatles Now and Then. Rolling Stones, The Ramones, Bill Evans, Dolly Parton, Fleetwood Mac, Led Zeppelin, and 1 copy left of Yankees. If anybody wants any of those, that's available. That's our first crate of new vinyl for tonight. Just a recap there. I'm about to go into our first crate of vintage pre-owned, which is going to be some check condition stuff. All night tonight, sealed, and I've got some open stuff just like last night. And I'll probably go over here behind the counter and revisit some other sealed auctions or some other auctions that we've never got to before. I think I still got some, Beatles bootlegs I hadn't auctioned that we've already tagged, etc. Towed Tomlin, Soundgarden was $29.99. $29.99. AC/DC's at $36 with Ricky Layton. That means Brooks Valder, you're out. Jason Anderson, you're out. The high bidder is Ricky Layton at $36. The new high bid on Foreigner is $60. Okay, so first crate of new vintage stuff. These are all check condition. These are priced as marked, and they're graded as marked. We have Asia, self-titled, VG condition, $9.99. Asia self-titled, that's a VG condition for $9.99. Fog Hat Boogie Motel, VG Plus condition, $9.99 for Fog Hat Boogie Motel. So Foreigner's at 60. That means Charlie Leeds, you're out. Brooks is back in on AC/DC at 37. And Ross Henderson, which Dave Matthews Band did you want? Did you want Under the... did you want Remember Two Things or Before These Crowded Streets? Let me know which of those two you wanted. Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, VG condition, $14.99. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, VG condition, $14.99. That's Tom Petty. And, boy, I've drawn a blank. Styx, Pieces of 8. I show this album every night. I almost forgot what it's called. Styx, Pieces of 8, VG copy, $9.99. The classic Pieces of 8. Uriah Heep Live, I almost forgot the name of that. I definitely need a monster, don't I? Uriah Heep Live, VG Plus condition, $19.99. This is Uriah Heep Live, a classic 2LP live concert. That is the original label, $19.99. So Ross is going to let us know which Dave Matthews Band he wanted. Ricky Layton bid 38 on AC/DC. Charlie Leeds bid 61 on Foreigner. Terry Gearhart put Fight. And Terry, he meant Fog for Fogcast. So Terry Gearhart first to the Fogcat. Toed Tallman first on TP. That's for Tom Petty. Heidi Bowman was second. Brooks bid $40 on Dirty Deeds. And Terry Gearhart is officially out on Foreigner. So Charlie Leeds, if you're just joining us, this is a 1982 U.S. Club. It is sealed. It's the gatefold. It has the die-cut cover. It does still have the die-cut window cover. Looks like a tabletop jukebox selector. That is Foreigner's greatest hits. Urgent, Dirty White Boy, Jukebox Hero, Waiting for a Girl Like You, Feels Like the First Time, etc. That is sealed. High bid of $61, final call. And AC/DC is now at $40 with Brooks Valder. If you haven't already, make sure you've hit the like button on the Facebook post and the YouTube post. Please do that for me. Make sure you've hit the like button. We have Dan Fogelberg, The Wild Places. Now, that's one you won't see too often from him. It's a 1990 UK pressing, VG condition, $9.99. Dan Fogelberg, The Wild Places. That's one you won't see too often. VG, $9.99 for Dan Fogelberg. Also, we have Van Halen 5150. This is in shrink wrap. The vinyl's VG Plus has the original inner sleeve. $34.99 for Van Halen 5150. VG Plus $34.99. And Vanilla Fudge, You Keep Me Hanging On. VG condition, $9.99. It's actually self-titled Vanilla Fudge. Talking Heads, Fear of Music. The vinyl's VG. The cover is probably around VG, maybe VG Plus at best. It is a 79 OG Los Angeles press, $24.99. Ricky Layton's the new high bidder on AC/DC. This is Dirty Deeds, done dirt cheap. It's a 1981 U.S. pressing. 1981 U.S. pressing. Tommy Flowers wants Dan Fogelberg. Chris Bijak, you were second. Ross Henderson wants Dave Matthews Band, Before These Crowded Streets. Before These Crowded Streets. And that was from the last and the first bin of new vinyl. Ross Henderson gets Before These Crowded Streets. Jason Anderson wants Van Halen, 5150. Brooks Valder was second. Charlie Leeds, yes, Foreigner is actually about to be sold to you as soon as I get to the bottom. Thomas Hujar gets Talking Heads. And we have Foreigner. So, this is sold. And Charlie Leeds, it's sold to you for $61. Sealed Foreigner, records, very nice. Sold, first sealed auction night goes to Charlie Leeds for $61. Talking Heads, last claim to Thomas Hujar. Now, AC/DC is a final call with Ricky Layton at $41. Ricky Layton has that for $41. Next is the Dirt Band, Make a Little Magic, $14.99 for the Dirt Band, and Joni Mitchell, Court and Spark. VG Plus condition, Joni Mitchell, Court and Spark, $14.99. Mr. Welcome to the Real World, VG condition, $14.99. That's loaded with some hits. It's actually a UK copy. Mr. Welcome to the Real World, that's actually a UK copy. Our next auction is going to be REM. I wonder if Mark Fallon's watching. REM, and guess what? We're probably going to put up another sealed Foreigner. Let's go ahead and go to back-to-back Foreigner records. The next auction is, since we got AC/DC still up, it's about to be sold though. Let's go ahead and put up this sealed Foreigner. This is their debut album. It's a 77 U.S. Club. $45 start, perfectly sealed. Foreigner, self-titled, so it's called Foreigner. The name of the band's Foreigner. And this is a $45 start. This is Foreigner. Feels Like the First Time. Star Rider, Cold as Ice, Long, Long Way from Home. Their classic debut album, 77 club copy, sealed, $45 start. 77 club copy, and that is a $45 start. We just sold the Foreigner Greatest Hits for $61 earlier. Back up to the top, Kelly Cook got Mr. That sold to Kelly Cook Michelle Miller was second, and AC/DC is sold to Ricky Layton for $41. Now let's run an REM. This is Fables of the REM, a 1985 Jacksonville pressing. EX condition, $35 start. I don't think this album's in print out of all those REM albums that they've, 1985 OG. Out of all those REM albums they've recently reissued, they didn't do Fables of the REM. $35 start, REM. EX condition, very clean for what it is, and it's a $35 start. As you can see, it has the original inner sleeve, REM, and that is a $35 start. 85 Jacksonville press, nice textured cover. It has a gold stamp promo over the barcode, $35 start. Foreigner is a $35 start. Right now, there's no bid. Both auctions, $35 starts. Okay, we have Billy Joel, The Stranger, VG Plus condition, $39.99. That is a half-speed master. Billy Joel, The Stranger, VG Plus condition, $39.99. And Traffic on the Road. Traffic is VG Plus, $14.99. Electric Ladyland, the OG last night. What did it bring? That was actually Monday night. And it wasn't an OG, it was an 84 UK pressing, and it brought 170, I think. Supertramp, Crime of the Century. Supertramp, Crime of the Century is VG condition for $9.99. We have a bid on Foreigner for $45. We have a bid on REM for $35, and another bid on REM for $35, but it's the same person. Robin Trower, In City Dreams, VG Plus, $14.99. This is our first vintage bin of the night. It's new check condition stuff. And AC/DC 74 Jailbreak, VG condition, $19.99. It is in VG condition, gold stamp promo, $19.99 on AC/DC. Vanilla Fudge Renaissance, EX condition, $17.99 for Vanilla Fudge Renaissance. That's EX, $17.99. Final call on Foreigner. Charlie Leeds has the opening bid at $45. That's going once, going twice. REM's at $35 of Thomas Hujar, going once, going twice. Terry Gearhart first on ST, which is Supertramp. Terry Gearhart was first on Supertramp. Joseph Sinkbell second. Michael Ruckman first on AC/DC. Justin Chase second. Jason Anderson third. Jason Waldron first on Robin Trower. Pedro, you were fourth on AC/DC. Ricky Layton was fifth. And we have Billy Joe Piano Man, VG condition, $9.99. Billy Joe Piano Man, that's VG, $9.99. I'm going to mute my mic 1 second to go ahead and open this monster. Okay, back up to the top. Condition on Traffic. Traffic was VG Plus condition, $14.99. Traffic, VG Plus condition, $14.99. We have Jason Anderson on Piano Man. That is sold to Jason Anderson. This is incredible. First, these next two auctions, they're being sold right now at opening bid. No other bids. REM just got one bid for $35. That's sold to Thomas Hujar. And Foreigner is sold for $45, opening bid to Charlie Leeds. I consider those great deals. Everybody may have slept on those. REM is sold, and the sealed Foreigner. Both are sold. We have Vanilla Fudge Rock and Roll, VG condition, $9.99. And Wham Fantastic, VG Plus, $24.99. Joe Maynard, your question about REM was coming in. When I was selling it, it has already sold. I'm going to put up a sealed Deep Purple, and I'm going to put up a Guns N' Roses Appetite for Destruction. All right, so we have Guns N' Roses. This is an original 1987 OG copy. The vinyl's in VG condition. It has the original inner sleeve. There's what the original cover looked like that they banned and recalled. There's the new cover. 1986 US original, VG condition, $35 start. That's Guns N' Roses Appetite for Destruction. VG condition, $35 start. We have Deep Purple, made in Japan. Deep Purple, made in Japan, is a late 70s, early 80s club pressing of the classic live album, Deep Purple, made in Japan. It is perfectly sealed, $45 start. It has one corner bump right down here. Other than that, it's all sealed, $45 start on Deep Purple. I need everybody drinking Monsters and paying attention to the screen because we're going to be going through a lot of records tonight. As usual, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. And if you sleep, if you not paying attention. If you don't have your thumbs or your fingers ready, you're going to miss something. James Rayner is going to get the traffic. He asked about it. Jackson, you were second to traffic. Pamela Yeager first to Wham. Jeff Toppin was second. Cynthia was third. And Guns N' Roses at 35, 35, 40, 45, 45, 38. And we have Max Webster, Universal Juveniles. Geddy Lee also plays on this album. VG Condition, $14.99. We have Gabor Zabo, Ms. Rab. That is VG Plus, $29.99. Gabor Zabo, VG Plus, that is $29.99 for Gabor Zabo. And Styx, Paradise Theater, VG Condition, $9.99. VG Condition, $9.99. And just like all of them, they're etched. Actually, if you ever find one that's not etched, let me know, because I think they're all etched. VG Condition, and that is only $9.99 for Styx. Back up the top, we had Guns N' Roses. We had a $50 bid with James Zuppe. Josie Sinkbell put GR10. GR10. I'm not for sure what that was for. She put GR40 next. And then John M. wants Max. That's Max Webster. We have Jason Anderson wanting Styx. And then Eric Gooden, you were second on Max. So Deep Purple is a $45 start. It's a late 70s, early 80s. And that is a final call. And that is a $45 starting bid. Guns N' Roses is at $60 with David Tate. Guns N' Roses is at $60. ELO, a new world record, VG Condition, $9.99. John Cougar Mellencamp, The Lonesome Jubilee, VG cover and VG vinyl, $9.99. The legendary Christine Perfect album, that's Christine McVie, VG Plus, $19.99. VG Plus, $19.99. That is Christine McVie. And we have Earth, Wind, and Fire, the best of Earth, Wind, and Fire, VG Plus, $9.99. Etched. The Styx is etched. The vinyl is laser engraved. Can you see that? Look at this design here. See this right here where it says Styx? It's laser etched. All the copies of Paradise Theater was like that. That is laser etched. Next comment was Terry Gearhart getting the Electric Light Orchestra. Cynthia Herdron put CV. She meant Christine McVie. That's so to Cynthia Herdron. Ricky Layton was second. Next is Terry Gearhart on Earth, Wind, and Fire, and Kelly Cook is second. All right, Guns N' Roses is a final call. This is a 1987 U.S. pressing. VG Condition. VG Condition. David Tate has it for $60. Final call. Deep Purple had no bid, $45 buy it now. Nobody bid on Deep Purple. Now it's going to be a $45 buy it now. It's a late 70s, early 80s sealed club. Deep Purple's a $45 buy it now. Next LP is Traveling Wilburys. VG Condition, $24.99 on the Traveling Wilburys. And Tina Turner, Private Dancer, VG $12.99. Deep Purple is sold to Marco Martinez for a $45 buy it now, Tanner. Final call on Guns N' Roses for $60. Thomas Hujar wants TE. I bet he meant Traveling Wilburys. Or he might have meant TT for Tina Turner. Thomas put TE and he's meant TW for Traveling Wilburys. Reed Gregory's at $65 on Guns N' Roses. So is Josie Sinkbell. Quick recap. Asia self-titled debut, VG for $9.99, and Styx, Pieces of 8, that is VG $9.99. Asia has the hit song Heat of the Moment, and Styx has the hit song, let's see, I guess Blue Collar Man's on there. Let me check it one more time. But first, I'm going to go ahead and run. We got that open. Let's put up a sealed record. Ooh, Dire Straits, a 1985 USOG. $55 start, sealed with hop sticker. Check this out here. Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms, shrink wrap, hop sticker, original price tag. It is a USOG, $55 start. That is sealed. Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms. Wow, it's very, very nicely sealed too. The classic Dire Straits album with hop sticker. Money for Nothing, Walk of Life. $55 start, now up for auction. So lots of people next on Traveling Wilburys. Thomas was first, Zachary second. Reed bid $65 on Guns N' Roses. Michelle next on Traveling Wilburys. So was Terry Gearhart, Ricky Layton, and Justin Chase. Jackson Balak wants the Asia. That's so to Jackson. And Dire Straits is at $60. John Martinez second on Asia. All right, so what was I trying to... I was going to read off some Blue Collar Man. Yes. Blue Collar Man, Renegade. That's two of the big hits there on Styx Pieces 8. VG, $9.99. Uriah Heep Live was VG Plus, $19.99. Vanilla Fudge, that is VG, $9.99. Terry was for Tina Turner. There was a TT in there. Terry Gearhart got Tina Turner. Sorry about that. What's love got to do with it? The Dirt Band, Make a Little Magic, $14.99. Court and Spark by Joni Mitchell. That's VG Plus, $14.99. Guns N' Roses is an original 1987 U.S. pressing, of course, with a second cover. It's an OG 87. VG on the vinyl. VG Plus cover has the original inner sleeve. High bid on that. High bid on that is, I thought I saw 70. I didn't, though. The high bid is still with Reed Gregory at $65. Reed Gregory has it for $65. Josie Tatum, and then Dire Straits was at $60. Dire Straits was at $70. Guns N' Roses is at $70. Okay, Jackson wants Vanilla Fudge. Make sure I didn't miss anything else in there. So Dire Straits $70, Guns N' Roses $70. Both auctions are at $70. Billy Joel, The Stranger, it's a half-speed master, CBS audiophile pressing. It's in VG Plus condition, $39.99. Vanilla Fudge Renaissance, EX condition, $17.99. Vanilla Fudge Rock and Roll, VG $9.99. Gabor Szabo Mizrab, that's on CTI, the CTI Jazz label. VG Plus condition, $29.99. Also, John Cougar Mellencamp, The Lonesome Jubilee, VG $9.99. That's our first crate of vintage. I've got 4 more to go through. Those are all check condition titles. If you decide you want anything in there, just let me know. I've got a crate of new vinyl that has not been shown this week that I just unboxed about 50 minutes ago. I just unboxed these. The new high bid on Guns N' Roses is $71. The new high bid on Dire Straits is $75. We have a claim for Vanilla Fudge, and let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. So we had an out on Guns N' Roses of Reed Gregory. We had a $71 bid on Dire Straits. Wolves Council wants Vanilla Fudge. Dire Straits $75. Michelle Miller wants Sticks. Paradise, and I think you mean Paradise. Are you talking about Paradise Theater? That has already sold. Paradise Theater has already sold, Michelle. Guns N' Roses 71. We have Guns N' Roses 75. George Harrison live in Japan. If you want an original of this, it's going to cost you, well, when I first bought mine, it was like $175. This is a 2LP new reissue remaster, George Harrison live in Japan, $44.99. This is George Harrison live in Japan, $44.99. Eric Clapton plays on this album. It is fantastic, $44.99. Also, Dio live in Fresno. It was originally a Record Store Day title. I can get it now, $39.99. It's 2 LPs on red vinyl. There was one person on a waiting list, Holly Safe. Holly, I've already got one pulled for you. This is on red vinyl, $39.99. $39.99. Wolves Council. Okay, what happened earlier was Jackson got the first Vanilla Fudge, and then Wolves Council got the other one, and then Jackson says the other 2 Vanilla Fudge, and Wolves Council says both are Renaissance too. Okay, so Wolves Council actually got the one I just pulled and Renaissance, and Jackson, that would have made you next on the other one. So all the Vanilla Fudge is gone. Jackson got that one, and Wolves Council gets Rock and Roll and this one. That's those are both sold to him. And then Jackson, you would have been second on the other 2. I guarantee I can come up with some more Vanilla Fudge tonight. Christopher Morris gets George Harrison. That is sold to Christopher Morris. Leslie Wickline wants the John Cougar Mellencamp, also from the previous spin. Leslie, if you're a first-time buyer or anybody else new watching, thank you and welcome. We've had a record number of new customers this week. It's actually been something, I don't even know if we've ever had this many new customers this week. Thank you and welcome. We've had a lot. $7 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. First come, first serve on this crate, check condition stuff. Or on the last crate. This is new vinyl. Excuse me, this is new vinyl. This is all first come, first serve here. Dire Straits 76, Dire Straits 80. Dio is at $39.99. 2 LPs, red vinyl. The 40th anniversary live album, Dio Fresno, $39.99. So let's update these auctions because I'm about to get a third one going because we've been bidding on these for a while. Dire Straits is perfectly sealed, USOG. $80 bid with Pete Weisgarber. Going once, going twice. Also, we have Guns N' Roses. Final call. The last bid I had on my screen was with Mike Helton at $75. Mike Helton at $75. Final call. Mike Helton, Guns N' Roses. Sam Squatch says he will take the Dio. I still got George Harrison live in Japan.
And I got a restock of Taylor Swift 1989, the OG version, not Taylor's version, the original version, $33.99 for Taylor Swift 1989. And I got one copy of the Forrest Gump soundtrack, 32 American classics on 2 LPs. Absolutely incredible. $36.99. Pete Weisgarber's at $90 on Dire Straits. This is perfectly sealed with a beautiful price tag and an amazing hype sticker. Money for Nothing and Walk of Life. That's now at $90, and Guns N' Roses at $80. We're not done yet. We actually had a waiting list on this Led Zeppelin box set. Led Zeppelin, How the West Was Won, $214.99. Tom Sullivan asked me the other night if I can get him one, and I did. $214.99, sealed, the Super Deluxe, live Led Zeppelin, amazing stuff, Led Zeppelin live, $214.99. Justin Chase wants Forrest Gump. Sell that to Justin Chase. The auctions are still getting bids. Pete Weisgarber, though, has the high bid on Dire Straits. And for the first time, I can show this and say, this is what I have on hand, and this is what I have in stock. Godsmack, $39.99 for Godsmack. This album had never been reissued until earlier last year. OGs were only pressed on picture disc. This is the first time this album has ever been pressed on vinyl. If you're holding out for a vintage or an OG copy, good luck. They hardly ever come up for sale, and you're talking about $500, $600, $700, $39.99. I actually have them on hand. I'm going to read the waiting list. This is everybody who got the waiting list. Joe Willinger, Sam Hain, Holly Safe, John Lang, Scott Beebe, David Polkey, Kara Bauer, Sean Mankel, James Ludwig, John Duran, Daniel Buziden, Shane Devers, Scott Fish, Debbie Winstead, Sean Holford, Brian Frenfrock, and UJ Miller. If anybody else wants one, I actually have them on hand. I think there's about a dozen copies right there. First time I've actually had stock where I could say they're for sale. Let's give Kevin Kubina one, and let's give Paul Bill one. Those are sold and sold. All right, Pete Weisgarber has Dire Straits for $95. I'm about to sell it. And Guns N' Roses, we had a couple new bids. Brian Towns is the new high bidder at $80. I'm about to sell it. Tawana Bennett also wants a Godsmack. That's sold to Tawana Bennett. Godsmack, $39.99. That's what I have left. I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing our next auction, which is going to be a sealed copy of Foreigner 4. I'm going to go ahead and grab that and get it on deck. So, Sean Hilber also wants, Ricky Layton wants a Godsmack, and so does Sean Hilber. Both auctions are on the clock. I'm about to sell both of them. So that crate only had a few titles in it. That was George Harrison Live in Japan, $44.99. That's a 2 LP. Also Taylor Swift 1989, $33.99. Led Zeppelin, How the West Was Won, $214.99. And Godsmack 2 LP, first time ever on vinyl, $39.99. Some good music too. Godsmack, $39.99. All right, let's grab our next crate of new vintage stuff. Next crate of new vintage stuff. Let's see what we have right here. Auctions are done. No more bids. No more bids. Pete Weisgarber gets Dire Straits for $95. Pete Weisgarber gets Dire Straits for $95. And Guns N' Roses is sold to Brian Townsend for $80. Those are both sold. $95 and $80. Sold and sold. Okay, next sealed auction is Foreigner 4. This is a 1981 U.S. original, Foreigner 4. It has the hype sticker on it, includes Urgent, Jukebox Hero, sealed, 1981 U.S. OG, $45 start. $45 start on Foreigner 4. That's now up for bid. And let's see what else I have over here. I have a copy of, let's go ahead and run, let's see here. Let's see what we got with this artist right here. Y'all probably have heard of these people. Their name are Dokken. This is a $55 start. This is Dokken, live in Japan. Does have a saw mark right here. Dokken is a 1988 US OG. This is an 88 US OG original pressing. Does have a saw mark. Very nice hype sticker. $55 start for Dokken. $55 start for Dokken. That's now up for bid. Foreigner is at $45, $45, $50, and now Dokken's up for bid. We have City to City, Jerry Rafferty. New vintage arrivals, EX Plus Near Mint Minus. Jerry Rafferty, City to City, Baker Street, right down the line, $19.99. The other night I showed a VG copy of that, and there was like a dozen people who wanted it. $19.99 for Jerry Rafferty. The Best of Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs, $19.99. Debbie Perditez, you got one earlier this week. So I actually had 2 stray copies come in, and so 2 other people got one that wasn't on that list. You were one of them. Yes, you were one of them. Somebody else got one as well. Dawkins at 55. Scott Smith wants a Godsmack. Scott Smith wants a Godsmack. That is so to Scott Smith. David Pinson wants the Jerry Rafferty. That is so to what happened? David Pinson got Jerry Rafferty. We have Roadwork, Edgar Winter's White Trash with Jerry LaCroix, Rick Derringer, and Johnny Winter. $29.99. Not much ringware on the cover, which is unusual for this title. Original orange label, $29.99 for Roadwork. And Chris Christopherson, Jesus Was a Capricorn. Gatefold, $14.99. $14.99 for Chris Christopherson. And Loverboy, Get Lucky. Loverboy is $17.99. Thomas Hujar on Johnny Winter. That is so JW. That's so to Thomas Hujar. And we have a new bid on Foreigner for $55. Champagne Jan Atlanta Rhythm Section. $9.99. $9.99. Debbie Winston wants Chris Christopherson. Heidi Bowman wants Loverboy, Working for the Weekend. New high bid on Dockin is at $56. Update on our auctions. We got 2 sealed records up for auction. Foreigner 4. The last high bid that just came in was Darren Wortman at $55. And now Dockin. This is Beast from the East. It's a 2LP live sealed Dockin. We was at 61. Then we're still at 61. James Bragg has it for $61. James Bragg has it for $61. Next was Foreigner at 60. Dave, you were second on Loverboy. And Debbie Winston wants Atlanta Rhythm Section. Josie Sinkbell, ELO. We haven't had an ELO in a while. That might be from a previous bin. Linda Ronstadt, this is $49.99 from 1989. Don't get this one too often. Linda Ronstadt featuring Aaron Neville. I believe it's a German pressing of Cry Like a Rainstorm, Howl Like the Wind. Linda Ronstadt from 1989, $49.99. Rush, Moving Pictures, a 1981 club copy. Super clean though. Nice jacket, which is usually worn for an original. 81, $49.99. It's an 81 club, original inner sleeve. Moving Pictures, extremely nice for an 81 pressing. The Best of the Band, $29.99. This is the band's greatest hits. Up on Cripple Creek, The Shape I'm In, The Weight, that is $29.99. Orange label. Back up to the top, Foreigner had a new bid of $56. Dockin 62. Foreigner 65. Jackson on Foreigner for 60, or excuse me, Jackson first on Rush, Moving Pictures. Dockin 67. And Trevor Melsha wants The Band. No claim on Linda Ronstadt. That was not too easy to get. We have Only Visiting This Planet, Larry Norman, $19.99. Only Visiting This Planet, Larry Norman, $19.99. Genesis, and then there were 3. Genesis is $19.99. Shannon's the new high bidder on Foreigner at $70. And Ricky Layton's the new high bidder on Dockin at $70. The Moody Blues, Caught Live plus 5, $19.99. The Moody Blues, Caught Live plus 5, 2LP, Live Moody Blues, $19.99. And the OJs, The Year 2000. Partial shrink wrap with Hype Sticker, that is $14.99. The OJs and Johnny Cash sings Folsom Prison Blues, $9.99. That's on Sun. A little bit later, Sun label. Nice copy in shrink wrap, $9.99. Dockin is at 70 with Ricky Layton. And James Bragg was at 67. Debbie Winston on MB for the Moody Blues. Foreigner 75. Dockin 72. Terry Gearhart second on Moody Blues. Jason Anderson first on Johnny Cash. Brian Townsend is second. Billy Ocean, Tear Down These Walls. $14.99 for Billy Ocean. Billy Ocean. I almost said Billy Walls. Billy Ocean. Sammy Hagar, Standing Hampton. In shrink wrap, Sammy Hagar. Nice copy. Original inner sleeve. $24.99. You'll be happy with the condition of that one. The new high bid on the sealed Foreigner is $80. Boy, whoever got that debut Foreigner album earlier got a deal. It was like everybody slept on it. It only sold for opening bid. This one's at $80, sealed with Hype Sticker, and the new high bid on Dockin is at $75. Sammy Hagar is sold to Marco Martinez. Scott Ham was second. Brian Townsend third. Dave Kavanaugh fourth. The Circle of Love by the Steve Miller Band. $19.99. Circle of Love, Steve Miller Band. Super clean copy on that. $19.99. Foreigners at $85 of Darren Wortman. Pat Metheny Group, Off Ramp. $19.99 for Pat Metheny Group. And If My Heart Had Windows, Patty Loveless. Patty Loveless is $14.99. Dawkins now at $77. Foreigners at $85. This is called Bum Bum. Interesting cover. Trio. Bum Bum Trio. It's a 1983 German pressing. $9.99. Foreigners now at $90. Dawkins at $77. Genesis 3 Sides Live. $34.99 for Genesis 3 Sides Live. And I believe this is a Vertigo West German pressing. Interesting. Vertigo West German. Check out that label. Boy, that's a cool looking Genesis label. It's kind of a red or an orange and black foreign pressing. $34.99. We have Sean Holford getting Bum Bum. That is sold to Sean Holford. Sam Squat second. Autumn Betts third. James Rayner first on the Genesis album. That's sold to James Rayner. And we have Eagles on the border. $34.99. Foreigners at $95. Dawkins at $80. Dentales on the Linda Ronstadt. The Linda Ronstadt was called Cry Like a Rainstorm, Howl Like a Wind. It's a 1989 German pressing, near mint minus. It's fantastic. I don't think I've had that in a while. $49.99 on that. Bum Bum has already sold. The Kinks, Kinda Kinks, $19.99 on Kinks. Also, Sticks 2 is $22.99. Sticks 2 is $22.99. Sticks 2 is $22.99. The Best of the Lovin' Spoonful, and this has the photos with it. $14.99. It has a mono sticker on it, and it has this hop sticker mentioning the photographs, and the photographs are in there. The Best of Lovin' Spoonful. That, I know you see a lot of Lovin' Spoonful compilations probably here on the show. This one's the original greatest hits, and it came with these 4 photos with it. Right here, if I can get them out. Came with 4 photos of the band members, and those are included. And it has a sticker on it that says mono, which is interesting. I've never noticed that on any of them before. $14.99. Edward Star Wars says he will take the Linda Ronstadt. Next is Foreigner at 100. And where are we on Dawkins? Dawkins at 80 with Ricky Layton. Dawkins is at $80 with Ricky Layton. Foreigners at 97. Foreigners at 100. Webster Vance gets the Billy Ocean. We have John Gollin getting the Lovin' Spoonful. Debbie Winstead is second. Also, Kenny Loggins in High Adventure. Kenny Loggins is $9.99. Eagles, the long run, $24.99 for the Eagles. And Genesis Duke, $19.99. Genesis Duke, very clean copy, $19.99 on Genesis Duke. And Simple Pleasures, Bobby McFerrin, $16.99 for Bobby McFerrin. Meatloaf, Hits Out of Hell. Meatloaf is a UK pressing from 1984, $34.99. Meatloaf, Hits Out of Hell. Don't see that one as often. Update on our auctions. This is a final call to Darren Wortman. It's an original sealed pressing of Foreigner 4 with hop sticker. It is extremely nice. No saw marks, no cutouts. The high bid right now is Darren Wortman at an even $100 final call. Dawkins is also a USOG. It does have a saw mark, but it does have a hop sticker. I feel like that balances it out. Ricky Layton had the high bid on that for $80, and that's a final call. Next comment was Ricky Layton put BM. That was for Bobby McFerrin. That sold to Ricky Layton. Brian Townsend got the Eagles, and I'm assuming that was for the long run, Brian. If so, that's sold to you. And Terry Gearhart gets Meatloaf. Those are all sold. Dawkins is a final call for $80. Foreigner has a new bid for $105. Sergio Mendez, Full on the Hill, $14.99. James Brad's backing on Dawkins at $82. Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance, a 2012 picture disc, $49.99. $49.99, 2012 picture disc. Lovin' Spoonful, So Nice. That is another Lovin' Spoonful compilation. You'll see about 5 or 6 of those every night. I'm pretty sure the Lovin' Spoonful sold somewhere between 100 and 150 billion albums while they were around. They still sell a lot. We sell about every one of my show. I'm going to go ahead and get a third auction started. I've got Thomas Dolby, She Blinded Me by Science. This is a 1983 US promo. The shrink wrap is missing from the top right where they cut it to give it a gold stamp promo. And this is a $35 start. Thomas Dolby. This is the 5-song LP, the mini LP, gold stamp promo. And what they did is they took a box cutter and cut there, and they cut there so they could give it the gold stamp promo. But it is sealed. It's a gold stamp promo sealed. Blinded by Science. Thomas Dolby, $35 start. Brian Townsend wants JP for the Judas Priest picture disc. We have Foreigner at $110. We have Debbie Winstead taking the Lovin' Spoonful. Duke is $19.99. Duke is $19.99. Ricky Layton's back in on Dawkins at $85. James Bragg, you're out. We have Split Ends, True Colors. This is another album that came etched. Let's see if this one is. Nope, this one's not. Usually they're etched. The one we had the other night had a yellow cover. This is another album too as well. There's a lot of different color variants. This one's purple, black, white, yellow. We had one the other night that was yellow, blue, I think. That's $19.99 for True Color, Split Ends. Woo, Rush, Signals, wow. Original Inner Sleeve, Subdivisions. That is a extremely nice copy for $34.99. Rush. Doc in 85, Tammy Cleveland's at $35 on Thomas Dolby. James Bragg's at 37. James Bragg's out on docking, though. Tim Holloway said sold, and he asked about Genesis Duke, so that's sold to Tim Holloway. Foreigner at 115. We have TD, that's Thomas Dolby at 38, and Dave Kavanaugh wants the Rush. That is sold to Dave Kavanaugh. Let me get my camera. We move this cart from the front and back every night, and sometimes bumping it on the thing, the camera gets off-centered. There we go. Let me try to scooch these down. There's Foreigner 4. There's Dockin, and there's Thomas Dolby. It's also hard to show 3. I'll try my best and get those a little bit closer. Okay. One more record in here. Another Genesis Abacab. I think we've sold every Genesis album in here. Here's Abacab, original inner sleeve, 1999, super clean. All right, so Thomas Dolby, I'll start from the most recent. Thomas Dolby has 4 people right now at $40. So I have a feeling we might be bidding on Thomas for a while. I'll put him back in his sleeve. This is a sealed gold stamp promo, Blinded by Science. High bid on that's now $45. And now Dawkin, we had an out on one of our longtime bidders. So this goes to Ricky Layton for 85. Final call. Final call. Final call. I may have almost misspoke there. Final call. Make sure everybody knows that that's $85 because I think there was one other person bidding early that never did say out. Final call on that for $85. And Foreigner 4 is also sealed with hop sticker, and that was at 115 with Court Gabot. 115 with Court Gabot. And the other bidder was Darren Wortman, and he bid 120. We're at 120 on Foreigner. 120 on the sealed Foreigner. Final call on the Dockin for 85. And then the last thing I said on Thomas Dolby was 45. Jackson wants Genesis, and now Thomas Dolby's at 46. There's where we're at. Y'all have obliterated this crate. Let's go through it one more time. If you haven't already, make sure you've hit the thumbs up button on both Facebook and YouTube. We got 3 great auctions there up for bid. Dawkins, the one I'm about to sell, it's Beast from the East, if I can spit it out. It does have a saw mark, hop sticker, and now, Court, you're out on Foreigner. Darren has it for 120. Scott Ham is the high bidder on Thomas Dolby for 45. That's where we're at. I can't grab a new auction because we already got 3 up. The Best of the Sham and the Pharaohs, Woolly Bully, 1999, has some writing on the cover. We have Only Visiting This Planet, Larry Norman, 1999. Genesis, I guess that's the only Genesis album, 1999. This has the hit song Follow You, Follow Me. It looks like a foreign pressing. It is. It's a UK. It's a German. It's a French. It's a... Where is this from? I believe it's a German pressing. The other ones, some of the other ones in here have been German. Charisma, that's usually a, I don't know. I'll have to maybe look on the jacket here. It is definitely Europe, though, 1999. Also, the OJs, the year 2000, $14.99 on the OJs, and Circle of Love, Steve Miller Band, $19.99. Court's back in on Foreigner at 125. Sam Squatch gets the Genesis that I was just showing. We have Dawkins sold to Ricky Layton for $85. That's sold to Ricky Layton. Thomas Dolby's at $50 and Foreigners at $125. Darren Wortman, you're out. Debbie Winstead wants OJs. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. Pat Metheny Group off-ramp, $19.99. New bid on Thomas Dolby, $15. New bid on Foreigner for $130. Patty Loveless is $14.99. Also, Eagles on the border, $34.99. Already gone. James Dean, The Best of My Love, $34.99. Kinda Kinks, Kinks compilation, $19.99. Sticks 2. This may have got overlooked. $22.99 on the Wooden Nickel, the original label. Something we don't see too often there. Sticks 2, $22.99. Edward Star Wars wants PL for Patty Loveless, and Billy Humphrey gets the Eagles. High bid on Thomas Dolby's $55. High bid on Foreigners, $130. Court Gabot, you're out. Kenny Loggins, In High Adventure, $9.99. We have Sergio Mendez, Full on the Hill, $14.99. Brian C. wants Sticks. Brian C. Sticks. That's sold to Brian C. Foreigner 4 is $140. Kelly second on Sticks. And Split Ends, True Colors, $19.99. Split Ends, True Colors, $19.99. Thomas Dolby's at $57. All right, let's bring over another new crate. How about some new vintage arrivals? I feel like I need to go through maybe a crate of new vinyl right quick as well, but we'll go ahead and go through a bin of, because I found some stuff, I think I put in this one, yeah. I found some stuff in our racks. I was like, you know what? Tomorrow I need to put some of these in here because it's in our racks, and y'all may have not seen it in a while because they hadn't been here on the crates. So, new vintage arrivals. Let's see what's in here. I think y'all are going to like these as well. We've put out some great stuff. Counting this crate, I got 3 more crates of new stuff to go through, and then we're going to go through a lot of discount stuff tonight where you can make offers, where it's fixed price, half off, whatever it may be. Let's get a third auction going because we're still bidding on Foreigner, and we're still bidding on Thomas Dolby. I forgot what it was called. Thomas Dolby. This is a 1982 U.S. club, a Columbia club. This is a perfectly sealed copy of Love Over Gold by Dire Straits, an 82 U.S. club. If you haven't heard already, we bought an incredible sealed collection up in Michigan, almost 1,500 albums. This is a $55 start, and that is Love Over Gold, $55 start for that. Darren Wortman's out on Foreigner. Court Gabot has that for $140. Final call on the sealed Foreigner. Thomas Dolby's at $61, and Dire Straits is a $55 start. We have Steve Miller Band, Living in the 20th Century, $24.99 for Steve Miller Band, Living in the 20th Century. New vintage arrivals here. This also looks like a foreign pressing. This is $24.99. This is a manufacturer. This looks like, I just know it's not a U.S. $24.99. Usually John marks these. This is, I guess it is U.S. Doesn't feel like it though. $24.99. Very nice. ZZ Top, Tejas, $34.99 for ZZ Top. And Zebra is $26.99. Boy, the other night we showed Zebra. There was a bunch of Z's on the screen. Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, $19.99 for Demons and Wizards. And Van Halen, Fair Warning, $44.99. A very clean copy, Fair Warning, $44.99. All right, so Thomas Dolby, we was at 61. Scott Ham's out. Dire Straits has a bid for 60. Scott Ham does want the Steve Miller Band. Court Gabot in on the Thomas Dolby at 65. Eddie McKenna wants ZZ Top. That's sold to Eddie McKenna. Jason Anderson gets the Van Halen. Brian Townsend was second. Let's go ahead and sell Court Gabot the Foreigner 4 for $140. That's sold to Court. Thomas Dolby is now with Court Gabot at 65. And the Dire Straits has one bid. Mitchell Richardson has it for $60. Sealed Dire Straits Love Over Gold sealed club copy. That has a high bid of $60, going once, going twice. Jackson first on Uriah Heep. Jeff Mallwood second. Ricky Layton third on Van Halen. And Eddie McKenna wants Zebra. Thomas Dolby has a new high bid of $67. U2 live under a blood red sky. Sunday, Bloody Sunday, The Electric Co. New Year's Day, Gloria, I Will Follow, $29.99. U2 live under a blood red sky. Super clean copy, $29.99. U2 live, $29.99. UB40, there's U2, here's UB40. Jeffrey Morgan, $19.99 for UB40. And another U2, this is U2, The Unforgettable Fire. U2, The Unforgettable Fire, $34.99. Eddie got Zebra. I may have said ZZ Top. Eddie got Zebra, not ZZ Top. ZZ, oh, my bad. I pulled him ZZ Top and Zebra. He put Z for Zebra, not ZZ Top, so you can bring ZZ Top back. Jason Anderson got Van Halen. Jackson got Uriah Heep. And we have a high bid on Thomas Dolby at 67. Court Gabot, you're out. And we have a new bid on Dire Straits for 61. Mitchell Richardson, you're out. Aaron Jolly wants UB40. There's 2 U2 albums left unclaimed. And there's my personal favorite, Unforgettable Fire. So Zebra's still available if anybody wants it. $26.99. Vandenberg, $26.99 as well on Vandenberg self-titled. And the Ventures Playtale Star, The Lonely Bull. No condition notes on this, $9.99. Court Gabot's out on Thomas Dolby. Final call to James Brad for 67. Mitchell, let me know if you want backing on Dire Straits. Tammy has it for 61. The Versatile Ventures, there's another one. I will say that I don't know if I see that one as often. $9.99 for the Versatile Ventures. Those are $9.99 and $9.99. And Matthew Wilder is $14.99. Ricky Layton put Van. That was for Vandenberg. That's sold to Ricky Layton. Oh, and I almost dropped this Ventures. Cool cover. The Ventures, $9.99. And this one's called Golden Greats by the Ventures, $9.99. We have an out on Dire Straits. I'm about to sell both auctions. 2 more records. Hotel California, $34.99. It has the poster, original under sleeve, no condition notes, $34.99. And we have Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2, back-to-back Eagles. There's a U.S. pressing of Volume 2, $34.99. Original under sleeve, $34.99. Vandenberg. We have Colin Butler put high. I think that was just a high, not actually a claim. Tony Murphy wants you too. That's sold to Tony Murphy. And let's sell these 2 auctions, Tanner. Dire Straits is sold to Tammy Cleveland. Tammy, that $1 bump won it for you, $61. And Thomas Dolby sold to James Brad for $67. David Johnson, I have 0 Japanese pressings. Monday night or Tuesday, I think it was Wednesday night actually, you missed an entire shipment of Japanese. You missed every single one of them. I sold every Japanese pressing I had. I have no more. Literally, there are no Obies in this store. They're all sold. Right now, as soon as I get Japanese stuff, they are all gone as fast as I can get them. That's why literally I'm going to be going to Tokyo in a couple months. I've got to figure out a way to get like shipping containers full of Japanese pressings. We have Foreigner. This was only released in the United States as a club release only. You could only get this in the club in the record club. So there are no US OGs of this, just the club. This is a 1991 US club. $55 start, perfectly sealed. Because it's a club, it's not going to have any saw marks, cutouts, or punch holes. $55 start on Foreigner. $55 start on Foreigner. Now, Alice Cooper. This was in the open bin. Let's take a look at it. Ooh, so far it looks fantastic. Here's another good sign. It's on the original label. School's out. We've put it in a new inner sleeve because it didn't actually come in an inner sleeve. It came wrapped in panties. That's the original label. $45 start. It looks like somebody wrote their name. It looks like Sinatra wrote their name on the cover. This might have been Frank Sinatra's personal copy. Green Warner Brothers label. $45 start on Alice Cooper. Nice jacket. Nice jacket. Usually has considerable, much more rare wear. It does have that punch hole, and that is a $45 start. $45 start for Alice Cooper. School's out. $45 start. All right, Foreigner's at $55. Make sure I didn't miss any other claims. Alice Cooper's at $45 and $45. I can't believe no one claimed the Eagles or the Eagles with the poster and Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's kind of very shocking. I'm going to keep going. I may be shocked. The Ventures knocked me out. There's some great Ventures albums in here. There's another one, $9.99. Go with the Ventures, $9.99. 4 Ventures albums. Also, now this is a good one, Flights of Fantasy. The first time I ever listened to this, I went over to Wayne Titsworth's to buy part of his record collection, and he had this record play, and I was like, wow, that is trippy sounding. It's the Psychedelic Ventures, $14.99 on that one. And we have the Eagles, Wings. Both involve some kind of flight. $26.99. Wings Wildlife. $26.99. Wings Wildlife. That is $26.99. And C.W. McCall Wilderness. C.W. McCall. No convoy on this one. $9.99. The high bid on Foreigner is with Mark Trahan at $55. Final call. The high bid on Alice Cooper is at $55. Final call. Roger Ramjet put Versatile Ventures. That was this one right here. And then Pamela said all 3 Ventures. Now, up till that point, there was already 4 shown. So Pamela, I'm going to pause there. I already pulled the wrong one for Roger Ramjet. He wanted the Versatile. He wanted this one right here. That's sold to Roger Ramjet. Now, Pamela, technically there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ventures albums in here. There's Flights of Fantasy, Go, Knock Me Out, Golden Greats, and The Lonely Bull, or Ventures Play Telstar. So you'll have to let me know. Next comment was Roger Ramjet wants this one. James Zuppe, no condition notes on Hotel California. It will play EX Plus near minus, has the original inner sleeve and the poster. James Bragg was also next on Ventures, and then Jackson, and then Autumn Betts wants McCall. So we can go ahead and pull C.W. McCall to Autumn Betts. Kevin, you are possibly second on Hotel California. Somebody just asked about this. If you don't want it, Kevin, you may be a first-time buyer. I'll go ahead and sell it to you, but we'll wait. Alice Cooper's at 60. Alice Cooper's at 65. Is the zebra in their mind? Zebra. We were supposed to give him Zebra, not ZZ Top. I messed that up earlier. We're supposed to give him Zebra, not ZZ Top. So we got that fixed now. Sorry about that. Eddie McKenna. Alice Cooper, 65. Pamela wants Flights, Knock, and the one before Knock. Oh no, I've mixed them all up. So Flights, Knock, and probably this one, Golden Greats. I hope that's right. Pamela, I'm giving you Flights, Knock, and this one. Those are all sold. Tejas is still available, $34.99. All right, I'm going to put this back in here. This is going to be sold to somebody, and that's going to be sold either to James Zuppe or Kevin LeBady. Alice Cooper was at 60, then 65. How much on Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2? It was Volume 2, $34.99. Pamela does not want Golden Greats. The titles are Go with the Ventures and Telstar. Let me know which of those two you want so we can bring back the one with the girl on the cover. She does not want that one. James Zuppe does want Hotel California. That is sold to James Zuppe. So whoever asked about Hotel California, you were second. That's already been claimed. And now Terry Gearhart wants Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2, but somebody else has already asked about that, which was Michelle Miller. If Michelle Miller wants it, those, she says, go with the greats. I'm totally confused now. I think she does want this one. So that means go. There's also a title called Go With. So this is Go With the Ventures. And I guess the actual build title of this one is The Ventures Play Telstar, The Lonely Bull. This one's called Go With the Ventures, which her comment says Go With the Greats. And this one's called Golden Greats. So I'll get a perfect clarification on that. Also, let's have, Terry says, Michelle, yours, and that's only if she says she'll take it. Okay, we can go ahead and sell this. This is Foreigner, and this is way up here at the top with Mark Trahan for $55. That's sold to Mark Trahan for $50. She says she wants to Go With the Ventures. Okay, let's Go With the Ventures. That's sold. Now, if anybody wants these other two, they're first come, first serve. Alice Cooper's at $75. Next is Genesis Trespass, $24.99 for Genesis Trespass, $24.99. Another German pressing. All these Genesis have been imports. The famous Charisma label, $24.99. That's a gatefold. That's Genesis Trespass, $24.99. Kenny Rogers, I Prefer the Moonlight. Kenny Rogers is $9.99. And Paul McCartney Ram. This appears to be a very nice copy, $29.99. Paul and Lennon McCartney Ram, $29.99. Chris Bijak gets Golden Greats by the Ventures. That's sold to Chris Bijak. Take Me to the Mountains, Shiva's Headband, $74.99. Take Me to the Mountains, Shiva's Headband, orange, that's green. I don't know my colors. Green capital label, $74.99. Boy, I'm very dyslexic tonight. $74.99. Final call on the Alice Cooper. Stephen Martinelli has that for $75. The next comment was, we was waiting to see if Michelle Miller wanted Greatest Hits Volume 2. And if she says pass, then it's sold to Terry Gearhart. So Tanner, we'll just wait on Michelle. That's either sold to Michelle or Terry Gearhart. Craig Johnson gets Genesis. That's sold to Craig Johnson. She says, not me. Okay, then sell that to Terry Gearhart. Who asked about it then? Somebody did. Let me make sure I get the right name on that. Then I'm going to get reset, and I'm not going to make any more mistakes. It was Michelle Phillips. Okay, and Michelle Phillips says pass. Toto 4 is $19.99. Toto 4 and Scorpion Savage Amusement, $29.99. Scorpion Savage Amusement, original inner sleeve, $29.99. So Terry Gearhart does get the Eagles. Genesis goes to Craig Johnson. This is sold. Alice Cooper, that is sold. Alice Cooper is sold to Steve Martinelli for $75. It's time for two new auctions. We have sealed Creedence Clearwater Revival, and we have a copy of The Clash. Nope, let's go ahead and do Vinnie Vincent. This always rattles the cage. Cosmos Factory, CCR, Creedence Clearwater Revival. This is a 1983 US pressing, which means it's not the first pressing. This has a barcode on the back. It's a 1983 US. And this is going to be a $45 start. It is sealed Cosmos Factory, Creedence Clearwater Revival, a 1983 US pressing. It is perfectly sealed, $45 start. Vinnie Vincent Invasion. Let's see what this looks like. It's in shrink wrap. It has a manufactured by RCA Music Club, $35 start. It has the original inner sleeve. Extremely nice vinyl, as in dead near mint. Original inner sleeve, $35 start. Okay, so back up to the top. We have Get Chad a Monster. I'm about to have to mute my mic so I can chug one over here. Craig Proper gets the Scorpions. Ricky Layton put VV. I guess that's for Vinnie Vincent. Cosmos 45, CCR 55. We have Steve Miller Band, Abracadabra. That is $19.99 for Steve Miller Band. Sergio Mendes and New Brazil 77, $14.99. Sergio Mendes. Robin Trower, Caravan to Midnight, $19.99 on Robin Trower. And Eagles, One of These Nights, $34.99. One of These Nights. Mayday is $9.99. Appears to be self-titled. But seriously, we don't get this one too often. Another Day in Paradise. That's Phil Collins, but seriously, a 1989 German pressing, $39.99. Wow. Just don't get that one too often, especially a German pressing. Phil Collins, $39.99. So CCR, 55. Vinnie Vincent, $35.35. CCR, 60. $38 on Vinnie Vincent. Michael McDowell on Steve Miller Band. And that was Abracadabra. That's sold to Michael McDowell. Honest Brute, second on SM, which was Steve Miller. CCR 65. Eddie Leal wants Brazil 77. I'm about to say, I don't think I've ever seen that one. I've seen a lot of Sergio Mendes, thousands. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Vinnie Vincent's at 36, and Mark Shelton wants Phil Collins. Tim Holloway was second. Vinnie Vincent's already actually at 38. We have Yellow, Call It Love. Yellow, that's $9.99. That's a 12-inch single. Vinnie Vincent's at 40. And the Supremes, I Hear a Symphony. The Supremes is $14.99. $14.99. Actually, Honest Brute put SM. That was for Sergio Mendes, not Steve Miller. Honest Brute, after Michael McDowell, that was SMB. I'm assuming SM was for Sergio Mendes, and then Eddie Leal was second. So let me clarify that. We may have to clarify that. Christopher Morris first on the Supremes. Davey Winston second. Vinnie Vincent 41.42. The high bid on CCR is $65 with Stephen Tuttle. Alex Roman, you are outbid. Alex had that at 60. Stephen bid 65. Now Vinnie Vincent Invasion's at 41. This album's not in print. Of course, Vinnie Vincent, one of Kiss's guitarists. This album is not in print. It's never been reissued. This is near mint and shrink wrap with the original inner sleeve. High bid is $41. Alex is back in on Cosmos. Wham! Make It Big, $34.99. Gold stamp promo, Careless Whisper, Wake Me Up Before You Go Go, original inner sleeve, $34.99 for Wham! Make It Big. Rita Coolidge, Love Me Again, $9.99. And Jay Ferguson, Thunder Island, $19.99. A classic. Jay Ferguson for Thunder Island, $19.99. Cosmos Factory, 66. Vinnie Vincent, 45. CCR, 70. David Eberly on Wham! And we had Jelana second on Wham! David Eberly was first. Tammy says she bid 42 on Vinnie. The new high bid's 45. We have the Sonny Chris Memorial Album. That is $14.99. Vinnie Vincent's now at 46. And the Best of the Jay Giles Band, $19.99. Best of the Jay Giles Band. That's on the Yellow Atlantic label, $19.99. So Honest Brute, I just want to make sure your SM, your first SM, was for Sergio Mendes. If so, then you get it. We need to take Eddie's name off that. Best of Jay Giles and Johnny Cash, Classic Cash, Johnny Cash 88, Hall of Fame Series, $24.99. $24.99. So Vinnie Vincent, we was at 45, 46, CCR 75, Vinnie Vincent 50, Mike Miles, Steve Miller Band's already sold. CCR 80, Michelle Miller wants Jay Giles. That's sold to Michelle Miller. We have Vinnie Vincent 50. Vinnie Vincent 50. Wolves Council wants Jay Ferguson. James Zuppe second on Jay Giles Band. Brian Townsend first on Johnny Cash. Vinnie Vincent 60. Vinnie Vincent 60. Billy Humphrey second on Johnny Cash. Vinnie Vincent 62. Cosmos Factory 85. Blowing some old smoke. Gabor Zabo. Had to take a second look at that. $29.99. Gabor Zabo. Blowing some old smoke. $29.99. CCR's at 90 and Vinnie Vincent's at 62. Almond and Woman, Greg Allman and Cher, To the Hard Way, $29.99. That's Greg Allman and Cher. And Supertramp Breakfast, $34.99. Supertramp Breakfast in America, a picture disc, $34.99. Cosmos Factory 85, Cosmos Factory 90, Vinnie Vincent 70, Brad Bowling wants the Gabor Zabo, Debbie wants Almond and Cher, and we have Supertramp sold to Brian Townsend. Jeff Williams was second. Robin Trower, Bridge of Size, $24.99, and Journey, Dream After Dream, a half-speed master, Journey, $49.99. That is Dream After Dream. Originally only released in Japan, then they released it in the United States as a half-speed master. It's numbered on the back, $49.99, and Randy Travis, Storms of Life, $29.99. Vinnie Vincent's at 70, Stephen Tuttle's at 90 on CCR, 70 on Vinnie Vincent, 90 on CCR, Supertramp. Debbie Winstead put BIA. BIA. That was for Breakfast in America. James Rayner on third on Supertramp. Cosmos Factory is at 100. Brooke Paget wants Randy Travis. Sold to Brooke. I'm going to get a third auction going. We've been bidding on Vinnie Vincent and CCR for quite some time. Our next auction is going to be a classic, The Church Starfish. Don't get this in too often at all, much less sealed. This is a 1988 U.S. club. It is going to be a $55 start. $55 start. Like VG Plus copies start like at $40 and $45. This is sealed, $55 start. This is a 88 club, The Church Starfish. This was in print for a while. It was like an audiophile pressing. I can't get it. I like this song right here, North, South, East, and West. That's a good one. $55 start. $55 start. All right, Mark Shelton wants Journey. Mark Shelton wants Journey. Stephen Tuttle's out on CCR. Alex Roman has that for 100. Sealed Cosmos Factory. Final call. Vinnie Vincent's at 70 with Ricky Layton. Final call. And The Church is a $55 start. Let's go through this crate one more time. I don't think there's going to be much left after I recap it. One more time. I have U2, The Unforgettable Fire. Super clean copy. Has the original inner sleeve. 34. Very nice copy, actually, including the original sleeve, the cover, and the vinyl. A Sword of Homecoming, $34.99. Matthew Wilder is $14.99. That's called I Don't Speak the Language. Matthew Wilder's $14.99. Wings Wildlife, $26.99 for Wings Wildlife. ZZ Top Tejas, that was put back, or actually we mistagged it. It's still available, $34.99. And the Ventures Play Telstar, The Lonely Bull, $9.99. We're not done on CCR. We have a new bid for $113. It looks like everybody's done on Vinnie Vincent. I'm about to sell it for $70, and the high bid on The Church is now at $65 with James Bragg. I Prefer the Moonlight, Kenny Rogers. This is the only Ventures album that did not get claimed. And they're even playing Tequila. That's $9.99. Also, Paul McCartney. Wow, no one claimed this. Chad personally recommends this album. Ram, Paul McCartney, $29.99. Take Me to the Mountains, Shiva's Headband, $74.99. Toto 4, $19.99. That has Africa on it. Also, Robin Trower, Caravan to Midnight, $19.99. Eagles, One of These Nights, $34.99. OG textured cover. Mayday is $9.99. And Yellow, Call It Love, $9.99. All right, Mark Lent, your bump on Cosmos Factory might have done it. Let's go ahead and sell Ricky Layton, Vinnie Vincent for $70. The high bid on Church is with James Bragg at $65. This is an 88 U.S. club, perfectly sealed, and that is at, I just said it, 65 with James Bragg. Kelly Bagwell gets the Eagles, and the last few records in here was Rita Coolidge, $9.99, the Sonny Chris Memorial album, $14.99, and Robin Trower, $24.99, $24.99. Zachary P. in on The Church at $68. Cosmos Factory is sold to Mark Lent for $113. Church is at $66. Trevor Melsha wants Toto. Trevor Melsha wants Toto. Edward Star Wars takes the last Ventures album. Let's see. This is sold to Edward Star Wars Ventures. All right. I'm going to set this correct. And Brad Bowling wants Yellow. Anybody else? We have Robin Trower, Sonny Chris, Rita Coolidge, Mayday, Robin Trower, Shiva's Headband, Paul McCartney, Rogers, ZZ Top, Wings, Matthew Wilder, and U2. Ricky says, Dockin. You know, sometimes the more an album gets requested, the more I delay it. So actually, the more something gets requested, the longer I make you wait and have to bid on other stuff. We have, next, Peter Gabriel. This is sealed, Security. It's actually called Peter Gabriel. They call it Security. It's a 1982 U.S. OG. It does have a saw mark. This is a U.S. retail copy. It's going to be a $45 start. It's Peter Gabriel. It is sealed. It has the hop sticker. Shock the Monkey. Does have a saw mark. Peter Gabriel, $45 start. ZZ Top was Teos, $34.99. Lucas, everything on that bin is sticker price. Let's go through a new crate of vintage stuff here and see what we have. Let's go through this. Actually, yes, I'll go through this one. I actually pulled some of these from random bins. A lot of this is like, I can't believe this didn't sell. We have Church is at 68. We have Peter Gabriel at 45. Church is at 72. Also 45, 45, and 45. Now 50 on Peter Gabriel. Continuing, as soon as I pause the mic to take a drink of this very healthy energy drink. Tanner's over here drinking something too. Looks like you just put water inside of water. Hydration packet. So you put hydration inside of hydration. Wow. All right. We have Church is at 81. And we have Peter Gabriel at 50. We have the Allman Brothers, Brothers and Sisters, $34.99. A classic. The Allman Brothers, Brothers and Sisters, $34.99. Wasted Words, Ramblin' Man, Southbound, $34.99 for the Allman Brothers. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. It's in the original paper bag. Cover variant B. There's a couple tears on the paper bag. Still has it on there. No condition notes, $39.99. And Rod Stewart and Faces live, coast to coast. Great live music here of Rod Stewart and Faces. EX condition, $22.99. Has the original inner sleeve. Church is at 81. High bid on Peter Gabriel. We had 50. Church 81. Peter Gabriel 51. Chase Arnold wants the Allman Brothers. That's so to Chase Arnold. Billy Humphrey was second. Seals and Crofts Greatest Hits. It's a German pressing. Pressed in Germany. $12.99 for Seals and Crofts Greatest Hits. $12.99 for that. Paul McCartney, The Russian Album, $19.99 for Paul McCartney. And yes, Big Generator, very clean looking copy, $19.99. Original inner sleeve, that is $19.99. Michelle Miller on Seals and Croft, that's sold to Michelle Miller. Kelly Cook was second. Tony Shore wants the Paul McCartney Russian album. Final call on Peter Gabriel. Tammy Cleveland has that for $51. Final call to Tammy Cleveland. Never mind, Edward just bid $55. We're still bidding on that. The Church is a final call now. James Bragg has that for $81. Final call on the Church. We have Hank Williams Jr., Bocephus. This is actually sealed, $29.99. It's a sealed copy. No saw marks and no punch holes. $29.99 on that. Jimi Hendrix War Heroes, $34.99. Jimi Hendrix War Heroes, reprise, no condition notes, Hendrix, $34.99. Tim Jernigan on H for Hank. That's so to Tim Jernigan. Derek and the Dominoes, Layla, VG Plus condition, $24.99. A classic album. VG Plus condition, $24.99 for Layla. Also, Phil Collins, Both Sides, a 2016 audiophile remaster, $39.99. This is Phil Collins, Both Sides, $39.99. $39.99. Peter Gabriel 55, so that's a final call to Edward Star Wars. We also have Jane Fink on Layla. That is sold to Jane Fink. Mark Lent wants to know if Bob Ludwig did the mastering on Jimi Hendrix. This has Sterling RL in the dead wax. Bob Ludwig did the mastering. The Church album is sold to James Bragg for $81. We have Phil Collins now at 55 of Edward Star Wars. And that, my friends, is a final call. Next auction is going to be Dokken, Tooth and Nail. And we have a sealed copy of Cher coming up for bid. This is going to be Cher, and this is coming up for auction. Let me see what these are. Yep, those peeled right off. Had a couple old stickers on it, and those peeled right off. So, okay, we have Dokken, Tooth and Nail. This is a 1984 USOG. $55 start. Dokken, Tooth and Nail, sealed, 1984 USOG. Cher is a 1989 US Club. This is a $40 start. Cher, Heart of Stone. There's our next two auctions. Cher and Dokken. Those are both sealed. Cher's a US Club, and Peter Gabriel is sold for 55 to Edward Star Wars. Let's go ahead and end that one. There's our next two. Okay, we have Mark Lent takes to Jimi Hendrix. Brian Townsend was second. John Gollin was third. Dawkins 75, Cher 40. Stephen Wilson, The Future Bites, red colored vinyl. Stephen Wilson is sealed, unopened, $29.99 for Stephen Wilson. America and Football, $19.99. This is called American Football, $19.99. It's a single-sided EP, $19.99. Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits, a 1974 white label promo, $29.99. A white label promo, $29.99. Shares at 40 with Brooks Vaughter. Tammy Cleveland has Dokken for 75. B.B. King in London, $24.99 for B.B. King in London, $24.99 for B.B. King. Also, the Argent Anthology, also a white label promo. This is the Greatest Hits of Argent, $24.99. The Greatest Hits of Argent, as in Hold Your Head Up, $24.99. James Bragg wants JC, the Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits white label promo. Ricky Layton's at 76 on Dokken. George Buchanan wants AMFB, American Football. That's so to George Buchanan. Chase Arnold first on B.B. King in London. Jackson was second. Brooks is at 45 on Cher. Tony Shore first to Argent. James Bragg second on Argent. And Dokken is now at 76 with Ricky Layton. We have Jefferson Airplane, Surlistic Pillow, $29.99. Orange RCA label. That is an orange RCA label, Indianapolis Press of Jefferson Airplane, Surlistic Pillow. Don't you want somebody to love? Chad Holder gets Stephen Wilson. That's so to Chad Holder. Also, King Crimson, $49.99. An alternative guide to King Crimson, a 2020 UK pressing. It's also known as Rare Tracks or Rarities by King Crimson. 200 gram, 2LP with book, $49.99. Javi Soto's at 46 on Cher. We have Wham, another copy of Make It Big for whoever was back up on the other one. Original under sleeve. Wake Me Up Before You Go, $34.99. Jackson Bullock, first on the King Crimson. That's so to Jackson. And we have the Beatles, 67 to 70, $39.99. This is the purple capital label. The purple capital label, 67 to 70, $39.99. Brooks Vaughter's at 50 on Cher. Jeff Malwitz was second on King Crimson. Debbie also bid on Cher. Final call on Dokken. Hope everybody's done bidding. Ricky Layton has it for $76. We are about to sell it. We are about to sell it. Brian Townsend first on the Beatles. That is 67 to 70. Cher has a high bid of 51. Blue Oyster Cult, On Your Feet or On Your Knees. EX condition, $29.99. Blue Oyster Cult, On Your Feet or On Your Knees. It's actually a live album by B.O.C. EX $29.99. George Buchanan wants Jefferson Airplane. Paul Brothers wants Phil Collins. New high bid on Dokken, 77. Another bid on Dokken for 77. Another bid on Dokken for 80. Shares at 52 and now 60. Deep Purple, The Book of Taliesin. It's in shrink wrap, $26.99. Very, very nice copy. The Book of Taliesin, $26.99. Rush, Exit Stage Left. I don't know of any vintage Rush albums in any of our bins that's left over. VG Plus condition, $44.99. Exit Stage Left, VG Plus, $44.99. Kelly Cook first on Deep Purple. We have our first out on Cher, but it's still between Brooks and Debbie, it looks like. Brooks has the high bid on Cher for 60. We have the Taj Mahal Anthology, Volume 1, VG Plus condition, $16.99. The Taj Mahal Anthology, VG Plus, $16.99. Wham! Make It Big is $34.99. Very nice copy. Zachary P. gets Rush. So does Zachary P. The newest high bid on Dokken is with Ricky Layton at $90. Sealed Dokken, tooth and nail, $90. Cher is at, the last bid I seen on Cher was Brooks Vaughter at $60. Debbie Winston's also out. Tammy Cleveland says she'll take the Wham. Rob Long was second. We have the Monkees. I have it in here sideways. More of the Monkees. That's their second album. It's a German pressing. I'm a Believer. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Check out that label. The More of the Monkees, a German pressing, a vintage German pressing. VG Plus, $24.99. So Wham went to Tammy Cleveland. Rob Long second. Edward Star Wars on TM. That must have been already claimed. We have, let's see here, Dokken details, Dokken out. I was on Wham second earlier. Condition of Surlistic Pillow. Let me see Taj Mahal. Monkees. Okay, so first of all, before you, let me have that. Jelana may have said she already asked about Wham. Let me go back and take a look at that. And then the next comment was Condition of Surlistic Pillow. It's already sold. William Ray says, let me see the Taj Mahal. It's called Anthology Volume 1. VG Plus cover, VG Plus vinyl, $16.99. Let's go ahead and pull the Monkeys for Debbie Winston. Brian Townsend was second. Somebody asked about Tooth and Nail. Tooth and Nail, this is Dockin. Dockin Tooth and Nail. And this was a 1984 USOG. It is sealed. 84 USOG Dockin. The high bid right now is with Ricky Layton at $90. Ricky Layton has it for $90. Final call. Cher is a 1989 US club. Probably won't see many clubs or USOGs. And the high bid on that is Brooks Valter. She has that at $60, and that's a final call. Now, earlier, we have Wham! Make It Big. And somebody said, Jillian or Jelana said, thanks on Wham! And I guess she meant she was second earlier. And she actually said thanks on Wham! Much earlier. So actually this goes to Jelana. I guess that was kind of a claim. She said thanks on Wham! What she was saying is she was second earlier. But anytime that happens, make sure you go ahead and just claim it again. But either way, you were first. And then way back down at the bottom, Tammy asked how much, and then she claimed it. And then Rob Long claimed it. And then Michael McCarter asked if it was available. And that's what happened. So, we have Dockin at 100, new bid. Ricky Layton, you're outbid on Dockin. Taj Mahal. Edward Star Wars says he wants it. Who asked about it? William Ray. William, if you don't want this, say, I'll pass. If you want it, say sold, because that is claimed by Edward Star Wars. So either William Ray or Edward Star Wars on that. Continuing, Pink Floyd, Ummagumma, $44.99. Pink Floyd, Ummagumma, U.S. pressing, $44.99. William passes, that's sold to Edward Star Wars. We have James Cotton, Cut You Loose, $26.99. James Cotton, Cut You Loose. On Vanguard, $26.99. That is $26.99. And Molly Hatchet, Flirting with Disaster, $19.99. Molly Hatchet, Flirting with Disaster, original inner sleeve. That is a super clean copy. Frank Frazetta artwork, $19.99. Jelana also actually said thanks Wham! Or Wham! Thanks. She actually put Wham! In her comment, but she was just saying Wham! Thanks. So she actually did claim it first. And Rod Stewart, Gasoline Alley, a 1973 Canadian pressing, $19.99. Cher is sold to Brooks Valter for $60. Court Gabot, you're outbid on Dockin. Ricky Layton has the high bid at $110. And Edward did get Taj Mahal. Steve Lackey gets Molly Hatchet. Brian Townsend, you were second. Rod Stewart still available, and so is The Doors. Check this one out. A 1967, that's OG, UK import with the original inner sleeve, $79.99. It's a UK pressing on this very interesting dark red electro label from the UK, $79.99. And it has an original inner sleeve with it, 67 Doors, Strange Days. Check out that original inner sleeve. That is available. VG Plus, $79.99. Continuing, The Doors, Alive She Cried. Back-to-back Doors, EX condition, $32.99. We sold a sealed copy of that last night, and it's back in print this week on green vinyl. Court Gabot's still in on Dockin at $120. Let's put up some new stuff. I'm going to put up a sealed copy of Dire Straits. There was a lot of interest in Dire Straits earlier. And I have a Linda Ronstadt album that you will not see very often. It actually just got reissued, and it was one of the first times that it was on vinyl. It was the first time it was ever reissued on vinyl. And this is Linda Ronstadt, Canciones de mi Padre. It is fully sung in Spanish by Linda Ronstadt. It's a $55 start. It is a very scarce album. It came out in 1987, and that's Linda Ronstadt, Canciones de mi Padre. $55 start on that. Now up for bid. That is open, near mint with the original inner sleeve, and now Dire Straits is sealed. It's an 88 U.S. club. An 88 U.S. club Dire Straits, money for nothing, $55 start. $55 start for Dire Straits, money for nothing. Kind of like a hits compilation. It's a club copy, $55 start. No claims on Doors. We'll continue. We have Gordon Lightfoot, Gord's Gold. VG Plus condition, $19.99 for Gordon Lightfoot, Gord's Gold. VG Plus condition, $19.99. Seals and Crofts, Summer Breeze, a Nautilus half-speed super disc, $49.99. So an audiophile pressing super disc of Seals and Crofts Summer Breeze, $49.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, also a Nautilus super disc, $49.99. You Make Me So Very Happy, Spinning Wheel, super clean copy, $49.99. And the Rolling Stone Some Girls, original cover, $64.99. Very nice copy, OG cover, original inner sleeve. It would have to have the original cover, $64.99. And Elvis Country, Elvis is in shrink wrap, $14.99. $14.99, orange RCA label. Okay, docking. Court Gabot, you've been outbid. Ricky Layton has it for $130. Final call. Linda Ronstadt has a high bid for $55. Final call. Michael Ruckman has Dire Straits for $55. Final call. ELO is already sold. Brian Townsend wants the Gordon Lightfoot. That is sold to Brian Townsend. Tony Shore wants the Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Victoria Rachel's is first on Elvis Presley. Dire Straits is at 56 with Mitchell Richardson. Dire Straits is a sealed club copy. Yes, it's sealed. Linda Ronstadt is a final call for $55. Court Gabot's at $150 on docking. Elton John, self-titled debut album, original uni label, VG condition, $14.99. And Elvis sings his hits from movies, $9.99. Elvis sings his hits from movies. That's $9.99. And we have the Blues Brothers, Made in America, $24.99. Court Gabot bid $150 on docking. Ricky Layton right back in at $60. Stephen Free, you bid $60 on Dire Straits. Ricky Layton's at $160 on docking. Kelly Cook wants Elton John. Victoria Rachel's wants Elvis Presley. Davey Winstead was second. Brian Townsend second on Elton. And Michelle Miller next on Elvis. James Zuppe next on Elvis. And Dire Straits is now at $61. Blues Brothers, $24.99. Tim Jernigan wants to put back Hank Williams. He already has it. Let's recap this bin very quickly. We can go ahead and sell, though, the Linda Ronstadt. Only one bid to Shock G for $55. Find that kind of surprising, but that is sold to Shock G for $55. Dire Straits is at $61 with Michael Ruckman. Michael Ruckman has Dire Straits for $61, and the docking has a high bid of $160. $160. Brothers in Arms has already sold. Court Gabot, you're outbid on docking. We have Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor, in the original brown paper bag, $39.99. Carlene Rollins wants the Blues Brothers. That's sold to Carlene Rollins. Rod Stewart and Faces Live, Coast to Coast, EX $22.99. Yes, Big Generator, $19.99 on Yes, Big Generator. We have Bluest to Colt, On Your Feet or On Your Knees. That's EX $29.99. Pink Floyd, Umaguma, $44.99 for Umaguma. James Cotton, Cut You Loose, $26.99 for James Cotton. Rod Stewart, Gasoline Alley, a 1973 pressing, Canadian, and that was $19.99. The Doors, Strange Days, a 67 UK, VG Plus, that is $79.99. And The Doors, Alive She Cried, EX $32.99. Court Gabot, are you done bidding on docking? Final call to Ricky Layton, $160. Hadn't heard back from you. Dire Straits is at $62 with Stephen Free. Michael Ruckman, you've been outbid. There are no condition notes on Led Zeppelin. So it comes in a brown paper bag. There's the original cover. Then there's an original inner sleeve. And yes, the vinyl is very nice. EX Plus, near mint minus. That's Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. That is a 79 pressing. I don't think it was all that reissued that much, actually, especially with these brown paper bags, but they all came in brown paper bags. I don't think there was ever a pressing of this that didn't come in a brown paper bag. Docking 175, Dire Straits is at 65. Not done on docking and not done on Dire Straits. There's another half-speed master for $49.99, Seals and Croft, and the Rolling Stone Some Girls, $64.99. If anybody is interested in those, let me know. Jason Anderson, if you want Led Zeppelin, it's sold to you. If not, Ricky Layton wants it. We have a $180 bid on docking. Stephen Free's out on Dire Straits. Michael Ruckman has that for $65. I'm going to set this crate right over here, and I'm going to grab another one to go through right after we go through this crate of new vinyl that I have right here next to me. Let's see what I have in here very, very quickly. Chad Van Horn. Jason Anderson does get the Led Zeppelin. No condition notes on the Stones. I will show it since it was just asked about, and let me also go ahead and put Rod Stewart. Faces. I can't believe nobody got Yes, Big Generator. Somebody asked last night, do you got any vintage Yes albums laying around? And there's a copy of Big Generator unclaimed. Dawkins at $180. I'm about to sell Dire Straits for $65. Lots more auctions to go through. Jason Anderson gets Led Zeppelin. Chad Van Horn gets Faces. and Some Girls. Nice jacket, first of all. Actually, a very nice jacket. Of course, the original inner sleeve. And this LP is extremely nice. Sterling, TJ, EX Plus. It does have some superficial scuffs. Cosmetically or visually, it's not perfect. Grade-wise, EX Plus. I would give that an EX Plus. So no condition notes, and that's the Stones, Some Girls. So a couple of these faces, Lucille Ball was one of them for sure. Lucille Ball and maybe one other on here. They used these faces without permission. They had to recall it and edit them out. So not a rare cover, but desirable because it is the first run. And that is the Rolling Stones Some Girls. But there was one for sure was Lucille Ball, but then there's a couple others. If I had another edited cover, I could show it to you where you could see it side by side. All right, let's go ahead and sell the Dire Straits then to Michael Ruckman for $65. Court Gabot's back in on docking at $185. Ricky Layton, you've been outbid. That's sealed docking, 84 USOG. We're at $185 on that. Our next auction is going to be Whitesnake, their self-titled album from 1987. This is an original, not a club. USOG. Very nice shrink wrap. No saw marks, no punch holes, no cutouts. $75 start. Whitesnake, $75 start. Is This Love in the Still of the Night? And of course, Here I Go Again on My Own. If you're from the MTV era, MTV generation, you probably remember that music video. $75 start on Whitesnake. Dawkins at $200. Whitesnake's now up for bid. We have Metallica, Ride the Lightning, $31.99. Fight Fire with Fire, Ride the Lightning. For Whom the Bell Tolls, Fade to Black, $31.99 for Metallica, Ride the Lightning. Also, we have Nirvana Bleach, their debut album remastered, $28.99. Velvet Underground, a new release. It's on Orchid vinyl and Magenta vinyl. 2 LPs on colored vinyl. Velvet Underground live at Max's Kansas City, $39.99. $39.99. Scorpions Blackout. Scorpions is a special edition, 180-gram colored vinyl in a soft touch sleeve. Scorpions is $39.99. And Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Trouble Is, $25. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, $39.99. Ricky Layton bid $200 on docking. Court Gabot, you've been outbid. Whitesnake, $75, $80, $75, $80, $75. Brian Townsend put MAT. I bet he meant Metallica. That's so to Brian Townsend. Also, we have Descendants, Everything Sucks. $28.99 for the Descendants, Everything Sucks. And Judy Collins now playing. That's a Judy Collins Greatest Hits. $26.99, also a fairly new release. And the Steelwoods, On Your Time. The Steelwoods is $38.99. Court Gabot, let me know if you want backing on docking. Ricky Layton has it for $200. Whitesnake is at $100. We have Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. This is $28.99. Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death, $28.99. And Rancid, Indestructible, $33.99. Limited edition colored vinyl, Rancid Indestructible. That's a 2 LP on colored vinyl, $33.99. Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil, 2 LP gold vinyl, $34.99. And we have Assassin's Creed Valhalla, $34.99. 2 LP red with yellow splatter, Assassin's Creed, $34.99. So docking is a United States OG. Court Gabot has it for $210. Ricky Layton, you've been outbid. Court Gabot has that for $210. Whitesnake is a U.S. pressing, U.S. OG retail. Ricky Layton has that for $100. Ricky Layton has that for $100. Any more Opeth? Darren Wortman, I have Opus. You're talking about Opeth Damnation, and I have 3 copies left. I have 3 copies left of Opeth Damnation. New release, 20th anniversary edition, $31.99. Next comment was Brian Townsend's out on Whitesnake. Chase Arnold asked if it's US, UK. Brian Townsend wants Rancid. That's so to Brian Townsend. Some Girls is $64.99. $64.99. Ricky Layton's back in at $215 on docking. Christmas Collected. That's 2 LPs on red and green. I know it's a little late to be showing it, but that's an awesome. U2's on here. Elton John, Queen, Paul McCartney, Nat King Cole, Bryan Adams. That is the Ronettes, $49.99. Darren Wortman wants an Opeth. Whitesnake has a final call. Whitesnake has a final call of 100 with Ricky Layton. 100 with Ricky Layton. Ricky Layton also has the high bid on Dockin for $215. $215, and that's a final call. Court Gabo, let me know if he won't back in. Darren Woman got Opeth. Brian Townsend wants the Dead Kennedys. That's so to Brian Townsend. Court's back in on Dockin at $225. U2's Europa. That's a 30th anniversary edition on yellow vinyl. $59.99 for U2. And Matchbox 20 North. That's on white vinyl. $29.99. Matchbox 20 North. $29.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan and Friends. Solo sessions and encores on vinyl for the first time. $64.99. Limited to 2,500 on blue vinyl. $64.99. Dawkins at $240. And we have a new bid on Whitesnake at $110. Let me put up a new auction. This is something that I normally wouldn't put up for auction by this artist, but boy, I've never seen this one before, and it's nice. It's called the Ohio Players Pain. The Ohio Players Pain. Never had seen this one before. It's a 1972 OG. It's called an Ivy. It's called an Ivy Duo Pack, which means it has a unique packaging. So it opens where you can see the full cover, kind of like that. And then if you open it kind of standard, the record is in here in a very crisp inner sleeve on that very collectible Westbound label. $35 start. Ohio Players Pain. And it's nice, as in near mint minus. $35 start on the Ohio Players. These, I was looking at comps, and they get really pricey as soon as you get past like the VG copies, because there's not many that are usually in high grade. Very unique. Ohio Players Pain, $35 start. That's now for bid. Whitesnake's at $110. We have Whitesnake at $115. Yes, this is the unedited cover. This is the unedited cover. That's the OG cover for the Rolling Stones. Yes. Angela Rachel's. Whitesnake 110, Whitesnake 120, Ohio Players 35. Dockin, Court Gabo, you're outbid. Ricky Layton has it for $240. Continuing, Brother Kane on orange vinyl, $39.99. Also, Black Sabbath Dehumanizer, $49.99. The Best of Peter Tosh, $56.99. That's a new release, 2LP colored vinyl, fairly new release. Erykah Badu is $44.99. Baduism. Shania Twain's Greatest Hits, $44.99. MC5 High Time, $29.99. Passion Pit Gossamer, $44.99. The Beatles, Please Please Me, $36.99. And Rocky Erickson, All That May Do My Rhyme, $33.99. Ohio Players, $35, 40, $35, 37. Whitesnake 115, Whitesnake 125. Ohio Players 40, Ohio Players 50, Whitesnake 120. Court Gabo's out on Dockin. Angela Rachel says she will take the stone. Ohio Players 55. So that was a crate of new vinyl. We have one more time going through this one. We have Metallica, Nirvana, Velvet Underground, Scorpions, Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Descendants, Judy Collins, Steel Woods, Avenged Sevenfold, Assassin's Creed, Opeth, which is a new release. I'm going to put it over here with the other new stuff. Christmas Collected, U2's Europa, Matchbox 20, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Brother Kane, Black Sabbath, Peter Tosh, Erykah Badu, Shania Twain, MC5, Passion Pit, The Beatles, and Rocky Erickson. Those are all still available. Let's go through a crate of new vintage stuff. New vintage stuff. This is stuff from tonight that's not been shown. Trying to balance it out a little bit there, showing some new vinyl. And I have some new stuff over here, as in new stuff that I ordered for this week. And I feel like this back left crate hadn't been gone through in a long time, the one with the outfield. I feel like there's somebody watching tonight that needs a copy of Outfield Play Deep with Your Love on it. Jelana wants the Shania Twain's Greatest Hits. That's owed to Jelana. And we have a final sale price on Dockin has been reached. Dockin is at $240 with Ricky Layton, and that is sold. $240 on Dockin. Whitesnake. The high bid on Whitesnake is with Tammy Cleveland at $120. Tammy Cleveland's at $120 on Whitesnake. The high bid on the Ohio Players is $65 with Chase Arnold. Whitesnake's now at $130 with Chad Van Horn. There's where we're at. All right, new vintage stuff. We have sold 90 or 95% of all the new vintage stuff we've showed tonight. I think we'll probably do it again with this bin. The first is Journey Evolution, $19.99 for Journey Evolution. It has the original inner sleeve. We've actually got it in a anti-static sleeve. $19.99 has a anti-static rice paper in there with it. $19.99. Poems, Prayers, and Promises. This is the OG John Denver album that has Take Me Home Country Roads on it, $12.99 for Poems, Prayers, and Promises, $12.99 on that. And we have Deep Purple live in London. Now that's one I don't think I've ever seen before. Deep Purple live in London, $29.99. Very interesting. Definitely a UK. It is I think it's a UK, Ireland. Manufactured in the Republic of Ireland. I was about to say, that is something I don't think I've seen too often. $29.99. High bid on Whitesnake is $130. Chris, we sold the Dead Kennedys, but it was $28.99. If you want on a waiting list, Chris Sanchez, we can get you one. Aaron Gardner's out on the Ohio Players. Chase Arnold has that for $65. Jason Anderson put JR, and that was probably for Journey. Sell that to Jason Anderson. Steve Lackey was second, and Debbie Winston wants Deep Purple. Whitesnake. Whitesnake was let's see, it's a 1987 U.S. original. No saw marks, no punch holes. It is an 87 U.S. specialty press. No saw marks, no punch holes. The new high bid is $140, Calvin. Tammy was at $131, Chad. Van Horn's at $140. And the very scarce Ohio Players, especially in this condition, it is the OG pressing on that original cover. Chase Arnold has that for $65. Final call, Eddie Leal wants the classic John Denver. That's a great album. That's sold to Eddie. Continuing with the new vintage, Hall & Oates, Pastimes Behind. Don't see that one as often. $19.99. 1976 Hall & Oates, $19.99. Danger, K-Tel alert, high voltage. K-Tel high voltage, $9.99. A classic K-Tel compilation. We have the OJ's collector's items. This is an OJ's. Usually collector's items would mean a greatest hits. $29.99. Very nice vinyl, label, cover, 2LP gatefold, $29.99. The OJ's collector's items. Reba McEntire, Just a Little Love, one of her original studio albums from 1984. Reba, $14.99. Reba McEntire. Leo Sayer, Endless Flight. This has his hit song on it, You Make Me Feel Like Dancing, $9.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Ohio Players to Chase Arnold. Thank you. That sold him for $65. We had Whitesnake at $135, and then $140, and then $150, and Debbie Winston put HV. HV was for high voltage. That sold to Debbie Winston. Next was Darren Davis on OJ's, and that sold to Darren Davis. Whitesnake's at $150. Little River Band, shrink wrap, hop sticker, $9.99. Debbie Winston wants Leo Sayer. And we have Elaney Gooch wanting the Reba McEntire. Let's put up a new auction. Let's put up a new auction. Let's see what else I have over here. Aha. We sold a sealed copy on Monday or Tuesday night for $525. I was telling y'all where there is an auction house that sold a graded one, this exact record, a sealed copy, just like the one we sold, for almost $7,000 a couple months ago. Leonard Skinner, Street Survivors. Gatefold, and this is really cool. Obviously the original cover, but it has both of the original inserts. It has the tour dates, which never came to fruition because of the plane crash. And it also has the original Leonard Skinner Survival Kit merchandise insert. It also has where you can order their catalog. You could have sent this off and you could have ordered any of their albums on album, 8-track, or cassette. Obviously an OG pressing, super clean vinyl, original inner sleeve, nice cover, VG Plus, gatefold, does show some signs of ring wear. You can see ring wear around the back, especially because it's black, and just a little bit on the front. That is going to be a $55 start. OG Leonard Skinner Street Survivors, original cover, and it's complete. It has both of the original inserts that came with it. All right, Whitesnake, $55. We were talking about the Rolling Stones earlier, the Rolling Stones album that was recalled. This album was also recalled. So this album hadn't been on the shelf less than a week, and Leonard Skinner was taking a chartered flight, and I actually think it ran out of gas. I think that's what happened. They ran out of fuel, and it crashed. Not everybody on the plane died, but of course, several of the band members did, including the front man and lead singer. Whitesnake is at $155 with Chad Van Horn. Leonard Skinner, 60, and Louisiana's LaRoe. This is $14.99. Louisiana's LaRoe, $14.99. Purple Capital label. Louisiana's LaRoe. I'm not French enough or Cajun enough to pronounce that. Reba McEntire, $14.99. Have I Got a Deal for You? Reba McEntire, $14.99. Rush, Grace Under Pressure. Great album, $34.99. Look, somebody circled some of my favorite tracks. Very lightly in pencil, somebody circled The Body Electric, The Enemy Within, and Red Sector 8, which are great songs, especially The Body Electric. $34.99. That is Rush, Grace Under Pressure. God Bless Tiny Tim. That's in shrink wrap. People's always asking, do you have any Tiny Tims? Here's a U.S. original label in shrink wrap. God Bless Tiny Tim, $34.99. The high bid on Leonard Skinner is with James Zuppe at $75. James Zuppe has that for $75. We just got a new bid on Whitesnake for $160. Davey Winstead wants RM. That was for Reba McEntire. That's so to Davey Winstead. Light of Love, T-Rex, $39.99 for Tyrannosaurus Rex. You may know it as T-Rex. Frontman Mark Bolan. They were known for the song Bang a Gong, Get It On. This is another album, Light of Love. It's on Casablanca, the Kiss label, $39.99, $39.99, and Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Let's Go. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band is $19.99. Let's Go, $19.99. Okay, let's update Whitesnake. Ricky Layton has it for $160. I need to see an out from whoever was next. Chad Van Horn, let me know if you want back in. Ricky Layton has that for $160. Leonard Skinner, we had a lot of people bid. No one has said out since James Zuppe bid $75. If you're done bidding, please let me know. If not, I'm about to sell it to James Zuppe for $75. It is extremely nice. The inserts are there, the original inner sleeve, nice vinyl, about a VG Plus cover, Street Survivors. Okay, next was Mark Lent on TR. That was for T-Rex. Chad's back in on Whitesnake at $165, and now we got 3 new bidders on Leonard Skinner. 80, 80, 80. Elaney Gooch wants Tiny Tim. That is sold to Elaney Gooch. Leonard Skinner 76 and Leonard Skinner 80 again. A very nice copy of Whipped Cream and Other Lights. This one's in shrink wrap with the original Herb Albert inner sleeve, and the vinyl is near mint minus. That's Whipped Cream and Other Lights. Now, if you're going to buy Whipped Cream and Other Lights, you might as well get a really, really nice one. A nostalgic album from the 60s, $19.99. That is Whipped Cream and Other Lights, Herb Albert. 34. Hey, we just sold one of these. There was 2 people backup. Here's another one. Brothers and Sisters, a classic Allman Brothers band. First track is awesome. Wasted Words, Ramblin' Man's on here. Come and Go Blues, $34.99 on the Allman Brothers. And we have Outside Inside by the Tubes, $19.99. Ricky Layton, do you want back in on Whitesnake? Chad Van Horn now has it for $165. Ricky Layton, let me know if you want back in. Leonard Skinner, 80, 80, 80. 85, 85. Whitesnake is sealed. It's actually a U.S. retail copy. No saw marks, no punch holes. No saw marks, no punch holes. Billy Humphrey on Allman Brothers. Yes, Whitesnake is sealed. And it's very nicely sealed. No saw marks, no punch holes. And it's a U.S. retail. Leonard Skinner's at 88. Allman Brothers goes to Billy Humphrey. The Kings are here. $14.99. And America, Greatest Hits. $14.99. Muskrat Love. Here's to all the lonely people. $14.99 on America's Greatest Hits. Clean copy. Nice jacket. That's a different label than it's normally on. It's on like a darker, it's on some kind of interesting label there. It's not a white Warner Brothers. It's like a burgundy Warner Brothers. Produced by George Martin, who produced all of the Beatles albums, if that rings a bell. America, $14.99. I think all of them. He should have produced, I think he produced all of them. This is really cool. Canned Heat, Living the Blues, with the Going Up the Country hype sticker. Going Up the Country, baby, don't you want to go? A 68 Audio Matrix Special Cut, $44.99. Very unique pressing. An Audio Matrix Special Cut, $44.99 for Canned Heat. OG, original inner sleeve. This came out in 68, and of course I think of it as a Woodstock song because they played Woodstock, and that was just a major hit right there. Right after the Summer of Love, right at Woodstock, $44.99 for Canned Heat. Okay, back up to the top, we had Billy Humphrey got the Allman Brothers. Whitesnake was sealed. I gave the details on that. Ricky Layton bid $170. Ricky Layton's back in. Leonard Skinner, $90. Whitesnake, $180. Leonard Skinner, $90. Leonard Skinner, $90. Leonard Skinner, $100. Ricky Layton first on America. Leonard Skinner, $95. Another $100. Chase Arnold on Canned Heat. Canned Heat with Heidi, second, Chase was first, Brent Robley third, John Gollin fourth. That's right. Phil Spector produced Let It Be, and nobody liked it. None of the Beatles liked it, especially Paul McCartney. He went in and changed a bunch of stuff. That's correct. We have Ross Trout. That is $9.99. The only one they didn't like was Let It Be, and of course George Martin didn't produce it. Ross Trout with a picture of a trout on the cover, $9.99. Leonard Skinner. We already have 3 people tied for 100, I think. Maybe just one. Terry Gearhart bid 100 on Leonard Skinner. Now William bid 110. Whitesnake's at 181. Now, I don't think I've had this Tiny Tim too many times. Tiny Tim's second album, $29.99. Tiny Tim's second album, and this is I thought it was a gatefold. It's so thick. What's it got in it? Oh, it is a gatefold. Wow, did you hear that? That has been opened too many times. Had a pop to it. A little bit of discoloration there. That's Tiny Tim, $29.99, his second album. That's a nice jacket. Did you hear that pop? That's always a good sound when you open a gatefold and it makes like a pop sound. Probably means it hadn't been even opened too many times. $29.99, that's Tiny Tim. Whitesnake was at 181, Leonard Skinner at 110, Alan Totten first on Tiny Tim, Stacy was second, Whitesnake's at 185. Survivor, this is $24.99. Survivor, self-titled. I feel like we're going to be bidding on Whitesnake and Leonard Skinner for a while. Let's put up a new auction. Here's some of the sealed stuff I have left. I've got sealed Dockin, Commodores, Dire Straits, Devo, Dockin, Glenn Fry, Gloria Estefan, Eagles, ELO. Oh, somebody asked for ELO earlier, and guess what? I said I already sold it. I was thinking about that first ELO album. I still got Bob Dylan, Eagles, Aretha Franklin, Classics 4, Duran Duran, Peter Gabriel, Whitesnake, and Fleetwood Mac. That's some of the sealed stuff that I have coming for auction. And I apologize to whoever asked if we sold sealed ELO. I thought they were talking about that sealed ELO we did maybe last night, that debut album from '72. This is a 1978 U.S. reissue, so it's not first pressing. It's a 78 though, but I think 78, this album came out in 76, so this is a 78 pressing. The shrink is in good condition. I'm thinking a $35 start, sealed ELO, $35 start for that. Dockin, Whitesnake's at 185, Ricky Layton's at 90. Where are we on Leonard Skinner? William Ray has the Leonard Skinner for 110. That's a final call. The bidding has slowed down on that one again. The bidding has slowed down. Okay, Survivor. Let's go through some more vintage. Vanilla Fudge. We have sold every Vanilla Fudge album I've shown tonight. Here's another one. Near the Beginning. Original label, OG pressing, $19.99. We have Eagles, self-titled, $34.99. Eagles, self-titled, $34.99. That is their debut album. Jackson gets Vanilla Fudge again. Whitesnake's at 200. Ricky Layton, you're out. Debbie second on Vanilla Fudge. I'm going to call Leonard Skinner VG+. The front, the important part is nice. The front cover is nice. Just a hint of ring wear right. Whoop, let me bring it. Sometimes I'm showing records and I don't even see what y'all see. The camera is actually like over my shoulder, sort of. Leonard Skinner, just a little bit of ring wear there. It's more noticeable on the back where the cover's black. Nice gatefold though. The vinyl's super nice, and it has both inserts. It has the merchandise insert and the tour dates insert with the liner notes. One side had the liner notes. The other side had the tour dates. Very cool. That's Leonard Skinner. We was at $110 with William Ray, and that's a final call. Whitesnake, we had a $200 bid, a $50 bid on ELO. Jackson got Vanilla Fudge. Debbie was second. Whitesnake, $210. Okay. Van Halen 2, $44.99. Van Halen 2, original inner sleeve. Van Halen 2, $44.99. Van Halen 2. Now, the other night I said that was the reissue label. That actually may be the correct label for the OG pressing for this. I don't know if that was on the Burbank label. I think it was on that one. Van Halen 2, though, of course, $44. Dance the Night Away. And I'd say probably the second biggest hit on here is Beautiful Girls, $44.99. $44.99. Jeff Williams is in on Leonard Skinner at $115. Calvin's back in on Whitesnake at $215. Final call on ELO. Never mind. Trevor Melsha just bid $55. Marvin Gaye, Romantically Yours. I don't know if I've ever seen that one before. Marvin Gaye. I've had a lot of Marvin Gaye. I collect Marvin Gaye. I don't recall seeing this album before. Romantically Yours, $24.99, a 1985 Motown. It's on Columbia, gold stamp promo, $24.99. And Gemini is $9.99. Can I see the spine? William Ray, you've been outbid on Leonard Skinner. Jeff has it for $115. Nice spine. MCA 3029, got 3 stars at the top. Leonard Skinner Street Survivors printed the USA, and then 3 more stars. Definitely OG. There is no reissue of this album with the flame cover, unless you get a brand new one. In the 70s, the next time it was reissued, it wasn't this photograph. It looks a lot like this photograph, but it's just a black and white cover. And honestly, I don't see that one as often. We don't get many copies of that in general. A lot of people, I've bought a lot of collections before over the years. I've went in people's houses, and a lot of people have these framed on the wall. And some people think they're worth like tens of thousands of dollars. This one guy told me, he said, I've been offered $30,000 for that. He was obviously lying, because if he didn't take $30,000 for it, I was like, I let him keep it. I bought all of his records. I was like, you know what? You can just keep that one. So it's scarce. They evidently made 500,000. That's what I've been told. I've been told they made 500,000. That's how many were printed before they cut production on it. 500,000 were made. So I don't really call it rare, but for something made in the 70s of a band like Leonard Skinner, it's very collectible. Very collectible. ELO's at 70 and now 80. White Snake's at 220. Also, Moody Blues, Early Blues, $24.99. Moody Blues, Early Blues, a complete collection. This is a Moody Blues compilation, $24.99. A complete collection, the Moody Blues, $24.99. There's always 2 records people have that maybe don't know a lot about value. If they have them, they think they have like a brand new car. And that's that album and a White album. I've had so many people have a copy of the White album, which sold millions of copies, and they think like they're going to be able to sell it and like buy a new house. And I'm like, actually, this is about $50 or $100 if it's in really nice condition. I've got about 100 copies of it in the back. It's not a new house. The Other Side of Life, the Moody Blues, $14.99. The Other Side of Life, the Moody Blues, $14.99. The Other Side of Life. Also, Mr. in shrink wrap with the hype sticker. Go On, $36.99. Okay, so ELO's at 80 with Pete Weisgarber. Ricky Layton bid $220 on White Snake. We have Travis Wade wanted Gemini. Terry Gearhart wants Moody Blues. Now, Terry, there was back-to-back Moody's. Do you want complete collection, or do you want The Other Side of Life? Calvin's back in on White Snake at $225. And are we sure we're all done on Leonard Skinner? William Ray has it for $120. I'm about to sell it. I am about to sell it. $120 with William Ray. And who else was bidding on ELO? Trevor Melsha. Let me make sure you're done on ELO. Complete and offered on Marvin Gaye. Let me see here. Did I miss a Marvin Gaye claim? Gemini, Terry Gearhart, Marvin Gaye. Did I not pull that? Let me go back up to the top. Yeah, MG, Marvin Gaye, that's so did Terry Gearhart. So Gemini, that's before Tanner, but that, I don't know if you already have that sticky. Marvin Gaye sold to Terry, then Debbie Winston, then Calvin Ward. And next was complete. He gets complete collection and Marvin Gaye. Okay, Trevor's out on the ELO. Next, we have Willie Nelson, Somewhere Over the Rainbow, $14.99. Willie Nelson, Somewhere Over the Rainbow, $14.99. ELO is sold to Pete Weisgarber for $80. William Ray gets Leonard Skinner for $120. Jeff Williams was the other bidder. He just said out. That's over $120. They're still bidding on White Snake. High bid's $230. Now, right after Michael Jackson died, Thriller was a $100 album. Right after Michael Jackson passed away, there was this huge just rush on Michael Jackson stuff, unlike anything else we've ever seen before. And Thriller was selling for about $100. I mean, it was crazy. You could have sold anything with Michael Jackson for 5, 10, 20 times what it's selling for right now. All right, another Dokken. Get ready for a long, painful battle. This is going to be war, okay? Dokken, Back for the Attack, a 1987 U.S. original. Hype sticker, no punch holes, no cutouts, $65 start, perfectly sealed, no saw marks, no punch holes. It is a U.S. retail copy of Dockin, Back for the Attack, $65 start. Calvin Ward's at $235 on Whitesnake. $235 on Whitesnake. Now, Calvin Ward, MG, that Marvin Gaye was already claimed. Tammy Cleveland wanted the Mr. And Dawkins at 70, 70, and 75. Both albums are sealed. They're both USOG retails, and they don't have any saw marks or punch holes, or cutouts. Gary Mulligan meets Stan Getz. This is $24.99. Gary Mulligan on Verve meets Stan, $24.99. Let's Talk About Love, Modern Talking, the second album, a 1985 German pressing, $24.99. Dawkins at 100, Whitesnake's at $235, Ricky Layton, You've Been Outbid. Joni Mitchell, Dog Eat Dog, $19.99. Moody Blues, In Search of the Lost Chord, a classic, $19.99. The Moody Blues, In Search of the Lost Chord. Josie Sinkbell wants to know if she got Willie. I see that now. Josie Sinkbell got Willie. I missed a couple things there. The feed moved really quick. Josie got Willie, and Tammy Cleveland got Mr. The Dirt Band, Jealousy 81, $14.99 for the Dirt Band. And Will the Circle Be Unbroken, Volume 2, 1989 pressing with the poster, $44.99. Will the Circle Be Unbroken? The Dirt Band, that is the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Also, Roy Acuff, the Carter Family, Johnny Cash, June Cash, Roseanne Cash, John Denver, Levon Helm, John Hott, Emmylou Harris, Bruce Hornsby, Chris Hillman, Jimmy Martin, Roger McGuinn, Michael Martin Murphy, Newgrass Revival, John Prine, Earl Scruggs, Ricky Skaggs, Bella Fleck, Vassar Clements, Chet Atkins, Sam Bush, Bernie Leadon, Buck White. That's a 1989 U.S. original with the poster. Very nice copy, $44.99. Whitesnake's at $240. Dockin is at $100 with Ricky Layton, and Ricky Layton also has Whitesnake for $240. $240 and $100. Let's go through this bin one more time. That was a good one. That was a real good one. Roger Ramjet wants Will the Circle Be Unbroken, Volume 2. Chris B. Jack was second. Okay, so there's those two auctions. Let's go through this crate one more time. Hall & Oates, Pastimes Behind, definitely worth a recrate. Some great stuff in here. $19.99. Mel Moss wants the Modern Talking. That's sold to Mel Masuda. Next is Little River Band, The Net, Shrink Wrap Hop Sticker, $9.99. Louisiana's LaRue, $14.99. Rush, Unclaimed, Grace Under Pressure, $34.99. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Let's Go, $19.99. Herb Albert, Whipped Cream, Shrink Wrapped, $19.99. And Outside Inside the Tubes, $19.99. Calvin Ward, if you're done on Whitesnake, let me know. I'm about to sell it to Ricky Layton for $240. I think everybody's done on Dawkins. That didn't last as long as I thought it would. Dawkins at $100, also of Ricky Layton. Final call for $100. $240 and $100. I'm about to sell both of those. Same person has the high bid. The Kings is $14.99. Ross Trout, $9.99. Survivor is $24.99. Survivor. Eagles, their self-titled debut, $34.99. Rob Schendale wants Herb Albert. That's sold to Rob Schendale. Van Halen 2, $44.99. OG, Inner Sleeve. Moody Blues is $14.99. Other Side of Life. Gary Mulligan meets Stan Getz. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. $24.99. Joni Mitchell was $19.99. Dog Eat Dog. And the Dirt Band and the Moody Blues, $19 and $14.99. Ricky Layton, you have won both auctions. Dockin is sold to you for $100, and Whitesnake is sold to you for $240. Sold and sold. That means we need two new auctions. I already got Duran Duran laying next to me. So let's do Duran Duran, and let's do this Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. The year is not specified on Discogs, but it does have a barcode on the back, so that at least puts it early 80s at the earliest. And that's going to be a $45 start. It is sealed. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. $45 start. That is perfectly sealed. It has a barcode, so it was a U.S. retail copy. With that being on it, they started barcoding records at the earliest in the early 80s. $45 start on that. And now, Duran Duran, this is called Notorious. This is a 1986 USOG. 1986 USOG. Has a kind of a breach in the shrink wrap right here. Has a breach in the shrink wrap and down here on the corners and down here on the corners. So There is a couple tears in the shrink wrap, that corner, this part here. I'm going to start that for just $30, and that's the Duran Duran Notorious. It is sealed, does have some tears in the shrink. There's those next two auctions. Okay. Let's see what I have next for us. I think it may be these crates over here, Tanner. Let me see if I can get to these right here. If not, man, we've went through everything so fast. The other crates are in the back. How about I go ahead and transition over to, let me figure out which one I want to do next. Let me see if it's over here on this table. We went through 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 crates in just like, seems like in moments. Let me see which one. That's the one I went through last night. I think that's new stuff. Let me see if I can find that crate I wanted to go through. Or we might roll the cart over here and go through these bins. They're back here in the back. Is this thing mobile right now? Might have to go to the back, Tanner, and go through some bins. We hadn't been back there in a while. Still got plenty of auctions to go through. But first, let me see where we're at on the auctions. 30, 45. Christopher, I had a couple other claims too. J.J. Wilson said sold tubes and sold Moody Blues. So Rob Shandell got Herb Albert. J.J. Wilson said sold tubes and sold Moody Blues. He wants this. And J.J., there's 2 different Moody Blues. There's The Other Side of Life and In Search of Lost Chord. I'm assuming, J.J., you wanted In Search of Lost Chord. So I'm giving you the tubes and I'm giving you Moody Blues. Duran Duran 30, Bob Dylan 45. Christopher Morris, you also wanted the Moody Blues. I gave him the In Search of Lost Chord. That one's still available. Duran Duran 35, Duran Duran 45, and Duran Duran 36. So that's where we're at. Let me see. I don't know if I can get the card over here. These bins over here is what I want to go to. I'll probably, let me just put them in a crate right quick. Let's see what's in here. Let's see. Yeah, we might just do that. It might be the fastest, easiest way to do that. Let me do that right quick. Quick timeout while I do some house cleaning. How about everybody lets me know where you're watching from? That'll be a very cool thing to see while I'm shifting some stuff around. Let me know where you're watching from. We'll see if we still got some people overseas like we usually do. Sometimes we do. And just comment where you're watching from. See if we still got our viewers out on the West Coast. We are located here in Middle Tennessee. We're located here in Middle Tennessee, and we are actually just east of Nashville. We do have a store. We really sell everything here on Facebook. I have people asked all the time, can you please put stuff out in the store? And I'm like, we do. Our store is actually full of thousands of records, but they're just not sorted, and they're in no particular order. You just got to come in and dig. And the reason we do that is for this reason right here. If we kept stuff in alphabetical order, whenever we have a show, it would be very boring because everything would be in alphabetical order. We keep them all mixed up in these bins and these crates. And for those that don't like that, and for those that don't watch on Facebook, then you're probably not going to be able to get any records from us. But if you don't mind watching Facebook here and there, I try to tell people just to tune in. I'm like, hey, if you tune in, you're going to see some pretty cool stuff night after night here on Facebook, like every night. No, just check some of the dates. There is some pretty recent. I was just kind of looking for good titles and keeping it a mix. I'm trying to condense some crates over here. I think we went through 6 crates of vintage, and everything can fit very easily into one here. So that's pretty remarkable, actually, the sale rate of vintage stuff tonight. And I have a new crate ready. Alrighty. So, let's update these auctions. Let's go through some stuff, and we're going to make this crate a buy it now best offer crate. So, on sale vintage coming up. Gone through a lot of vintage stuff tonight. Hadn't been through much new vinyl. Didn't have too much to show except for stuff that I've already shown. And let's go back up top here. So, a long time ago, in a land far away, Pete Weisgarber bid $45 on Bob Dylan. And I don't think anybody else bid. So I'm going to scroll through the comments. Sealed Bob Dylan, $45. If no one else has bid, when I get to the bottom, the very bottom, I'm going to sell it to Pete Weisgarber. And then Duran Duran has got lots of bids. We was at 30, then 35, and then 45 on Duran Duran. When's the last time y'all sold a Duran Duran's wedding album? I've never had that before. I've actually never had it. Duran Duran 36, Duran Duran 46, Duran Duran 50, Duran Duran 40, Indiana, Cookeville, Kansas City, Maryland, Ohio, Michigan, Illinois, North Carolina, Indiana, Nebraska, Kansas, Texas, Tennessee, upstate California, Texas, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Michigan, Terre Haute, Indiana. Hey, there's a lot of records made up there. Tennessee, Maryland, Tennessee, New Mexico, Connecticut, New York, Connecticut, Canada. There's a Canadian viewer. Louisiana, Kentucky, Georgia, Texas, Tennessee, New Mexico, Kansas, Mississippi, Michigan, North Carolina, Tennessee, Pennsylvania, Louisiana, South Carolina, Nebraska, Florida, Oklahoma, Washington, Duran Duran out, Duran Duran 51, Texas, Columbia, Delaware, Iowa. Was the John Denver Poems Prayer? That is already sold. Alabama, Massachusetts, West Virginia, Texas, Pennsylvania. Bob Dylan is sold to Pete Weisgarber for $45. And we have Duran Duran now on a final call. 52 with Ricky Layton that just came in. Also 52. Cold Kansas City. Are they playing that football game tonight? Are they playing in Kansas City tonight? Is that not tonight? They're supposed to play in Kansas City. It's supposed to be like negative 30 degrees. I'm like, oh my gosh, how do you even want to go out there? I'd be like, Coach, can we reschedule? All right, it's time for another White Snake. We bet on the last White Snake, I think, for 45 minutes. So this is White Snake, Slip of the Tongue. White Snake is a 1989 USOG with hop sticker, saw mark on the top left, saw mark on top left. Let's do a $65 start. $65 start. They're still bidding on Duran Duran. Let's go through some vintage stuff here. Everything in this band is technically going to be on sale. It's buy it now, best offer. So you can go ahead and claim it at the price I say, or you can go ahead and make an offer. Up to you. The Firm, what a nice copy to start out. Shrink wrap and hop sticker. The Firm, $26.99. Jimmy Page and Paul Rogers. The Firm has the original inner sleeve, $26.99. You can go ahead and buy these, or you can make an offer. There's The Firm, $26.99. $26.99. Already several bids on White Snake. Wow, we're off to a great start. Pink Floyd Animals, a Terre Haute press, Terre Haute, Indiana. VG copy, $29.99. Pink Floyd Animals. VG copy, $29.99 for Pink Floyd Animals. And Bryan Adams, you want it, you got it. VG, $9.99. Bryan Adams, you want it, you got it. That's VG for $9.99. And Faces, a nod is as good as a wink. Rod Stewart and Faces, EX condition, $29.99. Featuring the classic, Stay With Me. Original green label, $29.99. All right. White Snake was at 85, the last thing I said. And Duran Duran was at 53 with Tammy Cleveland. She came in first. Scott Ham was second. So Duran Duran was at 53. White Snake was at 85. And the first person to claim the Firm was George Buchanan. George Buchanan got the Firm. Ricky Layton, you were second on the Firm. White Snake, 80. I think we already had an $85 bid. We did. Matt Barnhill on the Animals Pink Floyd. Jeff Williams, you were third on the Firm. Calvin Ward, you were fourth. Jason, second on Pink Floyd. Travis, third. White Snake, 95. Kelly Cook on Bryan Adams. Trevor Melsha offered 25 for Faces. Jeff Williams claimed it at sticker price. Jeff, you're first, though. Trevor, you're first. If you want it for $29.99, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Jeff Williams. So that's either going to be sold to Trevor at sticker or Jeff Williams at sticker. Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde. A vintage copy, second label, VG condition, $26.99. Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde. That's a 70s press. VG condition, $26.99. The Stylistics, let's put it all together. The Stylistics is VG plus condition, $9.99. $9.99 on Avco 1974. Boy, Tanner, what are you warming up over there? Ravioli? That has funked up the room, to be honest with you. We have Duran Duran, a new bid of 55 with Ricky Layton. Ricky Layton has that for $55. That's the high bid. Whitesnake has a high bid of 100 with Calvin Ward. Now 105 with Chase Arnold. Trevor's going to Trevor passes, Tanner. He passes at the sticker price, so sell that to Jeff Williams for $29.99, which is sticker. Next is Wolves Council gets Stylistics. Classic Bob Dylan there. I agree. That is still available. Peter Frampton, I'm in you. VG condition, $9.99. Emmylou Harris, Elite Hotel. VG Plus condition, $9.99. Emmylou, VG Plus, $9.99. Bob Seeger, 9 tonight. Bob Seeger is in VG condition, $12.99. Bob Seeger, that is VG, $12.99. And Bob Seeger, Live Bullet, VG, $12.99. Back-to-back live Bob Seegers, and they're both $12.99. They're both in VG condition. Janis Joplin, Pearl, $34.99. No condition notes on the vinyl. Decently nice cover, VG Plus, and very nice vinyl, as in very, very nice vinyl. $34.99 on that. Okay, so let's get an update again on Whitesnake. Chase Arnold has the high bid at 105. That's a final call. Chase Arnold, slip of the tongue. OG does have a saw mark, does have a hot sticker, 105. Duran recently got a bid. Tammy Cleveland bid 56. Kelly Cook, you're first on Bob Seeger. Let me know if you want 9 tonight, Live Bullet, or you can have both of them. If you pass on 9 tonight, Tom Sullivan wants it. Those are pending to Kelly Cook. Jackson Brown, the Pretender, in shrink wrap, VG condition vinyl, $9.99. The Pretender, VG, $9.99. Kelly Cook wants both. Both Bob Seegers, so to Kelly Cook. Kelly Cook. We have Television's Greatest Hits, 65 TV theme songs, $19.99. Television's Greatest Hits, $19.99. Steve Lackey getting the classic Jackson Brown, The Pretender. That's sold to Steve. The World of Tony Orlando and Don, $14.99. Tony Orlando and Don. And Subject, Aldo Nova. This is $19.99. Whitesnake, that means when I get to the bottom, Chase has it for 105 if there's not any new bids. We was at 56 on Duran, but that just got a new bid for $60. Steve got Jackson Brown, Debbie second, Joanna third. Jane Fink offered 15 for the TV record. Jane, I'm going to go ahead and sell that too. That's the first time it was an actual offer, I think, in the bin. Jane Fink gets that for $15. Eagles on the Border, $34.99. I think this is the third copy we've had tonight, and we sold the other two. This says Sterling LH, which is Lee Holko. Those are usually pretty good mastering. This is a Terre Haute pressing, OG, $34.99. I have got to the bottom, and Ricky Layton has bid $106 on Whitesnake. Chase Arnold, 3 more seconds, and you would have got that. Ricky Layton has bid $106, and Ricky Layton also has the high bid on Duran at $60. Chase is right back in at $110. Ricky Layton, you're out. Dennis Jackson offered $15 for JJ. If that's for Janis Joplin, we're a little bit too far apart on that one. $30 on Janis Joplin. Moody Blue by Elvis. Blue vinyl, $32.99. $32.99. Brian Ferry, Let's Stick Together. $24.99 for Brian Ferry, Let's Stick Together. The Honey Drippers Volume 1, $24.99. The Honey Drippers, speaking of Page and Plant. The Honey Drippers, $24.99. Final call on Whitesnake. I'm about to sell it for $110, and I'm about to sell Duran for $60 to Ricky Layton. And of course, Ricky, you're outbid on Whitesnake. We have Paul Rodriguez. You're in America. Now speak Spanish, $14.99. Paul Rodriguez, $14.99. We have Jackson first on Honey Drippers. Jeff Williams second. Debbie Winstead, you were third. Also, the chilling, thrilling sounds of the Haunted House. An original. Disney. Very nice vinyl. $34.99. The chilling, thrilling sounds of the Haunted House. The Buddy Rich Big Band. Big Swing Face, $19.99 for Buddy Rich, $19.99. Joanne Epperson on Haunted House. All right, Whitesnake is sold to Chase Arnold for $110, and Duran is sold. Chase Arnold gets the Whitesnake for $110, and the Duran is sold to Ricky Layton for $60. Those are sold. Joanne got Haunted House. Kevin LeBady wants the Janis Joplin. That is sold to Kevin for $30. I'm assuming Dennis Jackson's passing. Kevin gets that for $30 if Dennis passes. And we have the Cars, Heartbeat City. No condition notes on that. $34.99. And the Cars, Door to Door. Back-to-back Cars albums. Heartbeat City and Door to Door. They're both $34.99. It's time for some new auctions. How about Devo and how about the Eagles? Greatest Hits Volume 2. Let's put these up for auction. Devo, very interesting here. A 1985 USOG. It does have a saw mark right here. It has the hop sticker. It is perfectly sealed. $45 start on Devo. Sealed with the hop sticker. $45 start on Devo. And Eagles. Eagles is a 1982 US Club, a Columbia house. $45 start on this as well. It is sealed. It's not going to have any saw marks or punch holes because it's a club. It does have a crease right here in the back corner. It looks because like the shrink wrap is really tight on it. If this is one you're going to open to listen to, you might want to take the shrink wrap either off right there or completely off. It is very tight on the album. It's probably why there's a crease right there. It is sealed though. $45 start on that. Okay, back up to the top. So Kevin LeBady, Dennis Jackson never did say pass, but go ahead and give that to Kevin then. The Janis Joplin for $30. Tom Sullivan wants door to door, and Jackson says he needs to pass on HD. If that's the Honey Drippers, then give that to Jeff Williams. Jackson's passing, so give that to Jeff Williams then. Continuing, the Cars Shake It Up, $26.99 for the Cars Shake It Up, original inner sleeve, $26.99. Devo's a $45 start, and so is the Eagles. No bids right now. We have Spade Cooley and Tex Williams Collector Series, $9.99. George Jones and Tammy Wynette Encore, $9.99. The Glenn Campbell album, $9.99. Also, Captain and Tennille's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Captain and Tennille's Greatest Hits, $9.99. I want to make sure the feed's working. Everything's slowed down a little bit. Test 1, 2. Is everybody awake? Who needs a drink of Monster? I'm about ready to go open another one. This one's gotten almost room temperature. I'm going to take a drink and probably go put it in the refrigerator over here while I get a bottle of water. As of right now, I don't see a bid on these auctions. I'm going to make them a buy now pretty quickly. If no one bids, I'm going to step over here and grab a bottle of water. Definitely need one of those. I've had a little bit too much tea and lemonade Monster mix, to be honest with you. What's these 45s over here? I think I got some 45s over here I hadn't shown in a long time. Let me bring this a little bit closer to me. Also, I got some Funkos. I got Indiana Jones, Aretha Franklin, Luke Skywalker, Kramer, Newman, Bon Scott from AC/DC, Sonny Clorione, Queen Elizabeth. I got The Rock, Stone Cold Steve Austin, I think. Got some Pokemon, some Power Rangers. Anybody need any Funkos? And let's go over here. And I see some pretty cool 45s in here. Let me keep them right over here where I can get them a little bit easier. Balancing act. All right. So, Tammy. Jane Fink bid 7 on Tammy Wynette. Let me figure out where that was. Sell that to Jane Fink for $7. Debbie Winstead gets Captain and Tennille. That's so to Debbie Winstead. And we have an Eagles as a $45 buy it now. No bid, $45 buy it now. And Devo is a $45 buy it now. That is called Shout. Those are both $45 buy it nows. Next is Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits, $26.99. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits, super clean copy, $26.99. And Sounds Like Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass, $19.99. Herb Albert. Also, Fame, Rock and Roll World. Fame is $19.99. Both auctions are sold. Jeff Williams gets the Eagles for $45. We have Wolf Council gets Devo for $45. Eric Gooden wants a Bon Scott Funko. Does anybody else want one? What else do I have over there? Indiana Jones. I got the Megadeth Funko. I'm going to put an auction up for bid known as the Clash Combat Rock. Excuse me. I definitely need some water. And I think there's another Dockin in here. Is there another Dockin in here? Let's see. I have New Order, Moody Blues, Dockin. Yep. Under lock and key. Whoa. Okay. So we have the Clash Combat Rock. Candace wrote her name on the cover, but this is a 1982 Carlton press with the first label. 1982 Carlton press with the first custom label. So I'm pretty sure this was the first custom label, the first pressing for this album, Combat Rock. 82 OG, Rock the Casbah. Should I stay or should I go? Combat Rock, original inner sleeve, $45 start. This does have some writing on the cover. We'll call that VG Plus. Super nice vinyl and original inner sleeve. There's the Clash, 35, 45. I'm not for sure what I just said. I'll take either one. And Dokken is a 1985 USOG. Dokken is a 1985 USOG, perfectly sealed, as in no saw marks, no punch holes, no cutouts. $55 start. $55 start. Next is Jane Fink said she'd give $20 for Alice Cooper. I'm going to go ahead and sell that, the Jane Fink, for $20. I don't have a Marilyn Monroe Funko. Fred Carnell was second on Devo. Tammy asked how much Alice Cooper was. I've already sold it for $20. We have a request for new order, and we have a request for Megadeth. Any of the Megadeth or any of the Funkos I've mentioned are $14.99. I have a Bon Scott Funko here. I have a Dude Love, also known as Mankind, also known as, what's his other name? Snoop Dogg. I bet somebody needs a Snoop Dogg. Let me just bring these three over. Vic Rattlehead is the Megadeth, which looks like the cover of Rust in Peace. $14.99. Cactus Jack, that's the other one. Thank you. Snoop Dogg, $14.99. And Eric wanted a Bon Scott, and I think this is our last Bon Scott. We sold an entire factory case of these, it looks like. I don't see any more Bon Scotts. I think that was it. That's the last Bon Scott, AC/DC. I will look for some more. There's somebody else just commented they want one. I'm looking across the room on our Funko wall. I don't see another one though, Tanner. Another Bon Scott. If not, there may be one over there. I don't think we have another one. Wow. We've sold a bunch of those. I don't see any more. I got plenty of Megadeth. I've almost sold a whole case of those though. I got about 6 Megadeths left. We started with 36. Okay, back to the bin. Next was Krista. Said she'll take the Megadeth. John, I got you second on Bon Scott, but I don't think I have another one. And Tammy Cleveland also wants a Megadeth. Orlando's at $35 on the Clash. Nobody has bid on Dokken. Final call for a $65 start. Tammy also wants a Megadeth. Clash has a $35 bid. Dream Police, $19.99 for the Dream Police. $19.99. What a nice copy. Gatefold, super clean, $19.99. We have Diodato in concert. That is $9.99. Get the Knack, $14.99. Forget the Knack, My Sharona, $14.99. And ZZ Hill, The Rhythm and the Blues, $14.99. Ricky, if you want to bid on Dokken, make sure you put Dokken and then the bid you want to place. Because right now, I have no bids on it, even though you've commented Dokken twice. Next is Pamela Yeager, commented DP for, I'm not for sure. Pamela, let me know what that was. So we sold 2 Megadeths, and we have, this was actually a non-payment. I can't get this one anymore. George Clinton from Parliament and Funkadelic. I've got one of those left for $14.99. All right, so back up to the top. Orlando Martinez is the only bidder on Clash at $35. Tammy Lee Cleveland got a Megadeth. So did Krista Calorie. Pamela, let me know what the DP comment was for. Dokken is at $55. Dokken's at $75. Jane Fink offered $9 for the Knack. Sell that to Jane Fink for $9. Is there a Barbara Streisand Funko? Not to my knowledge. Fred Carnell wants Cheap Trick. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Dokken's at $45, but we already have a $75 bid. We already have a $75 bid. That was for Dream Police. So actually, the Dream Police right here in front of me. Usually people comment CT. That's what threw me off. This is actually sold to Pamela Yeager. She was first. And then Jane Fink got the Knack for $9. High bid on Dokken is now $80. Brian C. wants Diodato. Put down John Gollin for a Bon Scott. We may find another one. We may find another one, or we might can order another one. So, okay, and Brian C. gets Diodato. Back to the bin. I'm about to sell the Clash for $35. Toots in Memphis, $24.99. Toots in Memphis, $24.99. Buddy Rich in London. Buddy Rich recorded live at Ronnie Scott's, $19.99 on that. And Glenn Fry, Soul Searching. Glenn Fry, Soul Searching. Appears to be a very nice copy with the original inner sleeve. That is $19.99. Jackson's the new bidder on the Clash at $36. Ricky Layton has the high bid on Dokken at $80. $80. Kenny G live, $49.99. Everything in this bin is bought now best offer. Kenny G live is $49.99. Also Genesis, self-titled. Great album, $19.99. Original inner sleeve, super nice vinyl, $19.99 for Genesis, $19.99. Bread, Guitar Man. Bread is $9.99. Bread, Guitar Man, $9.99. The Clash, 36, 37, 38, 38, 38. Also, Barry Gordeau, that is from Boston, $19.99, $19.99. And Corey Hart, Boy in the Box, $19.99 for Corey Hart. Also, First Offense, which has his hit song, I Wear My Sunglasses at Night. Corey Hart is $19.99. I'm about to sell Dockin to Ricky Layton. There was like 3 other bidders. No one said out. Ricky has it for $80. It's a final call. Jackson's back in on the Clash at $39. Gloria Estefan, Let It Loose, $14.99 for Gloria Estefan. The Eagles' Greatest Hits, Volume 1, $34.99. The Eagles' Greatest Hits, Volume 1, $34.99. Travis Wade said CH, 20 for both. Corey Hart. Travis, these would be 15 and 15 if you want them. Either one, your pick. Jimmy Dawkins, All Blues, $39.99. Jimmy Dawkins, All Blues, $39.99. Dennis Jackson. Dennis, I'm not liking your offers too much. I'll have to pass at $10. We have Seals and Croft, one-on-one, VG Plus condition, $9.99. And Tommy the Who, VG Plus, $26.99. Tommy the Who, VG Plus condition, $26.99. That's on the MCA label. The Clash is at $39, and Cold Blood Thriller is VG Plus $19.99. I was waiting for the 4 other people to say out on Dockin. No one ever did, so I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Ricky Layton for $80. They're still bidding on the Clash. Jackson's at $39. Looks like there's 2 other bidders. Right now, Jackson has it for $39. Going once, going twice. Our next auction is Whitesnake Live in the heart of the city. Whitesnake is a 1987 U.S. club. It is a $45 start. This is a $45 start. This is a 1987 U.S. club. The shrink has a small tear on the back left, just right there. That's about the only problem with it. $45 start on that. $45 start on that. Court Gabot, the Corey Harts are 15 or 15. Your pick. 15 or 15, your pick on that. Permanently stated, John Fred. John Fred is VG Plus $9.99. Guilty, Jimmy Witherspoon and Eric Burden. That's VG Plus for $19.99. Creative Source. That looks interesting. Creative Source. VG condition, $14.99. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash is VG, $9.99. The Clash is sold to Jackson Bullock for $39. That is sold. Whitesnake is a $45 start, going once, going twice before I make it a buy it now. And Double Dynamite, Sam and Dave. That's actually a UK pressing. VG condition, $19.99. On stacks, Double Dynamite, VG condition, $19.99. A UK pressing of Sam and Dave Double Dynamite. I'm just going to read some of the titles that's left in here. If anybody wants to make an offer, please let me know. I'm about to put up 2 new auctions, especially if no one bids on Whitesnake pretty soon. Here's what I have left. If you're curious of price or remember the price and you want to go ahead and make an offer, just let me know. We got Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde, Peter Frampton Menu, Emmylou Harris, The World of Tony Orlando and Don, Subject Out on Nova, Eagles on the Border, Elvis Moody Blue, Brian Ferry, Paul Rodriguez, Buddy Rich, The Cars, Glenn Campbell, I skipped over one. That was Spade Cooley and Tex Williams. Also Sounds Like Herb Albert, Fame, ZZ Hill, Toots in Memphis, Buddy Rich, Glenn Fry, Kenny G, Genesis, Bread, Barry Gordeau, Corey Hart, Gloria Estefan, Eagles, Jimmy Dawkins, Seals and Croft, The Tommy, Cold Blood Thriller, John Fred, Guilty, Creative Source, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and Sam and Dave. We have back up to the top. We have a buy it now. Nobody bid on Whitesnake. That's a $45 buy it now if anybody wants it. Whitesnake is a $45 buy it now. Wolves Council offered $15 for Sam and Dave. That's sold. Dennis Jackson said Jimmy, $10. And that is this one right here. Dennis Jackson, I'm going to pass. Next is Monica Harris on Bang Tango. Bang Tango. Now, the reason I'm passing, Dennis, is I'm seeing offers like 50 and 70% off. More of these are going to be like 20 and 25% off. Not ready to do like 80% off on these yet. Bang Tango, Monica Harris, I still have it for $33.99. Ian, Bob Dylan's in VG condition for $26.99. That's in VG condition for $26.99. Ron Duffield gets the Whitesnake for a $45 buy now. Josie Sink Bell was second. Bang Tango is available if anybody wants it. Let's put the new order up for auction. New orders up for auction, and so is the sealed copy of the Eagles Live. This is pretty cool. The Eagles Live and the George and Tammy sale. Yes, it did. Richard Johnson, Bang Tango. This is $33.99. It's new and sealed on red splatter vinyl. Bang Tango. And who asked about it? Monica Harris. If you don't want it, it looks like 4 other people do. So I would say you probably need to buy that. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know, and I'll try to order some for next week. I've only got 1 copy, and that's because someone didn't pay for it. Someone didn't pay for it. Did you do the outfield play deep? I will do that next, actually. I got some vintage stuff to go through. Let me introduce our next 2 auctions. The first one we have is New Order. Don't get this too often. New Order Technique. It's an '89 club pressing. Wow. Has the original under sleeve with it. $45 start. New Order Technique. $45 start. New Order Technique. Original under sleeve. Very nice jacket. New Order is a $45 start. $45 start. And the Eagles Live. What happened to the sticky on it? Must have just came off. Here it is. This is a $65 start. This is the Eagles Live. It is a 1980 USOG sealed. It is sealed, perfectly sealed. $65 start. That is USOG retail copy sealed. $65 start. James Zuppy's in, and we have a bid and a bid. Okay, John Fred, $6. Kelly, that will be $8 if you want it. Also, Monica wants Bang Tango, but she froze. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Monica, if you're back unfrozen, let me know for sure if you want Bang Tango. And then, if anybody else wants a Bang Tango for $33.99, I don't have them on hand, but if you want me to order you one, just comment Bang Tango like you're buying it right now, and I'm going to put you on a waiting list. That's so to Monica. And now Kelly gets John Fred for $8. That's $8. Now, I don't know if there's any other offers in here. If not, I missed them. If anybody wants to make an offer that's not 50% or more, then I'll highly consider it. I'm going to slide that right over here. That was a pretty good crate. We sold about half of it. I got another crate of vintage. But like I said, there's some stuff back here that I wanted to go through. I mentioned something called Play Deep by the Outfield. I want to go through that. I'm putting these back on the wall if nobody wants them. George Clinton and Snoop Dogg. George Clinton and Snoop Dogg. And let me play some Tetris here with some crates. Richard Johnson wants on the waiting list for Bang Tango. New Order is a U.S. club copy. U.S. club copy. New Order, we have a high bid of $55. The Eagles has a high bid of $65. This is the U.S. OG pressing, first press, textured cover. This is all embossed. It actually feels like the latch. It's indented there. $65 with James Zuppy, final call. New Order's at $55. Don't get a lot of New Order anything. All right, let's see what's in this bin of new vinyl here. We have, very quickly, Old Dominion, Memory Lane. That's a fairly recent release. Old Dominion, Memory Lane, $39.99. Last Armageddon, that's a Japanese video game soundtrack, $64.99. Legion Lee, Fairport Convention, $39.99. Lydia Lunch, Queen of Siam, $31.99 for Lydia Lunch. The Honey Drippers, there's a new copy, $19.99 for the Honey Drippers. The Chilling, Thrilling Sounds of the Haunted House, $33.99. Available on vinyl for the first time in decades, translucent smoke-colored vinyl. I've still got 3 of those. The Little Mermaid soundtrack, the most recent film, $31.99. Steve Miller, Fly Like an Eagle, $24.99. Space Ritual by Hawkwind, 50th Anniversary Edition, includes fold-out poster, $49.99 for Hawkwind Space Ritual, $49.99. New Order's at $60. The Eagles is at $66. Zuppy, you've been outbid on the Eagles. Debbie Winston wants the new Honey Drippers. That's so to Debbie Winston. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, $33.99. The Beatles Revolver, $36.99. The Beatles Rubber Soul, $36.99. Leonard Skinner, The Last Rebel, limited edition of 2000 on silver vinyl, $38.99. That album came out in 1993. It was well due a reissue, $38.99 for Leonard Skinner. We have Billy Joel, Piano Man, the 50th Anniversary Edition of the Piano Man, $31.99. America, $39.99 for America. That should be on gold vinyl. That's their debut album. Power Man 5000, Mega Kung Fu Radio, $38.99. Sparks, $39.99. That's a Friday Music colored vinyl pressing of Sparks self-titled. Also, Scream, music from the motion picture, $34.99 on Scream. And Christine McVie, her classic 1984 album remastered, $31.99. And another classic from Elton John, Tumbleweed Connection, $33.99. New orders at $75. The Eagles just got a new bid for $67. New order is a original club copy. The Eagles is a U.S. retail sealed copy, now at $68. Bruce Springsteen, Greetings from Asbury Park, $129.99. It's a MoFi one-step. MoFi one-step, $129.99. That's a MoFi one-step. We have Now Yearbook 78, $59.99. That's a 3 LP collection. It's all the greatest hits from 1978 on pink vinyl, $59.99. We have that same thing for 2000, 2001, $54.99. And we also have the same thing for 1973. That is $59.99. Now Yearbook 73. There's another 2000, 2001. We have 8 Mile, the soundtrack, $119.99. And there is Outfield Play Deep. Music on vinyl pressing, limited to 3,000 on purple marbled vinyl, $44.99. Your Love, All the Love, Say It Isn't So, $44.99. I Don't Need Her, 61 Seconds. That's the Outfield. I've got 4 copies of that left. And here's another classic. This is Gary Wright, The Dreamweaver. That should be on aqua or yellow colored vinyl, one of the two, $44.99. Love Is Alive, Let It Out, Can't Find the Judge, Made to Love You, great one, Power of Love, and of course, Dreamweaver, Much Higher, Feel For Me, that is $44.99. All right, so the last claim was Debbie Winston on the Honey Drippers. And then we had the Eagles at 67, then the Eagles at 68, New Order at 75, the Eagles at 70. Monica, you got Bang Tango. There should be 2 people on a waiting list. Jelana Ramirez wants an outfield. Scott Ham wants an outfield. And Tony Freeman wants an outfield. Tony, are you a first-time buyer? If so, thank you and welcome. There's 3 outfields sold. Jelana, Scott, Tony. Monica, you did get the Bang Tango. New orders at $65, but we already had a $75 bid. About 3 or 4 minutes ago, we already had a bid of $75 on new order. And now the Eagles has got a new bid of $71. 1 copy of the outfield left Play Deep. Tony, thank you. If you're a first-time buyer, make sure you send our Facebook page a message. We're actually sending you a message right now, but make sure you reply with your email address and mailing address. We're going to be on here tonight for, it's only 10 o'clock. We might be on here another hour. We might be on here another 2 hours selling records, and then we're going to do it again tonight or tomorrow, 7 to midnight or later. Sometimes Saturdays we go really late. Sometimes we do on Fridays too. We still got 217 people watching. It's 10 o'clock. We could be on here till 1 a.m., right, Tanner? Tanner says, who knows? 1 copy of the outfield left, and man, I hope everybody has a copy of this. These Friday music pressings sound incredible too. All right, so that had Old Dominion, Last Armageddon. We have Legion Leaf, Lydia Lunch, Haunted House, Little Mermaid, Steve Miller, Space Ritual, Motley Crue, Revolver, Rubber Soul, Leonard Skinner, Billy Joe, America, Power Man 5000, Sparks, Scream, Christine McVie, Elton John, Bruce Springsteen, Now Yearbook 78, Now 2000, 2001, Now Yearbook 73, 8 Mile, Outfield, and Gary Wright, The Dreamweaver. Rocky Erickson. Rocky Erickson is $33.99. And we have a new bid on the Eagles at 75. I hope we were done on the outfield. I've said about 4 times Cynthia was the high bidder at 75. No one else bid, so that's sold to Cynthia Herdren for $75. They're still bidding on the Eagles. The new high bid on that is $75. Actually, let me leave it right there. That is $75. Stephen Free's back in at 80. I'm going to put this crate back there. We sold 4 or 5 things out of there, counting the outfield. And I got another crate of vintage to go through, which is probably going to be a buy it now best offer bin. Now, the other night, I showed Ozzy Diary of a Madman. We sold both copies. Now, I have only 1 copy left, I think, of Blizzard of Oz. That's $39.99. It is on colored vinyl as well. That's $39.99. It's on colored vinyl as well. It's on colored vinyl as well. And I've got 2 copies of Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. Crazy Train, Mr. Crowley. That's Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. Tanner has got us a new crate of vintage stuff to go through. Let's do it. All right. Here we go. Somebody desperately needs these Ozzies. Monica, you got Bang Tango. Eagles is at $80. James Zupi, you're outbid. Let's get a new auction going. Let's get a new auction going. Let's do a sealed Dire Straits. I repeat, sealed Dire Straits. Their self-titled first album. Dire Straits. I'm looking at the information here. So it has a barcode. It should be an SRC pressing. $45 start. Sealed Dire Straits. Sultans of Swing. Self-titled album. So it's possibly a SRC repressing. $45 start. All right, let's go through some vintage. Everything in here is going to be buy it now, best offer. Buy it now, best offer. First record is Styx Cornerstone. VG condition, $9.99. Jackson Browne, The Pretender. It's a MoFi pressing, but it's in VG condition. VG cover, maybe VG minus, and the vinyl's VG. That's The Pretender. That's $19.99. $19.99. Stephen Freyu, let me know if you want back on the Eagles. You have been outbid. James Zupi has it for $81. Looking for a $45 start on Dire Straits. Michael Denner, The Great Pretender. That's $14.99. Michael Denner, The Great Pretender. Three Dog Night 1. That's in VG condition, $9.99. Tammy Cleveland gets the Rocky Erickson. Jason Anderson, if you want Styx, I'll do $8 on it. Christopher Morris wants a copy of Blizzard of Oz. That's so to Christopher Morris. If I can get these to stand up correctly. There was Three Dog Night. We have Blood, Rock, and Roll. Blood, Rock, and Roll in shrink wrap. The vinyl's in VG condition. $9.99 for Blood, Rock, and Roll. VG $9.99. Van Halen, $42.99. Their first album has the original inner sleeve. It's very nice vinyl. That is the second label. $42.99 for Van Halen, their self-titled debut. Chad Holder said he'd get $15 for Jackson Browne. That's sold to Chad for $15. The Eagles is sold to James Zupi for $81. If anybody wants Dire Straits, it's a no bid. It's a $45 buy it now on Dire Straits. $45 buy it now on that. John Barleycorn Must Die, VG copy for $9.99. John Barleycorn Must Die, VG $9.99. Blue Rodeo, that's EX condition $14.99. Diamond Mine, Blue Rodeo, EX condition $14.99. Kelly Bagwell takes Styx. If Jason Anderson doesn't want it for $8, then it's sold to Kelly for $8. We have the DJs. That's sealed, a 1986 Swedish import, sealed for $24.99. David Pinson gets the Van Halen for $35. That's sold to David. Neil Young, Comes a Time. VG condition, $14.99 for Neil Young, Comes a Time. VG condition, $14.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Brain Salad Surgery, $19.99. Jason says give Kelly the Styx for $8. Opeth, Watershed, a 2018 music on vinyl pressing. Opeth is $34.99. We have Pink Floyd, Umaguma, $44.99. We had one of those in New Arrivals tonight. Gentle My Mind, John Hartford. John Hartford's $14.99. Let's put up some new auctions. Glenn Fry, No Fun Allowed, is going up for auction, and so is Peter Gabriel. We have a 1983 U.S. reissue. It's unsure of the pressing without opening it. This is going to be a $45 start on Peter Gabriel, The Melt album. It has one tear in the shrink wrap there. That is a $45 start on Peter Gabriel. Next is Glenn Fry, No Fun Allowed. Glenn Fry is a 1982 U.S. original. It's going to be a $25 start. $25 start. That's sealed, and so is Peter Gabriel. Those are now up for bid. $25 on Glenn Fry, $45 on Peter Gabriel. Back up at the top, we had Dire Straits, sealed, retail, no cuts. Dire Straits is sealed. It is a retail. It's not OG. That's where somebody cut out the price tag. There's the saw mark. It is a $45 buy now. It is a reissue of a barcode, early 80s pressing. The album came out in 78. That's probably an early 80s pressing. Jackson said he'd give $15 for Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Sell that to Jackson for $15. We also have James Thunderbird Davis, sealed, $16.99. Cedal, what's that say? Cedal Davis, the horror of it all. Cedal Davis is a 1988 U.S. pressing. It's on the Fat Possum label, $39.99. Final call to get a bid on Glenn Fry or Peter Gabriel. Looking for a $45 start on Peter Gabriel. Looking for a $25 start on Glenn Fry. What do we have here? Aha. This is Buffalo Springfield, for what it's worth, 4 different pressings. There's even a white label in there. 4 different unique pressings. It's not like it's 4 of the same copies. 4 different pressings, different pressing plants, different variants of Buffalo Springfield for what it's worth. $19.99. $19.99. There's an interesting package of 45s. Let me see what else I have in this crate here. Some interesting looking stuff in here. It's got some 45s here. We have Traffic, Walking in the Wind, a white label promo, $4.99 for Traffic. ABBA, Knowing Me, Knowing You. ABBA's also a promo copy for $4.99. And I have another Traffic promo, another Traffic, Glad Part 1 and Glad Part 1 double-sided promo, $4.99. Michael Ruttman wants Blood Rock and Roll. That goes right back here to Michael Ruttman, Blood Rock and Roll. Jeff Williams bid $25 on Glenn Fry. Final call to Jeff Williams for $25. Also, Shakedown first on ABBA. Shakedown first on ABBA. I'll put that right there. Jane Fink was second. Davey Winston third. Tony Freeman. So that leaves Traffic, and the 4 different Buffalo Springfields. Those are all sold. Tammy, you were 5th on ABBA. We have Ronnie Hawkins, The Hawk and the Rock, recorded live in the UK. Ronnie Hawkins is sealed, $17.99. Everything in this bin is buy it now best offer. Keith Cardine, I'm Easy, VG Plus $9.99. Bloomfield, Harris, that is Michael Bloomfield and Woody Harris. It's a 1979 UK pressing, $19.99. We have David Blue, Cupid's Arrow. David Blue's also white label promo, $14.99. Jeff Williams gets the Glenn Fry for $25. If anybody wants Peter Gabriel, it's a $45 buy it now, and so is Dire Straits. We got 2 sealed auctions that did not get bids that are still available. Dire Straits and Peter Gabriel, $45 and $45. $45 and $45. Those are available. And let's show a few more. I'll put up some new auctions. Dawes, Stories Don't End. Dawes is sealed, $29.99. Sealed $29.99. Dawes stripped down at Grimey's. That is $59.99. Dawes stripped down at Grimey's. Also, Dawes Passwords. That is mostly sealed. It's a Barnes & Noble exclusive on pink vinyl, and it's autographed. $59.99. Dawes, that's $59.99 as well. We have another copy of Bombdell and Blonde on Blonde. No condition notes on this one. Cover looks pretty similar. That one's $49.99. And Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy, $34.99. Werewolves of London, Lawyers, Guns, and Money. That's a very clean copy. $34.99 on that. Let me see what else I have over here in this box of 45s. We have the Batman theme, a test pressing. The Batman theme by LaBert Ellis and on A&M Records. It's a test pressing. The B-side was Dancing in the Streets. Test pressing, $39.99. We have Tower of Power, We Came to Play. Tower of Power is a white label promo for $4.99. And Genesis Invisible Touch, $6.99. Genesis Invisible Touch, $6.99. Genesis, Tower of Power, and the Batman theme, test pressing, $39.99. Ricky, I will go back through the black, well, everything's been condensed. I don't know which crate maybe you're talking about. I'll try to do a vintage recap, but it's going to be later. We've kind of moved on to this crate right here. For me to go backwards, it will have to be a little bit later in the show. Justin Chase gets Warren Zevon. That's sold to Justin Chase. Sean Jones wants to know that the Cedal Davis sale, it is still available. Cedal Davis, Sean Jones, it was $39.99. No condition notes. Super nice. Fat Possum, and that is $39.99. Court Gabot wants the Batman theme. That is sold to Court Gabot. That's the 45. The Batman theme. Genesis is still available with the picture sleeve. The Swingin' Moods of Nat King Cole. Nat King Cole was $19.99. We have Al Stewart, past, present, and future. Al Stewart is $9.99. Wow, Kiss, Unmasked. What's that doing in there? A 1980 German pressing. When in the world did we not sell a Kiss record? Unmasked, a German pressing from 1980, $39.99. $39.99. Barefoot Jerry, Watching TV, $19.99. I forgot about the auction block over here. I still got a sealed Fleetwood Mac. I've got a sealed Fleetwood Mac, and I've got a sealed Best of Aretha Franklin. Some cool records here going up for auction. This is the Best of Aretha Franklin. This is a 1984 US OG, the Best of Aretha Franklin. It has a $35 start. The Best of Aretha Franklin. It's a super... Check out this track listing. Chain of Fools. You Make Me Feel Like a Natural Woman. Think. You Better Think. Respect. I Never Loved a Man the Way I Love You. Save Me. That is a $35 start on the Best of Aretha Franklin. Sealed. Fleetwood Mac Live. Fleetwood Mac is a 1980 US OG. We cannot confirm the exact pressing plant because it's sealed. and that is going to be a $45 start. Sealed Fleetwood Mac Live, $45 start. Next is Trevor Melsha, first on the Kiss. Jamie McCord, second. Jason Anderson, third. We have Gary Stewart, brand new. Gary Stewart is sealed, $19.99. Deep Purple Burn is $29.99. Deep Purple Burn, that's a Friday music pressing on 180 gram, $29.99. We have bids on Fleetwood Mac for $45 and $50. We have Genesis, and then there were three. This is a half-speed master, a 2015 half-speed master. Genesis is $19.99. Fresh Cream, a 2015 pressing, near mint minus, very nice. Cream's debut album, 180 gram, $19.99. And At the Drive-In is a 2012 US pressing, and that is $59.99. Everything in this bin is buy it now, best offer. Don't hesitate to make an offer. Ban on the Run. Wow, a nice vintage copy. EX condition, $22.99. This is Ban on the Run. EX condition, $22.99. Justin Paris said Neil Young and Buffalo Springfield for $20. Now, which ones are you talking about? Debbie Winstead on Cream. That is sold to Debbie Winstead. That was Cream, Fresh Cream, sold to Debbie Winstead. We have At the Drive-In. John Martinez said he'd give $35. John, my best price on that right now would be an even $50 if you want it. Jane Fink offered $18 for Ban on the Run. Jane Fink, I'm at $25 on Ban on the Run. Final call on Fleetwood Mac, Krista Calorie. Let me know if you want back in. We have a final call of Mike Miles at $50. No one's bid on Aretha Franklin, looking for a $35 start. We have U2, The Unforgettable Fire. Does have some cover damage, $29.99 for U2, The Unforgettable Fire. Very clean vinyl. Does have a couple spots of damage on that. Jane, if you don't want Ban on the Run for $25, Jamie Butler. That's either sold to Jane Fink for $25 or Jamie Butler for $25. Martha and the Vandellas Dance Party. Nice. VG Plus condition, $49.99, a 65 mono, Dancing in the Street, and that is $49.99, 65 mono. Jane passes, so that's something sold to Jamie Butler for $25. Gene Vincent Memorial Album, that's $24.99, and we have Hawkwind, Cork, Strangest, and Charm, and that is $49.99. The Fleetwood Mac is a final call, and that is... we was at $50 with Mike Miles. $50 of Mike Miles. Buffalo, 4 singles, and there should be a Neil Young further back in the crate. Okay, so Neil Young is $14.99, and these were $19.99. I will do $15 and $10, $25 on those, Justin Parrish. $25, which would be $15 and $10. $15 and $10, if he says yes. Thomas Hujar wants Hawkwind. Sean Jones gets Cedal Davis for $35. I love offers, especially when they're very fair, and I can go ahead and sell them and then keep going. Cedal Davis is sold to Sean Jones for $35. Michael Nass back in on Fleetwood Mac at $55. Young Americans, David Bowie. No condition notes on this, $34.99. Young Americans, original tan label, $34.99. John Gollin offered $25 for Martha and the Vandellas. John, I need about $20 more than that for $45. This was Redbone, Message from a Drum. Redbone is $24.99. And we have Peter Tosh, $34.99. Peter Tosh, Legalize It, $34.99. An OG copy, $34.99. So, I thought Ban was $22. Ban on the Run was $27.99. I told her $25. And if you want it, it's yours. Justin Paris said he'll do it. So, Tanner, that was 10 on Neil Young and 15 on the Buffalo Springfield 45s. We have a new bid of Fleetwood Mac at 56. We have Led Zeppelin, $44.99. This is a club copy of Led Zeppelin 4. It is a Columbia House, Led Zeppelin 4, $44.99. Chip Hall wants RB. That was for Redbone. That's sold to Chip Hall as sticker. And we have Blackfield 4, $19.99, a 2013 German pressing. That is $19.99. If anybody wants Aretha Franklin, she's a $35 buy it now. The best of Aretha Franklin, sealed. High bid on Fleetwood Mac is $60. High bid on Fleetwood Mac is $60. It's Drive at the End, colored vinyl pressing, yellow. There's a batch of albums right here that I'm like, man, I can't believe these hadn't sold, nor have we got together with anybody on the price. At the Drive-In, Via is on white colored vinyl, and I said I'd do $50 on that. What was the RN condition? What was RN, and I will let you know. RB, Redbone. Redbone, Chip Hall, there was no condition notes on it. No condition notes. Scott Sneed gets Blackfield at sticker price. That is sold to Scott Sneed, Blackfield. We have the Notorious Bird Brothers, $24.99. The Notorious Birds Brothers, $24.99. The Birds, $24.99. And we have Margot Price in Perfectly Imperfect of, what does that say? Imperfect at the Ryman. Perfectly Imperfect at the Ryman, $26.99. Clear of red splatter, $26.99. $26.99. Jamie Butler said he'll keep the Band on the Run for $25. We have Fleetwood Mac Live. Fleetwood Mac Live. That is a sealed U.S. original. This is a sealed U.S. original. Fleetwood Mac. 1980. 1980 U.S. original. The high bid right now is Michael Nath at $60. No saw marks, no cut holes, no punch holes, no cut holes, no saw marks, no cutouts, nothing. Final call for $60. Jay Giles Bloodshot, $21.99 for Jay Giles Bloodshot. $21.99. Mike's back in on Fleetwood Mac at $65. And Savatage in the Dream. That's a 12-inch single from 1985. $29.99 for Savatage. Let's go ahead and put up another album. How about Gloria Estefan? This is Gloria Estefan and the Miami Sound Machine. And this is sealed. This is sealed with hop sticker. The Monster Hits of Summer has two hop stickers. The Monster Hits of Summer and the original hop sticker. And this is a 1987 USOG. It's a USOG. And it has no cut holes, no punch holes. $15 start. $15 start. $15 start on that. Okay, back down to the bottom. We had Fleetwood Mac at 65, Fleetwood Mac at 62, Fleetwood Mac at 68, Fleetwood Mac at 70, Fleetwood Mac at 75, Adrian Belew, Lone Rhino, $19.99 on Adrian Belew, and Dewey Friedman or Dewey Redman, Coincidence. Dewey Redman is $34.99. James Bragg says he'll take the Aretha, and that was the Aretha Buy It Now for $35. That's sold to James Bragg for $35. Now we have Romelu on GE for $20. GE for $20. I'll wait for that. That's the auction. Gloria Estefan. That's a bid. We have Frank Zappa, $34.99. This is Overnight Sensation. Frank Zappa, Overnight Sensation, $34.99. Fleetwood Mac's now at $110. We have Elephant's Memory, Songs from Midnight Cowboy, $26.99. That's in shrink wrap. And we have Getz and Gilberto, $36.99. Getz and Gilberto, $36.99. That's the Black Verve label, $36.99. The Neil Young album is called Comes a Time. If anybody's a first-time buyer or you hadn't bought in a while, make sure you contact our page. We need your email address and your mailing address if you're a first-time buyer. Email address and mailing address, $7 in limited shipping. If you're watching late right now with us, we're going through discount stuff. I'm going to go through this again, and everything got really confusing there for a second. Comments were out of order. People were asking for this, asking for that. I'm going to go through this batch right here especially one more time, and I think there's some stuff in here you want and need, because there is like, wow, I can't believe this is still in there. Can't believe no one's making an offer. And then a couple of things got skipped over because I had some like really, really, really low offers. So one thing I'll say is I'm negotiable on everything, but if something's marked, $59.99 and you offer 10, I'm probably just going to skip over that. Now, if it's $59.99 and you offer 45, I'll probably say yes, or I'll at least counter. If they're half off or more, they'll be in a half off bin. These are on average probably about 20 or 25% off. These are fairly new pressings. These were priced in November, so we've only had them cut out for sale for a couple of months. Moby Grape, let's still got a few more in here. Moby Grape is $29.99. It does have the airbrush middle finger, but that's $29.99 for Moby Grape. And we have Albert Collins Ice Picking, $24.99 for Albert Collins. And Walter Egan, The Last Stroh. Walter Egan is $9.99. All right, so Fleetwood Mac, we got to 120 with James Bragg. Mike Miles, you are outbid, Mike Miles. You are outbid. If you want back in, now is the time, Mike Miles. Now is the time. I'm about to sell James Bragg. Gloria Estefan just got a new bid for 21. And now we have two questions. James Bragg wants to know if Opeth is still available. And Tom Sullivan also asked if Opeth is still available. Opeth is still available. That's one of those I was like, man, figured somebody would at least make an offer on it. Opeth is in here. Let me find it. Opeth, Opeth, Opeth. Opeth, Opeth, Opeth. Where are you, Opeth? right here. James Bragg, it's $34.99. Tom Sullivan's $34.99. That's still available. We have Michael Nath also asked the details on David Bowie, Young Americans. David Bowie is $34.99. It's a textured cover, OG, about VG Plus. It shows a little bit of signs of wear. Tan label, $34.99. $34.99. Romulo's backing on Gloria Estefan at $25. James Bragg gets Opeth, that sticker. That's sold to James Bragg at Opeth on sticker. Michael Nath takes David Bowie. David Bowie was OG label. Very nice copy. Okay, so we have Fleetwood Mac Live. Fleetwood Mac Live is at $120 with James Bragg. Mike Miles bid $125. James Bragg, you're out. So $125 on that. Gloria Estefan's at $25. All right, let's recap this bin. Start from the back here. We did take a chunk out of it. First, I got some 45s over here that I have not shown in a while. And let's see what we have here. Got some pretty interesting looking 45s. These are all first come, first serve. We have Whitney. Didn't we almost have it all? Whitney's in VG Plus condition. Whitney Houston, $4.99. The Small Faces, Itchy Park. That's a 2012 Record Store Day. A classic, $9.99. We have John Oates, Stone Cold Love, Close, Record Store Day on lemon lime colored vinyl, $4.99. And the Chris Robertson Brotherhood, a 2012 Record Store Day, $24.99. Chris Robertson Brotherhood, blue suede shoes and Girl I Love You, $24.99. So Chris Robinson, John Oates, Small Faces, and Whitney Houston, those are all available. New bid on Fleetwood Macs at $135. Mike Miles, you're outbid. Who was the other bidder on Gloria Estefan? Scott Ham, you're out on Gloria Estefan. Romulo has that for $25. Next is Scott Fish wants SF for Small Faces. That's go to Scott Smith. And Jane Fink was second. Scott Ham wants John Oates. That leaves Chris Robinson Brotherhood and Whitney Houston. All right. Those are sold. Now, let's go through this bin again. Michael Denner, The Great Pretender, $14.99. Michael Denner, The Great Pretender, $14.99. Three Dog Night 1 is VG condition, $9.99. Three Dog Night. It's actually self-titled. I call it 1. It has 1 as the loneliest number on it. VG $9.99. Traffic, a classic. John Barleycorn Must Die. VG condition for $9.99. Blue Rodeo, Diamond Mine. Blue Rodeo is an EX condition. It's a 1989 Canadian pressing, $14.99. Fleetwood Mac is at $140, now $150. James Bragg is in on the Gloria Estefan. He's high bidder on both auctions, $30 and $150. The DJ, Seal, $24.99. A 1986 Swedish import. Also, Pink Floyd, Uma Guma, $44.99. Pink Floyd, Uma Guma, $44.99. That's a U.S. label, indicative of the original pressing. Tom Sullivan wants Traffic for $7. Sell that to Tom Sullivan for $7. Gentle on My Mind and Other Originals by John Hartford. John Hartford, $14.99, orange RCA label. Mike Miles, you're outbid on Fleetwood Mac. James Bragg has it for $150. Romulo's back in, though, on Gloria Estefan for $32. Blade Singletary offered $10 for BR. Blue Rodeo, I'll go ahead and sell that for $10. Mike Miles is at $155 on Fleetwood Mac. James Thunderbird Davis, checkout time. That is sealed for $16.99. James Thunderbird Davis, sealed for $16.99. Chris B. Jack gets to John Hartford. That is sold to Chris B. Jack. James Bragg's back in on Gloria Estefan for $34. And Fleetwood Mac is got a new bid for $155. Now $175. Mike Miles says he's out. James Bragg has the sealed Fleetwood Mac at $175. Ronnie Hawkins, The Hawk and the Rock, live, UK, 1982. That is sealed, unopened for $17.99. Keith Cardine, I'm Easy, VG Plus $9.99. Romulo's back in on the sealed Gloria Estefan. OG pressing, has both hype stickers on it. That's at $35 now. Michael Bloomfield and Woody Harris, it's a 1979 UK pressing for $19.99. Bloomfield Harris. David Blue, Cupid's Arrow, a white label promo, $14.99. And Dawes, Stories Don't End. Dawes is sealed. It's unopened. It's a 2013 U.S. pressing for $29.99. Gloria Estefan's at $40 with James Bragg. Dawes, Stripped Down at Grimey's. That's a live album recorded right down the road in Nashville. A 2013 Record Store Day. 2013 Record Store Day, $59.99. Glory is now at $40. James Bragg gets the Fleetwood Mac for $175. That's sold to James Bragg. Gloria Estefan is now at $41 with Rami Lou. And we have Dawes Passwords. That is mostly sealed, meaning there's a tear in the shrink wrap, but it's autographed. It's got 4 signatures on it. It is autographed. It is mostly sealed, $59.99. Patrick looks like he's trying to make an offer on Dawes, or at least claim one. Patrick, let me know exactly. Michael Nath is offering $15 on Bloomfield. Sell that to Michael Nath. Blade Singletary offered $12 for Ronnie Hawkins. I will sell that to Blade Singletary for $12. What's the price on Thunderbird? Thunderbird. James Thunderbird Davis is sealed, $16.99. Gloria Estefan is now at $65. Let's put up another auction. I have up for auction a sealed copy of Aretha Franklin. Aretha Franklin. This is a 1984. A 1984 USOG Aretha Franklin. Let's take a look at it. It's a USOG with hop sticker. $15 start. Has the hop sticker on it. Who's zooming who? $15 start on that. $15 start. Mike says I asked to show it again. I can show it to you, but actually if you already say out, if you're done bidding, then you can't bid again. I actually saw where he said show it again, but once you say you're done bidding, if you say out, you can't bid again. So future reference for anybody watching, if you say you're out, you can't bid again. But it was called Fleetwood Mac Live. It was a US 80, not US 1980 OG. Okay, James Bragg's at 65 and Gloria Estefan. And Patrick Dawes wants the first Dawes record, this one right here. So Mike, sorry about that. Just so you know now for future reference on that. Romulo's out on Gloria Estefan. James has it for $45. Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde. We call this a 70s pressing because the first label was on a Columbia 2i. This is on the standard 70s Columbia label. Nice vinyl though. We had a VG Plus copy earlier. This one does have a clip corner VG Plus cover because of so. And this is $49.99. And this is the gatefold Blonde on Blonde. $49.99. Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde. The Swingin' Moods of Nat King Cole, $19.99. That is $19.99. The Swingin' Moods of Nat King Cole. Al Stewart, Past, Present, and Future. Past, Present, and Future. That is $9.99. $9.99. Gloria Estefan is at $45. $45 on Gloria Estefan. Sealed, Let It Loose, Miami Sound Machine. $45 of James Bragg, final call. Joanna, if you're going to bid on Aretha Franklin, make sure you put 15 after your AF comment. Otherwise, I think maybe you're trying to buy it. If you're bidding, always make sure you put a numerical. 15, I think Joanna is about to bid. Next is Michael Ruttman says, Dire Straits sealed, would you do $40? And Tom Sullivan said, which Dire Straits? We have a sealed Dire Straits over here that no one bid $45 on, which I was completely shocked, almost passed out. It does have a barcode. It's an early 80s reissue. And Michael, I think I am going to sell that to you for $40. Sell that to Michael Ruckman for $40. I said take it, meaning let's see how far he would go. No point, I said I was out. I thought when you said take it, James, that means you're out. That's what we mean. I think that's usually what I mean by that. Or what, when people say that, I think that's what they mean, as in take it, James, as in, yeah, you're out. But Barefoot Jerry, watching TV, $19.99. Barefoot Jerry, watching TV. This is on the Monument label, $19.99 for Barefoot Jerry. Also, we have Gary Stewart, brand new. This is sealed, a 1988 pressing, sealed, $19.99. $18 bid on Aretha Franklin with Michael Nath, and Deep Purple Burn is a 2010 Friday Music pressing, $29.99. Deep Purple Burn, $29.99. Deep Purple Burn, $29.99. This is sold to James Bragg for $45. And let's see, we have Matt Hockman 12 on Thunderbird James. That is sold to Matt Hockman for $12. And Aretha Franklin is now at $20 with Joanna Usel. That is $20. We have Genesis, and then there were 3. That's a 2015 Half-Speed Master for $19.99 Genesis. So that's 180 gram pressing on Genesis. And U2, The Unforgettable Fire, is $29.99. Original inner sleeve, very clean vinyl. And does have some cover damage. Looks like some kind of discoloration or fading on the cover. And these are all in this bin are buy it now best offer. Michael Knapp says he's out on Aretha Franklin. Joanna has that for $20. Final call. And the only other auction that did not sell tonight was Peter Gabriel. And that is a $45 buy it now for Peter Gabriel. And that was a USOG. $45 buy it now on that. $45 buy it now on that. And Aretha Franklin is at $20. That's a final call. It is called Aretha Franklin, Who's Zooming Who. It is a US original. Does have a saw mark right here. Does have a hop sticker, and it's at $20, and that's a final call. Peter Gabriel. I'm going to grab another sealed auction over here. I just try to make sure on our language of bidding that everything's very clear. There's a couple rules. One of the first things is if you're bidding, try to keep up. There's some people that I think swipe off without saying out, and we can really speed up the process. And then also if you say out, I like to try to have a clear, like, I'm out. But sometimes there's other people that'll say stuff like, I'm good, pass it to James, or whatever it may be. I've had other people say stuff like that, and I take that as in you're out. So, and then the other thing was no bid retractions. We haven't had that in a while, but sometimes somebody will end up with a high bid and they're about to win it, and then they don't really want it, and then they retract their bid, and then we have to start it all over again because it gets really so. Usually, for the most part, bidding is pretty simple, but there is some snags sometimes, especially if we have a couple problems. We have U2 sold to Patrick Carter for $25. When we're really rolling, it can get really complicated. When I have 3 or 4 going and they're all getting multiple bids, and I was reaching for Aretha Franklin and a bid just came in. Jeff Williams is at $25. $25. I was about to sell it. Nobody wants Peter Gabriel. The next auction is sealed. This is Classics 4. I think this is really cool. It has the hop sticker, contains the hit single Stormy. And this is a 1968 U.S. original. A 1968 U.S. original, Mamas and Papas Soul Train, Classics 4. This is a $15 start. $15 start. This is Mamas and Papas Soul Train. It's not the Mamas and Papas. It's the Classics 4. That's the name of the group. It has the hop sticker, contains the hit single Stormy. And it is a $15 start. I like that. Maybe no one to bid. I'll put it back. I'll keep it if no one bids. I like hop stickers. $15 start on that. Aretha Franklin's at $25. Joanna says she's out. Continuing, we have Gene Vincent Memorial Album. This is a 1979 French pressing, $24.99. Gene Vincent Memorial Album, $24.99. $24.99. And Martha and the Vandellas Dance Party. This is a 65 mono pressing. There is some damage down here to this corner, but it's in VG Plus condition. It's already defined in general. It's not a bad copy. Dance Party, $49.99. Mike says he does not want to bid again. James, it is yours for $175. Mike says he does not want to bid again. So he says he's out and done. So you get it for $175. The hammer has been dropped on that one. Peter Tosh, Legalize It. $34.99 for Peter Tosh. Has the I'm about to say the original inner sleeve, but that's an Atlantic inner sleeve, which wouldn't be original because it's on Columbia. Peter Tosh, Legalize It, $34.99. $34.99. And we have Led Zeppelin. This is $44.99. $44.99. This is a club copy. This is Led Zeppelin 4. It's $44.99. And this is a club copy. It has a Rockefeller address, and that would be sometime in the late 70s club. $44.99. All right, Jeff Williams gets Aretha Franklin for $25. Dennis Jackson said JV for $15. JV. 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 Now, if you mean Gene Vincent, that's GV. I don't see a JV, but let me know. And then At the Drive-In Via, that's a 2012 pressing. 2012 pressing. That was $59.99. I already told somebody I would do $50 on it. It's on white vinyl. At the Drive-In. That's $50 if anybody wants it. It was marked $59.99. The Notorious Birds Brothers, $24.99. And we have Margot Price, Perfectly Imperfect at the Ryman, $26.99 for Margot Price. Classics 4 is a buy it now for $15 if anybody wants that. Classics 4 is a buy it now. Gene Vincent. Dennis Jackson, that would be $20 if you want it. Gene Vincent, $20 on that one. I think the last two auctions I have over here is a MoFi pressing and a sealed Commodores album. So we have Commodores. This is a $15 start. This is Commodores Heroes. It's a 1980 US OG pressing, and it doesn't have any saw marks. It does have a saw mark. Has a saw mark there, and that is a $15 start. Commodores Heroes. That is sealed. Also, a MoFi pressing. A MoFi pressing of the Moody Blues Days of Future Past. $75 start. It's a fantastic MoFi pressing of Moody Blues Days of Future Past. $75 start. Now up for bid. John Galling gets the Classics 4 for a $15 buy it now. Josie Sinkbell said Commodores 15. Sell this to Dennis Jackson for $18. Sell that to Dennis Jackson for $18. Jay Giles Band Bloodshot, $21.99. Savatage, In the Dream, a 12-inch single promo from Savatage, $29.99. Adrian Ballou, Lone Rhino, $19.99. And Dewey Redmond, Coincidence, $34.99. Jay Giles, 16. Kelly Bagwell, sell that to Kelly for $16. Commodores has a bid for $15, looking for a $75 start on the Days of Future Past. Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention, Overnight Sensation, $34.99. Kevin LeBady, $24 on Savatage. Sell that to Kevin for $24. Elephant's Memory, Midnight Cowboy, $26.99. Jets and Gilberto, Stan Jets and Joel Gilberto, $36.99 on that. Moby Grape is $29.99. That's on the second Columbia label. Albert Collins, Ice Pickin', $24.99. And Walter Egan, The Last Stroll, that is $9.99. Sell Josie Sinkbell the Zappa for $28. That's sold to Josie Sinkbell. David Hoy said DR22. DR22, and DR was for the Dewey Redman. Go ahead and sell that to David for $22. Tom Sullivan, yes, I forgot to tell you the price on Gary Stewart. Gary Stewart was sealed. It's called Brand New, $19.99. Brian C., 18 on Elephant's Memory. Sell that to Brian C. for $18. Joanna said $20 on AC. Albert Collins, sell that to Joanna for $20. Let's go ahead and sell the Commodores to Josie Sinkbell for $15. And if anybody wants the MoFi pressing on the Moody Blues, $75. MoFi pressing on the Moody Blues, $75 on that. That is Days of Future Past, the Moody Blues. Sell Gary Stewart to Tom Sullivan for $15. Let me see what else I have over here in the 45s. I have some other really cool looking stuff here. The first one is the Electric Prunes. I've got my way of my own. The Electric Prunes is a 2016 Record Store Day, $6.99. Also, Captain Beefheart and his Magic Band, Diddy Wah Diddy, Captain Beefheart, a 2016 Record Store Day, $16.99. And Alice Cooper is a 2016 Record Store Day, $24.99. That's Alice Cooper live from the AstroTurf. That is white vinyl, and it's numbered on the back. Alice Cooper. Blizzard of Oz. I have Blizzard of Oz. I have one left on colored vinyl. Yes, it's on splatter or colored vinyl. I can't remember which one. $39.99 for Blizzard of Oz. Kevin, I have that available. There's a few more Record Store Day 45s. The Electric Prunes, Captain Beefheart, and Alice Cooper. Those are available. Very, very cool. All right, let's keep going. Kevin says he'll take the Blizzard of Oz. I guess I did sell one. That leaves one unless there's another one over here. Alice Cooper was $24.99. Alice Cooper, $24.99. Dennis Jackson wants BF. If that's for Beefheart, then sell that to Dennis Jackson. Alice Cooper's $24.99, and the Electric Prunes was $6.99. Okay, I think it's time for a new crate. Let me condense this with this other one over here so I can remember where those came from. Let me see here. That came from the bin over there, didn't it? Yeah, these came from the bin, and these came from the bin, I'm pretty sure. Shock G wants the Alice Cooper. That's sold to Shock G. Let me go ahead and condense these so I know where they all, when I put them back, I know where they came from. Don't get them mixed up with the brand new stuff. Brand new stuff, that is. A couple empty crates there. Now, let me see what's in this stack here. This looked like some pretty cool stuff. There's tonight's pre-orders. I think some of this is fairly new, but I don't know if we ever did buy it now best offer. I mean, I see Genesis and Patsy Cline and the Cars and Hank Williams Sr. and Elton John and Neil Young, and I feel like it's some pretty recent stuff, but I mean, there's great titles in here. I feel like we need to, I don't know if I ever went through them and did buy now best offer. So, Matt Hockman, I've already sold Albert Collins. So let's go through this bin and see what's in here, and I'll try to find Behind the counter is the rest of my auctions. Let me see what I have over here. I got to bring over a new crate of auctions. Let's see here. What's in this green crate? This green crate has the Rat Tour book. There's those movie posters. That was the Richard Betts, Cat Stevens, Stones, The Who. What else is over here? I don't think those are tagged, are they? Yes, these are tagged. That's tagged. I got a couple more Beatles records I have not shown yet. Let's bring these a little bit closer. I may need that crate I just took away. Let's see what's going on here. All right, okay, so I have up for auction first is a Liver Than You'll Ever Be vintage Rolling Stones bootleg from Oakland, California, November 9th, 1969, EX condition. This is a EX condition vintage Rolling Stones bootleg from 1969, $45 start. This is the Rolling Stones Liver Than You'll Ever Be, live in Oakland, California, $45 start. The Rolling Stones vintage bootleg from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Anything left over. There's only 2 auctions so far that have not sold. Peter Gabriel is a buy it now for $45. It does have a tear in the shrink wrap. It is a USOG sealed. And the Mo5 Moody Blues, $75. Rat Tour book. Can you grab that Rat Tour book that I left in that crate? I think I left it over. Where did I just do with that? It was, yeah, whenever you come back over here. There's the Rolling Stones, and I have the Beatles, All You Need Is Love. This is a 1987 UK 12-inch single. Very cool. This is an official. The Beatles, All You Need Is Love, and Baby You're a Rich Man, a 12-inch single from Magical Mystery Tour, 1987 UK. And that is a $35 start. $35 start. Peter Gabriel was a USOG sealed. I know this is like, man, no one bought this. It does have a cutout in the shrink where that looks like they cut out the price tag. It is a USOG, and it was a $45 buy it now. The Rolling Stones sold to Mark Fallon for $45. The Beatles has a bid for $35, now $40. And Mark Fallon got Peter Gabriel for $45, and the Rolling Stones is a $45 start. We're going to go through this bin here, buy it now, best offer. I'm also going to put the Rat Tour book up for auction. The Rat Tour book is a $45 start. This is a Japanese, original Rat Japanese tour book for a $45 start. 1991 Rat Japanese tour book, $45 start. Alan Parsons Project, iRobot, 1999. Alan Parsons Project, iRobot, 1999. 1999 for Alan Parsons Project. Jefferson Starship Earth, $14.99 for Jefferson Starship Earth. Genesis Duke, $19.99. Genesis Duke is $19.99. Genesis Duke, $19.99. The Best of the J. Giles Band, $19.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. I think it's some pretty recent records, but they're great titles, it looks like. Alan Parsons Project Eve, $19.99. We got bids on both auctions except the Rolling Stones. The Beatles is at $40 with Christopher Morris. The Rat book is at $45, looking for a $45 start on the Stones. No jacket required. Phil Collins, $19.99. Has the original inner sleeve. No jacket required. These are all very clean looking too. Rainmakers, Tornado, $19.99. Tom Sullivan offered $14 on Jay Giles. Sell that to Tom Sullivan for $14. Paul McCartney, give my regards to Broad Street. That is $26.99. Christopher Morris gets PC for Phil Collins. That's sold to Christopher Morris. And Face Value. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. $19.99 for Phil Collins. That one's still available. Chicago Transit Authority, their first album, $24.99. They was going to call themselves Chicago Transit Authority. They had to change it later to this Chicago, $24.99. $24.99. And Climax Blues Band, Tightly Knit. This is $19.99. Climax Blues Band, Tightly Knit. On the Harvest label from the UK, that is $19.99. And we have Neil Young and the Blue Notes. This note's for you. Neil Young is $34.99. We have Peter Gabriel, or actually we have Phil Collins, and then we had a Phil Collins, a Chicago, a Rat, and David says he'll take it at sticker. Okay, so David, let's see here. Who was first? Tom, was you offering on this Phil Collins, Tom Sullivan, and Rob Long? Sell David Pence in Chicago at sticker. Kelly was second. We have a new bid on Rat for $50. Court Gabos at $50 on Rat. Ricky Layton, you're outbid. The Beatles, who was the second? Who was the $35 bidder? Gerard Cacciatore. He already set out. So let's go ahead and sell that to Christopher Morris for $40. The Beatles sold for $40. The Rat book is now at $50 with Court Gabot. David Pinson got Chicago. Tom Sullivan, we have 2 offers for $15. I hate to do it, but I'm going to. Sell that to Tom Sullivan for $15. And I'm going to make the Rolling Stones buy it now. The Rolling Stones is a $45 buy it now. Mark Fallon wants to know, is there anything else he needs to buy before he passes out because he's intoxicated? I don't have anything else for you to buy, unfortunately. Unless you want this vintage, fantastic Rolling Stones bootleg for $45. Everybody needs some live Rolling Stones. Mick Jagger, I mean, come on. Rats at $55, 2 people tied at $55. We have Phil Scarpetto, Moody Blues, $65. Phil, you may be a first-time buyer. I will gladly sell you this amazing pressing, one of my favorite albums. I'm pretty sure you're a first-time buyer for $65. Sell that to Phil for $65. Tanner, I got all kinds of different stacks going now. That's an auction. That's a buy it now. I'll put Moody Blues here on the corner. That's sold to Phil for $65. Tim Holloway, CBB for $10. Go ahead and sell that to, I thought I had that marked 14. Tim, I will do $15 on this. I'll do $15 on this. $15 on that, Tim Holloway. Michael Nath says he'll do the Rolling Stones for a $45 buy it now. That's sold to Michael Nath. Ricky Layton's backing on the Rat at $56. And Bill, I've already sold the Rolling Stones bootleg. But I have more bootlegs to auction. Tanner, if you need me to go back over any of that, I will gladly do that for you. I have another Beatles auction too. Check this thing out. This is the Beatles Magical Mystery Tour, a 1968 Taiwan. Now check out the ratio on this one. I consider this pretty rare and desirable. On Discogs, 13 people have it, 378 people want it. Only 13 people have it, and 378 people want it. And that's a 1968 Taiwan unofficial pressing of the Beatles Magical Mystery Tour. It's an unofficial pressing from Taiwan that was pressed in 1968. Also, Phil, if you're a first-time buyer, I got to give you some instructions here in a second, so don't go anywhere. If you already know the instructions, then great. But first, let's go ahead and get the Moody Blues, the Magical Mystery Tour on the road. Check out that label. $45 start, the Beatles Magical Mystery Tour. It's a 68 Taiwan unofficial. VG Plus condition overall. It has this very crude laminate cover, and that is a $45 start. Magical Mystery Tour. 2 bids already on that. The Rat Tour books at $57, and Tim Holloway said sold, and that was Climax Blues Band at $15. Phil's already messaged the page. He must have been watching earlier. He knows what he's doing. So every once in a while, I have a first-time buyer, but they already know what they're doing because they've been watching for 2 nights, and they've been waiting for the right moment to make their first purchase, and they already know what to do, which that's great. Saves me a lot of oxygen. So, all right. So for any of those that are watching, if you're a first-time buyer, the only thing we need is your email and mailing address, which we ask that you send that in a private message. The other night, somebody was trying to post in the comments. You do not want to post all that publicly, so just send it to us private message. That's sold to Michael Nath for $45. All right, I told y'all this was a great bin. Let's keep going. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Don Henley, The End of Innocence, $49.99. I'm making deals. It's an '89 club copy. A later album by him, not a lot pressed on vinyl. $49.99. Don Henley, The End of Innocence. The Beatles is at $48 with Thomas Sujar. The Rat Tour books at $59. Marillion, Clutching at Straws, $49.99. Does have a punch hole in it. Original inner sleeve, Marillion, $49.99. I'm making deals here. Men at Work Cargo, $24.99 for Men at Work Cargo, $24.99. These are fairly new pressings or fairly new arrivals. Buy it now, best offer. $9.99 for the Righteous Brothers. $9.99. And Andrew Gold, what's wrong with this picture? Andrew Gold is $9.99. Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $34.99. This has the original inner sleeve with it. $34.99 for Elton's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Great track listing. Bitches Back, Lucy in the Sky of Diamonds. Sorry seems to be the hardest word. Don't go breaking my heart. Someone saved my life tonight. Philadelphia Freedom. Now that one, that's a good one. Island Girl, Grow Some Funk of Your Own, Leave On, and Pinball Wizard, $34.99. Beatles 49, Rat 59, Rat 60. Christopher's out on the Beatles. Tony Freeman put ME for $20. That was possibly Men at Work. Is that right, Tony? If so, I'm selling you that for $20. We're going to sell Kelly Elton for $30. And Tony got Men at Work for $20. That was correct. Gary Puckett, Union Gap, Greatest Hits. Young Girl, Woman. That is $9.99. A couple hits by Gary Puckett and the Union Gap. The Pretenders 2, $19.99 for The Pretenders 2. And James Taylor, this is One Man Dog, EX condition, $16.99. We have a final call on this very scarce Taiwan unofficial pressing of Magical Mystery Tour. It's from Taiwan, and like I said, there was only 13 people have this in their Discogs. 378 people want it. Very, very scarce. Very desirable too. They're known for not the best quality, but if you're going to be a Beatles collector, you got to have some stuff like that. Final call. Thomas Hujar has it for $48. Ken's at 61 on Rat. Ricky Layton, you're out on the Japanese Rat Tour book. Kevin LeBady wants the GP, which was the Gary Puckett. That's sold to Kevin. Also, we have Three Dog Night captured live at the Forum. That's VG condition, $9.99. VG $9.99. And Dire Straits, Love Over Gold. We sold a sealed copy earlier tonight. This one's opened. It's in VG condition. It's $24.99. Matt Hockman's back in on the Beatles, or he's in on the Beatles at $50. Thomas, we're not done yet. Ricky's back in on the Rat Tour book at $62. Jay Giles Band, Love Stinks, EX condition, $17.99 for Jay Giles Band, Love Stinks, EX condition, $17.99. And Hank Williams, Greatest Hits, VG Plus condition, $14.99. So, such as I'm So Lonesome I Can Cry and Kalijah. What did I just say? Kalijah. Why Don't You Love Me? Your Cheating Heart. Hey, Good Looking. That's VG Plus, $14.99. I can tell it's getting a monster time. I just said Kalijah. All right. Got a couple newer records here on 45s. I have Star Effer, spelled STRFKR. It's a sealed record store day, $4.99. A Norrock Morning Light, sealed, $4.99. And I have a Robin Hitchcock, 52 Stations and Cosmopolitans, How to Keep Your Husband Happy, flexi disc, $4.99. Beatles is at $50. Thomas Hujar's out. King Clausen's at $62 on Rat. Josie Sinkbell wants Jay Giles for $10. Josie, I will sell that to you for $15 if you want it. Also, I have the Cars, Heartbeat City, VG Plus, $24.99. So we're not done on Rat. We're not on the Beatles. Those Taiwan pressings, they actually get really pricey when they're on colored vinyl. I do have some that's on orange and blue vinyl, some very rare colored vinyl from Dale's collection. Keep in mind, we still have over 800 Beatles albums from Dale's collection. Rare and unique stuff like this we have not even touched. Dale's Pittsburgh collection is the best collection we have ever acquired, and it's not even close. We are still selling incredible. The amount of $100 and $300 and $500 and $1,000 records that man had, it was absolutely incredible. I remember the first night we got it back here, I couldn't sleep for 2 days just trying to look at it all. And there's still stuff. I hadn't even really looked through all the Beatles stuff yet. Simple Minds, Once Upon a Time, VG Plus condition, $24.99. Hype Sticker, VG Plus, $24.99 for Simple Minds. And Paul Simon, There Goes a Rhymin' Simon, VG $9.99. What I've always told anybody is if you think you got a good record collection, then take everything and start upgrading it to autographs. You know, if you think you got a good record collection, then be like Dale and then start trying to get everything autographed. And if the people's dead, then get online and start trying to buy them authenticated, because you're going to be searching and looking for a long time and having to spend a lot of money. Rainmakers, this is a VG Plus, $14.99. Rainmakers, $14.99. Also, we have another copy of Phil Collins. This one's VG Plus condition, $14.99. And we have the Rolling Stones Black and Blue VG Plus $24.99. The Beatles is sold to Matt Hockman for $50. Rats at 62 of Ken Clausen. Ricky Layton's at 63. Ken Clausen, let me know if you want back in. Ricky Layton has the Rat Japanese Tour book for 63. Kelly Gabney wants Phil Collins. That's sold to Kelly Gabney. David, give me 1 second. I'll go through all the 45s I've shown. The Rolling Stones Still Life VG Plus $24.99. Everything in this bin is buy it now, meaning you can go ahead and claim it. This says Bob Lugwood Mastering. RL, the Rolling Stone Still Life, VG Plus $24.99. Also, we have the Best of the Guess Who, $19.99. Nice gatefold, $19.99. The Best of the Guess Who, that's a tan RCA label, $19.99. And Pure Prairie League 2-Lane Highway, $14.99. Pure Prairie League 2-Lane Highway, tan label, $14.99 on Pure Prairie League. And Andrew Gold, All This in Heaven 2. That's in shrink wrap, $14.99. Ken Clausen, back in on Rat at 64. Ricky Layton, you have been outbid. Next auction is George Harrison. For those Beatles, Christopher, Thomas, Matt. Looks like we got a couple. Looks like we have a couple of Beatles bidders on. Check this out. I think I had one the other night. This is George Harrison. One side is George Harrison. One side's Bob Dylan. It is the Madison Square Garden concert, commonly known as the Concert for Bangladesh. One side is George Harrison, one side's Bob Dylan, 1971, $45 start. It's a vintage bootleg. Vintage bootleg, $45 start. $45 start. That is now up for bid. One side's George Harrison, one side's Bob Dylan. $45 start on that. Rats at 64. Felix Solis, face value $10. We've already sold face value. Kelly said she'd give $18 for the Stones. Sell that to Kelly. Christopher Morris is at $50 on George Harrison, Bob Dylan. James Taylor, Never Die Young, $16.99 on James Taylor, Never Die Young. Original inner sleeve with the wolf cover, $16.99. And Till Tuesday, Voices Carry, Till Tuesday, $24.99. Ricky Layton, backing on the Rat Tour book at 65. Ken Clausen, you're out. Christopher has the bootleg at 50. Hall & Oates, oh yeah, $19.99 for Hall & Oates. Ian Gom with the Wind, $9.99 on that. And Genesis, 3 Sides Live, $34.99. There was 2 Phil Collins. Yes, there was one near mint. We've already sold it, and we already sold the VG Plus copy. We still got Jay Giles. I'm assuming whoever I said 15 on that didn't want it. Josie Sinkbell offered 10. She said pass. Still got a Simple Minds. And I have Mick the Car soundtrack, which stars Roger Daltrey, $19.99. Ken Clausen's at 66 on Rat. I'm about to sell the vintage Harrison Bob Dylan bootleg for $50 to Christopher Morris. Pure Prairie League, if the shoe fits, $14.99. Sade Diamond Life. We sold a lot of Sade this week. One of the ones left over here. Diamond Life, $49.99. Original inner sleeve. Sade Diamond Life, $49.99 for Diamond Life. Jerry Rafferty, City to City, Baker Street. I mentioned that the other night. I think this is the first vintage record we showed tonight. Baker Street, Jerry Rafferty, $19.99. Ricky's at 67 on Rat. And Herb Albert, 4-sider in shrink wrap with the hop sticker, $24.99. This is sold for Harrison. I keep losing that bid. There it is. Christopher Morris gets this for $50. Ken and Ricky are having the $1 battle of the century. I think it's went 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66. Now we're at 67, and now we're at 68. We have Cat Stevens live, vintage bootleg. Really cool cover, too. This is Cat Stevens. It's called The Hoaxers Midnight Daydream. The Hoaxers Midnight Daydream. This is a vintage bootleg. The Hoaxers Midnight Daydream. Vintage Cat Stevens bootleg. Vintage Cat Stevens bootleg. About EX condition. It has a stamp on the back that says Sally Hare, 600 Carlton Drive, something, Wisconsin. Vintage Cat Stevens concert, $35 start. $80 bid. That's what I like to see. Ricky Layton's at 80. Now, Ken, we just need you to bid 100. Cat Stevens is a $35 start. The Dave Clark 5, Try Too Hard, $9.99. Mark Almond 2, $19.99 on Mark Almond. 38 Special, Tour de Force, $24.99. Jethro Tull, A Passion Play, no condition notes on that. Jethro Tull's, $19.99. We have Patsy Cline's Greatest Hits, VG Condition, $12.99. Patsy Cline's VG, $12.99. Ken Clausen's at $85 on wrap, $5 jump. I like that. The Best of Pro Call Harem, $19.99 on the Best of Pro Call Harem. A wider shade of pale, $19.99. That's a gatefold. Seals and Crofts, The Longest Road, $9.99. Country Casanova, Commander Cody and His Lost Planet Airman, $19.99 on that. Another Three Dog Night live at the Forum. No condition notes on that one, $19.99. George Thorogood Live, $19.99 on George Thorogood Live. That's $19.99. Also, Bob Seger, Like a Rock, $24.99. Somebody asked earlier for me to go through the 45s. If you need a price, let me know. I'll just read some of the titles. We had Traffic, and Tower of Power. I'll actually go ahead and tell all the prices on those because they're all promo copies. Traffic, and Tower of Power, those are $4.99. We had Genesis Invisible Touch, $6.99 with a picture sleeve. The Anorok, the STR FKR, Electric Prunes, Whitney Houston, and Chris Robinson Brotherhood. And if anybody needs a price on any of those, let me know. Those are the ones I've already showed. I'm about to show another handful of new stuff, but that is that's some stuff I've already shown. And sorry, I'm having a finger issue. I'm okay though. Corey Gaston on Patsy Cline. I just combined Gaston and Patsy. Corey Gaston gets Patsy Cline. Tom Sullivan said 14 on George Thorogood. And we have Ricky Layton at 90 on Rat. Ricky Layton has the high bid on 90 on Rat. Felix Salas wants the Invisible Touch picture sleeve. That is sold to Felix Salas. Edwin Blom was second asking about it. So what happened to Invisible Touch? Right there. That is sold to Felix Salas. Edwin Blom, you were second. Cat Stevens, Vintage Bootleg, $35 buy it now. It's called the Hoaxer's Midnight Daydream. Vintage Cat Stevens Bootleg. That is a $35 buy it now if anybody wants it. Dennis Jackson, Pure Prairie League and Shaw Day would be $55. Next is 38 Special. That was $28.99. And Mr. Trey Tidwell, these are all buy it now best offers. So don't hesitate to make an offer of any amount. Everything in here is negotiable. That's $24.99. What's the lowest I'll go on Marillion? I'll go ahead and sell you Marillion for $40 if you want that one. Clutching got straws, $40 on that, Jeff Topping. Rats at $95. Rats at $95. Ricky Layton, you're out. Rats at $95. That's where we're at. Any other vintage bootlegs? I have the Who. I have the Who, and this is Jababa for Pete Steak. It's studio outtakes, and I think I have one that has the original book with it. Let me figure out where that is. I think I have one that has a book. This may be it. Or maybe I sold the one that had a book. $45 start. This is Jababa for Pete's Sake. This is a vintage hoop bootleg of studio outtakes, unreleased tracks. Jababa for Pete's Sake. It has the book with it. They did a bootleg with a very cool full-color informational book, or not full-color, photographs, no color, it's in black and white. Very cool images of the Who, though. Information, studio outtakes, $45 start, and it's a vintage bootleg, and this one does have the book with it, $45. Ricky Layton, you're out on the Rat Tour book. That's up for bid. Trey Tidwell offer $20 for 38 Special. That's sold to Trey Tidwell for $20. Thank you. The Shadows 20 Golden Greats, $19.99. Genesis Abacab, $19.99 for Genesis. Clean copy. David and David Boomtowns, $14.99. Michael Church offered $10 on GR. GR was... Let me know what GR was. I don't see that in my near vicinity. Hooters, One Way Home, $14.99. Huey Lewis and the News, picture this, $19.99. And Billy Joel The Bridge, $16.99. Ricky Layton, let me know if you want back in on the Rat Tour book. Ken Clausen has it for $95. GR, whoop, I just elbowed the GoPro. JR was for Jerry Rafferty. I will say that for $15. Splitting the difference with that. $15 on that. Conditioner Pro Call Harem. Pro Call Harem is probably going to be EX Plus. No condition notes, but I see some superficial scuffs. So EX condition, EX Plus on that one. Next comment was Tony Freeman said D&D 15. D&D was David and David. Sell that to Tony Freeman for 15. Felix Solis said 14 on Billy Joe. Sell that to Felix for 14. Michael Church gets Jerry Rafferty for 15. Ricky Layton, let me know if you want back in. Edwin Blom gets the Who for $45. Edwin Blom gets the Who for $45. And I have another one without a book if anybody wants it for $35. I have another one if anybody wants it. No book. As many boots as Edwin Blom gets, he may want it. No book with this one, only $35. Same thing, studio outtakes and live. It's actually got some live stuff on it too. Thomas Hujar says he'll take that one for $35. Rich Group, so $45. That one's Thomas's for $35. Rich Group, $14.99 on that. I'll lay that on the corner. $14.99 Tanner. I have lost Ricky Layton somewhere, so let's go ahead and sell that to Ken Clausen. Persistence pays off. $95 on the Rat Tour book. And we had, how much was the Cars? I think there was 2 in here, or just Heartbeat City. I think Heartbeat City was VG Plus, $24.99. Let's find that. And I got some more boots to put up and some other auctions, some Beatles stuff. VG Plus, $24.99. Now, in Canada, this Beatles album had a completely different cover. This is called With the Beatles. And this is also a very desirable one. This is a 1978 Canadian pressing on the purple label. There's only 2 listed for sale in the United States. One is $90, and it's not as nice as this one. And the other one, they're asking $250 for, and it's probably in this kind of condition. $75 start, and it has the Canadian. If you ever see any pictures of people in Canada with Beatles albums in 64, they're probably going to be holding this one. This is a reissue from 78. And what I understand is the sound on it is very, very, very nice. Some of these Purple Capitol pressings, very good sound quality. It just depends, especially Capitol and EMI, depending on who got what master tape. There's YouTube videos for days, people explaining who used what master tapes, what EMI made a copy of, who borrowed what from who to source it. And every once in a while, you run across some of these reissues that are very good quality, such as this one. $75 start, Thomas Hujar is in. Next, let's go ahead and put up, I got a Richard Betts test pressing. I can't remember what I started it for last time, but I'm going to start it lower than what I thought I did the last time. This is Richard Betts. This is Richard Betts Highway Call. It's a test pressing. So this is a test pressing from Columbia. Santa Maria factory, $15 start. Richard Betts, one of his solo albums, a test pressing, $15 start. And I think the vinyl is nice. The vinyl, I think it's EX Plus. It had some scuffs on it. Yeah, it had some scuffs right here. It's one of those weird kind of deals. You kind of have to, the light has to hit it just right. Just all superficial marks. Test pressing, $15 start. Okay, I think it's time to go through another bin. So we've been through a lot of vintage stuff tonight. Let me see what was underneath this bin. So I just went through that one. Underneath that one was this bin. Let me see some of the titles in here. And let me see what's underneath that one. Trying to find some great titles for us to go through. I think I've been through that one recently. What's this here? Chicago, Bruce Hornsby. Let's say Jimi Hendrix. Bob Dylan. I maybe like this red crate right here, Tanner. I think I'm going to get to this red crate. It's kind of tough to figure out what to go through when you have so much here. Let's see what's in this one. Aha. Maybe. Possibly. I mean, yeah. Let's do this one. Let me move my slot here. Final call on the Beatles for $75. Let's move this here. Any Stevie Ray Vaughan in the beginning. I do not have that in stock.
I do not have that in stock. I think we have a waiting list. I think I have that on my to-order sheet, actually. I will tell Tanner as soon as he comes up here. He just stepped to the back. All right. This is sold to Thomas Hujar for $75. I need to stack these crates back. Hold on a second. Maybe I'll let Tanner do that. All right. Buy it now for $15, the Richard Betts test pressing. When you've heard of bootleg, can you explain the term? A bootleg is an unauthorized release of music. So this is a vintage Cat Stevens bootleg. This was manufactured sometime in the 70s, and Cat Stevens nor his label, which was A&M Records, they knew nothing of this. They didn't get any money for it. They knew nothing of it. Somebody took this music where he was recorded live, they pressed it on the vinyl, and they sold it, and they gave none of the money to Cat Stevens, nor did they tell them they were doing it. That's a bootleg. They do that a lot with live music. And then they have, some people call them bootlegs or unofficials. Kind of mean the same thing. Bootlegs, unofficials. Bootlegs, unofficials. And sometimes people make exact copies of albums. So sometimes there's records that were never released on vinyl officially by the label, and people make them on vinyl. I consider those unofficials, bootlegs, or with that term, you can even call them a counterfeit. Because sometimes they're made to look exactly like the record to almost fool somebody. But most people know that they're made unofficially, which means they was made without permission. That's a bootleg. You'll also hear people nowadays call them unofficials, which is, I think, a relatively new term. Kansas, Vinyl Confessions, $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer, meaning you can go ahead and buy these now or you can make an offer. Kansas, Vinyl Confessions, $19.99. I don't think I've been through these records in a while, so if you're new, they're definitely going to be new to you. If you watch every night for the last 5 years, you probably haven't seen them in a while. They're going to look new to you anyway. The Beach Boys, Spirit of America, $19.99. This is a compilation from the Beach Boys. Spirit of America, $19.99. The Beach Boys Love You, that's $19.99. And the Beatles 65, a 1980s pressing. The Beatles, that's on the Rainbow label from the 80s. Super clean, $27.99. The Beatles 65. Bob Seger, Live Bullet. Boy, we've been selling a lot of these lately. Live Bullet on the original label, $24.99 on Live Bullet. $24.99 on Live Bullet. Neil Young, a classic live, Rust Never Sleeps. With the original inner sleeve, $34.99. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps, $34.99. Has the original inner sleeve. Classic live Neil Young. Hey, Hey, My, Out of the Blue into the Black. Sell Dale Sanders, the Richard Betts for $12. And Tanner, can we make a note to put Edwin Blom on Stevie Ray Vaughan in the beginning waiting list? All through the night, Julie London sings the choicest of Cole Porter. Julie London, $19.99. Some kind of, what's down in here? A 45 sleeve. Rainbow, Difficult to Cure, a 1981 PRC pressing for $29.99. Rainbow, Difficult to Cure. By Myself, Julie London, $26.99. By Myself, Julie London, $26.99. Elvis Costello in shrink wrap, $19.99. Elvis Costello, $19.99. Imperial Bedroom, Elvis Costello, $19.99. Thomas Hujar, Rainbow, $20. Sold. We have Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, $34.99. The Moments live at the New York State Women's Prison. The Moments is $19.99 live. Jackson Brown, Lives in the Balance, $14.99. And we have Amos Milburn Jr., You Use Me, and other Texas rhythm and blues songs. It's a mono pressing. It's a Swedish import.
Amos Milburn, 1999. The Who Are You? 1999 for The Who Are You? 1999. The Who Are You? Also, we have Another Side of Bob Dylan. A 65 stereo pressing. Wow. A 65 stereo pressing. That's going to be on a Columbia 2i, $74.99. Bob Dylan, Another Side of Bob Dylan, that is going to be $74.99, 65 stereo pressing. So Michael Nath, Amos, $15. Thomas Hujar offered $12 first. Thomas, yours for $15 if you want it. If you pass, it's sold to Michael Nath for $15. The Long Riders, Native Sons, $14.99 for the Long Riders. Tough Darts. Tough Darts is $34.99. Tough Darts is $34.99. That's a self-titled album. Super clean, $34.99. And Frank Zappa, this is a 73 Terre Haute. Looks very nice. Overnight Sensation. Frank Zappa, $39.99. Thomas does take it for $15. Amos Milburn. That is sold to Thomas. What else do I have over here? I have a copy of Abbey Road. I have it marked, or John or Paul has it marked as a 69 Jacksonville press. Wow. So Abbey Road, let's take a look at it. It's actually hard to find these true like 69s. Let me examine it and make sure it is. Some of these, after further examination, I just know this. It is a vintage copy of Abbey Road that is super nice. So whether it's a 69 or a later 69 or a 70, it is nice. If y'all can see that, it's a very nice vintage copy of Abbey Road. $45 start, and we have it marked as a 69. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a first pressing. As y'all know, many variants. They made millions. I'm not saying it's a first pressing, but we do have it marked as 69 Jacksonville. So, very clean copy and an extremely nice jacket. Vintage copy there of Abbey Road. One of the greatest ever. $45 start. Now up for bid. Peter Tosh, Captured Live, $19.99. And by the way, we just skipped over this Overnight Sensation. It is extremely nice. REO Speedwagon, 9 lives. That's from that Wisconsin collection. Still has the original price tag on it in shrink wrap. REO Speedwagon, $19.99. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. Lou Reed is $29.99. Rock and Roll Animal. Lou Reed, super clean. So Christopher Morris bid first on Abbey Road. Ricky Layton, you bid second. Right now, there's only been one auction, not sale, and that's the Cat Stevens Vintage Bootleg for $35. If anybody wants that, it is still available. Next is what's on Long Riders. Long Riders, Dennis Jackson. Long Riders. I Had a Dream, Tell It to the Judge on Sunday, Wreck of the 809, Ivory Tower, Too Close to the Light, Still Get By, Final Wild Son, Sweet Mental Revenge, Never Got to Meet the Mom, Fair Game, and Run Dusty Run. Next was Felix bid 15 or offered 15 on Peter Tosh. Sell that to Felix Solis for 15. Sold. Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion, $14.99. Hell is for Children. Hit Me With Your Best Shot. Pat Benatar is $14.99. Men at Work Cargo. I think we've sold 2 of these already tonight. Here's another one, $22.99. I have a finger injury. Where I've opened up so many records, my finger tonight or over this week. You think by now it wouldn't be painful, but Tanner, I've almost split open my finger tonight. Do we have a Band-Aid handy? Men at Work Cargo. Tanner's got a finger injury too. I'm telling you, this record business is rough. $22.99. Men at Work Cargo, $22.99. Men at Work Cargo. The Buddy Holly Story, $29.99. It's in shrink wrap. Looks like it has an original coral inner sleeve. Wow. It's on the second label. Look how nice this is, though. That is very nice. It's not the original label. It's still a vintage copy in shrink wrap. $29.99. Abbey Road, we had a $46 or $50 bid. We have a $10 bid on Pat Benatar with Michelle Miller. Let's go ahead and sell that. Abbey Road 51, Abbey Road 55. Thank you, Tanner. I'm going to need this. My finger is just about split open where I've opened up so many records, where my side of my finger rams into the side of the jackets. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I could have used that, Michael Nath, for sure. Hey, I'm about to hang your Beatles picture, and I'm going to have that Goldfinger album you gave me. I'm going to hang those behind the counter. So I was about to do it the other night. So Your Christmas gifts are going to be on permanent display here at Collecco. Yeah, I need some of those, rubber fingertips. I need them. That'll do for now. Yeah, but this one's usually messed up too. It's where I open so many. I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about. When you open up a jacket, look right here, bam, finger crashes right in the side. You start doing 1,000 every night, it kind of wears on your finger. Usually it kind of calluses over. This is Patty Smith, $24.99. Patty Smith horses, $24.99. The high bid on Abbey Road is at $60. Christopher Morris has it for $60. The Doobie Brothers. This is minute by minute. The Doobie Brothers is $14.99. What a fool believes. $14.99 for the Doobie Brothers. And we have Exit O, Steve Earle and the Dukes. $39.99 for Steve Earle. Some great titles in here. They're all buy it now, best offer. They're all buy it now, best offer. Well, the only other auction I have in this bin is the Beatles, and I have a Cat Stevens bootleg, and y'all didn't buy the last one, so I'm not going to put that one up. And the other record's the Beatles, so I may have to step behind the counter again and try to find some more auctionable materials. Badfinger, Blood Splatter Vinyl, yeah, all those apply. Hot Streaks by Chicago, $9.99. Hot Streaks by Chicago, $9.99. So here's a couple of things. Cargo, that's sold to Kelly Gabney for $16. Surprised no one made an offer on Patty Smith, Buddy Holly, Steve Earle. There's Chicago. The Eurythmics, Revenge, $16.99. By the way, Abbey Road's now at $65. So we originally had this record priced, right? It was stickered. We hadn't got to the original sticker price yet. I went ahead and it's never been put up, but I cut the price and put it up for auction. We have not got to the actual sticker price yet that John marked it. The Cars Panorama. It's in partial shrink wrap. It's like shrink wrapped right here and most of the back, but it's kind of torn off most of the front. $24.99 has the original inner sleeve. That's the Cars Panorama. And that does have the song Touch and Go on it. Touch and Go, one of their hits. Wolves Council takes the Eurythmics for $13. That's sold to Wolves Council. Huey Lewis and the News. Picture this, $19.99 for Huey Lewis and the News. Picture this, very clean copy, $19.99. Steppenwolf Monster, $19.99 for Steppenwolf Monster, $19.99. Ricky, are you done on Abbey Road? It's at $65. Michelle Miller offered $24. The Cars, that's sold to Michelle Miller. Oh, there's hundreds and hundreds of sealed records left. We'll get back selling some crazy stuff tomorrow night. We went through a whole crate. We went through 2 whole crates of auctions tonight. We have sold a lot of auctions tonight. We moved through them pretty fast. But if tomorrow Paul's going to be here and John's going to be pricing more great stuff. Paul's going to be getting all kinds of crazy auctions ready. Look for the flip video in the morning. I'm actually going to pick them and choose them. I'll do a flip video. I'll post it in the morning. I'm going to run it as an ad. And I hope everybody is ready for some crazy sealed auctions to end the week. Back up to the top, we sold the Cars. Chad Van Horn offered $9.99 for Huey. Chad, I will split that with you at $15 for Huey Lewis if you want that for $14.99. Abbey Road 66, now $70. Roger Ramjet on $22 on Buddy Holly. Sell that to Roger Ramjet for $22. Nice copy. Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming. $29.99 for Dylan, Slow Train Coming. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young, a classic, Deja Vu. And this is a 4-digit, and it's a very clean copy. That is $34.99. Chad Van Horn said sold. That's $15 or $14.99 on Huey Lewis, however Tanner does that. Abbey Road 75. Christopher Morris is at 75 on the super clean copy of Abbey Road. And Dennis Coffey and the Detroit band, Evolution, in shrink wrap, $29.99. Let me step behind the counter and see if I can find some more auctions. I don't have a feeling nobody wants the Cat Stevens. I may just keep those. I may just end up keeping those because I'm a fan, and especially those really cool live bootlegs. Let me see what else I have back here. I think I got some more Beatles stuff, but none of this is tagged. Nope, I'll have to save that for another night. None of that's tagged. Let me see what's underneath this bin. Here we go. This may be what we're looking for. Beatles, Beatles, Beatles. I don't think these are tagged, though, are they? Yeah, there they are. Okay, these are tagged. Couple Japanese pressings. Uh-oh. I told somebody we didn't have any Japanese. I just found 3. I've got autographs. Anybody need a late night Neil Young air horn? We still got like 15 signed Neil Youngs. I got some autographed John Prines. And we have it. Tanner, the trash can over here is full of sticky notes. Those must be the bad ones, huh? Rejected sticky. We got a bad batch of sticky notes. I order like every time I put in an Amazon order, either for me or the store, we order sticky notes, and those weren't any good. Okay, so Abbey Road 71, Abbey Road 75. Joshua says he'll take the Crosdales and Ash. Joshua, that's so to you. And let's see, Abbey Road 76. Christopher Morris is out. Ricky Layton, you have Abbey Road for 76. That's a final call. What was the condition of the Patty Smith? Patty Smith had no condition notes on it. It's a 75 PRC pressing. 75 PRC pressing, $24.99. What's the difference in brown and black SMRT covers? They just use different color jackets. There is no difference. They're supposed to be like brown. They got a batch of black ones they made too. Final call on Abbey Road. We're about to put up some new auctions. Trout Mask Replica, Captain Beefheart. This is a 2009 pressing, $44.99. 2009 pressing. OGs, of course, we sold that one that was autographed for almost a couple hundred. $44.99 for the 2009. Lucas gets the Patty Smith. Sell that to Lucas. American Flyer, Spirit of a Woman. American Flyer is $14.99. John Cruth's Midnight Snack. John Cruth is $14.99. The Best of Straubs, a white label promo, $22.99. The Best of Straubs, $22.99. Let's sell Abbey Road to Ricky Layton for $76. Now, I just brought over some new stuff here. We have a, let's see what this stuff is. We have, I think, a Japanese Eagles Greatest Hits, no Obi. That's going to sound nice. That's going to be a, let me take a look at it. Make sure it doesn't have the Obi in it somewhere. This has never been put up for auction. It is the Eagles Greatest Hits. Super nice. Almost said $35. Let's put it up for a $25 start. It has the lyric insert. It's embossed, and it is a very nice Japanese pressing, $25 start. The Eagles Greatest Hits. Dr. John, Dwayne, or Greg Allman autograph. I don't know if I may have a Greg Allman. Hold on one second. Dennis Jackson said BH25. You are $15 away. $40 on that. Wet Willie, the wetter the better. $19.99 for Wet Willie. The wetter the better. Wet Willie's $19.99. And Loggins and Messina Finale. Loggins and Messina is $14.99 for Finale. And Lighthouse, Can You Feel It? Lighthouse is $9.99. We got two bids on the Eagles, 25 and 25. I got Michael Schenker Group, One Night at Budokan, a Japanese pressing, just a $25 start. Michael Schenker Group, One Night at Budokan, $25 start. Does have the Obi. It's a 2 LP. There's LP number 1. There's LP number 2. Those are EX Plus, or actually Near Mint Minus and Pristine Japanese pressings. There's the Japanese insert, and that's a $25 start. Felix is back in on the Eagles at 30. Kelly Bagwell wants Wet Willie for 14. That's sold to Kelly for 14. John Gollins in on Schenker at 25. Mammy Van Doren on Churchill Records, $19.99. Kelly Cook also bid $25 on Michael Schenker Group. Chris Christopherson and Rita Coolidge, that's a picture disc. Chris Christopherson and Rita Coolidge, that is $24.99 in the original shrink wrap and sticker. Sean Phillips, $14.99 on Sean Phillips. We have Jean-Luc Ponty, Imaginary Voyage. Jean-Luc is $9.99. Loggins and Messina, So Fine, $9.99 for Loggins and Messina, So Fine. The Gentrys, $14.99 with Jimmy Hart, the professional wrestler. The Gentrys, they were on Sun, $14.99. Terry, let me know if you want backing on the Eagles. Felix has it for $30. And we got two people at $30 on Michael Schenker Group. Kelly Cook was first. Ricky Layton, you're out. Nice. Joni Mitchell, blue. A 76 Winchester press, $74.99. This is an essential. Now deemed by Rolling Stone Magazine the greatest album of all time. Joni Mitchell, blue, $74.99. $74.99. And the 16 greatest hits of the Isley Brothers, $14.99. $14.99. Terry's back in on the Eagles' greatest hits at $35. And we have Arlo Guthrie, Hobo's Lullaby. That's $19.99. John Golan also been on Michael Schenker. He's at $33. Arlo Guthrie's $19.99. Hobo's Lullaby, $19.99. And Monumental Funk, Grand Junction. That is a Mark Farner, as in Grand Funk, sealed picture disc, $29.99. I like Court and Spark better. I think that's their best album. I like Court and Spark. Let's see here. I have a Greg Allman album. I think Dale, that's watching, Dale Sanders, he was the last person that was trying to buy it. And I can't remember what he was trying to buy it for that night, but probably whatever he was offering is probably what I'm going to end up selling it for or starting it for tonight. So sometimes I turn down offers and end up selling them for it anyway. I can't remember though, but I have a price in mind for one of the last Greg Allman autographs we have. This is signed by Greg Allman. I forgot who signed here. It was somebody else in his band. Jimmy Webb, maybe. Give me 1 second. This is autographed by Greg Allman. It's autographed by Greg Allman and Jimmy Knowles. Yeah. It says, to Dale, thanks for remembering Jimmy Knowles. And this says, to Dale, thanks Greg Allman. That is signed by Greg Allman. And it's personalized to Dale, who's watching right now. But that wasn't the same Dale. If anybody wants this, I'm putting it up for a signed Greg Allman laid-back album. I'm going to put it up for a $225 start. And I think that's what I was wanting for the last time I showed it. $225 start. And it's signed by Greg Allman. $225 start. Greg Allman, laid back. $225 start. Now going up for bid. Okay, so back up to the top. We had Michael Schenker at 33. Michael Schenker at 35. Felix is out on the Eagles. That's at 35 with Terry Gearhart. We have Kelly Bagwell, 20 on Funky. That was Monumental Funk. Is that right, Kelly? I'll go ahead and sell that to you for 20. Victor Mormack, Joni Mitchell, 65. Sell that to Victor Morbrack. Or as I say usually, Victor M. That's sold to Victor for 65. Let's go ahead and sell the Eagles' greatest hits to Terry Gearhart for 35. Michael Schenker Group is still active, though. Kelly Cook has the high bid for 35. And the signed Greg Allman album, we're looking for a $225 start. Michael Schenker, we have another $35 bid. Two people's at 35 right now. Greg Allman's a $225 start. Let's go back to the bin. Hal Holbrook, Mark Twain Tonight, $9.99. Neil Diamond, Velvet, Gloves, and Spit, VG Plus $19.99. Johnny Winter, Second Winter, VG Plus $16.99. Genesis, Seconds Out, VG Plus $24.99. Bob Dylan and the Band, VG $14.99. And Teenage Guitars Go Civil War, Gloria Kennedy and her 3 electric guitars, EX Condition, $59.99. Gloria Kennedy and her 3 electric guitars, EX $59.99. John Gollin's back in on Michael Schenker, 37. Kelly Cook's at 38. Condition of Seeger Live. Let me read what's left in this bin. Everything's buy it now, best offer. Michael Church has inquired about Seeger. Live Bullet appears to be very nice. Nice jacket, VG Plus, just moderate signs of shelf wear and use. Gatefold, of course. No condition notes on the vinyl. And Michael, it is nice. It's EX Plus 2 near mint minus. And that's $24.99. That's Bob Seger, Live Bullet. Has one of the greatest transitions of all time when he goes from Beautiful Loser to Traveling Man to Beautiful Loser. That's one of the best transitions you'll ever hear. $24.99. Let's go back up to the top here. Michael Schenker, 38. Felix offered 10 for Johnny Winter. Let's see what I got marked on that. I'll go ahead and let that roll because it's VG Plus. Sell that to Felix for 10. Go ahead and sell this to Michael Church for 20. William, I've already sold Johnny Winter. And Greg Allman. William, you were asking for Greg Allman. This is a $225 buy it now. $225 buy it now. Let's recap this bin right quick. Kansas Vinyl Confessions, $19.99. The Beach Boys Spirit of America, $19.99. The Beach Boys Love You in Shrink Wrap, $19.99. And Beatles 65. Surprised no one got this. It's an 80s pressing, $27.99. It is super nice, $27.99. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Rust Never Sleeps. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Rust Never Sleeps. Super clean, original inner sleeve. Somebody needs to take that home with them. $34.99. All Through the Night, Julie London, $19.99. By Myself, Julie London, $26.99. And Elvis Costello, $19.99. Are we done on Shanker? John Gollin has it for... We keep on getting ties. John can have Michael Shanker. Kelly says out. John, you had it for 38. That was a tie. Kelly says she's out, though. So John Gollin has Michael Shanker for 38. Now that's a final call. David Hoy says 10 on Julie London. Let's go ahead and sell Julie London. $10 to David Hoy. Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, $34.99. The Moments Live, $19.99 on The Moments Live. Jackson Brown, $14.99. Lives in the Balance. Sell Victor Neil Young for $25. Sell Michael Nath, the other Julie, for $10. Those are both sold. The Who is $19.99. Who Are You? And Another Side of Bob Dylan, a 65 Columbia 2i, $74.99. Check that out. Super clean vinyl. 2i Dylan, super clean, $74.99. Chad Holder wants Jackson Brown for $8. Sell that to Chad for $8. Let's go ahead and sell John Gollin the Shanker for $38. And let's put up two new auctions. I have the Beatles, the Beatles. Looking for more Japanese. Here we go. Japanese. Is this signed by Greg Allman too? Let me figure out what's going on with this. I got another one of these. Kel, keep rocking. So let me figure out, make sure he didn't sign this somewhere. I don't know if I've ever looked at this one. I still got signed albums I really hadn't examined. All right, well, he's got Greg Allman's obituary here from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Here is an inner sleeve. This is Greg Allman laid back. Has a great version of These Days on it, written by Jackson Brown. And then he has a different version on here of Midnight Rider. That looks like EX maybe. There's that Jimmy, I'm assuming that's Jimmy Knowles right here, electric guitar. I think that's who that signature is, Jimmy Knowles. Now, I had that Allman Brother Fillmore, and Greg Allman signed it in pen, kind of like he did that one. And it was really hard to see, and I almost missed his entire signature on a Fillmore album. I don't think he signed this one, though. So I'm just going to put this up for a $10 start. It is signed by somebody who played electric guitar on the album. $10 start on Greg Allman. And unless he's camouflaged signed this, I was making sure he didn't sign it. Kind of letting the light hit it just right. But I don't think he signed this one. If somebody does find it, you have found a gem. But it doesn't look like it's signed. So $10 on Greg Allman. And I'll include this obituary. $10. Felix offered $20 for the Beatles here. Sell that to Felix for $20. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of Wham! Make It Big. Pristine, near mint, shrink wrap with the obi, $35 start. $35 start. Wham! Make It Big, $35 start. It includes a Wham! Book. It also includes the cover with obi and the hype sticker in shrink wrap, $35 on Wham! I got Hollow Notes on deck. Greg Allman is at $10 for Felix Solis. Do you have a copy of Kicks Hot Wire on vinyl? I do not. I have Kicks Blow My Fuse. I think I got one copy left, and that's it. Recapping this bin. Tough Darts, $34.99 for Tough Darts. Also, Frank Zappa, Overnight Sensation, Mothers of Invention, a super clean 73 Terre Haute OG, $39.99. Felix has high bid on both auctions. REO Speedwagon 9 Lives and Shrink Wrap, $19.99. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. Surprised no one made an offer on that. Lou Reed's $29.99. Sweet Jane, Heroin, White Light, White Heat, Lady Day, Rock and Roll. Good stuff. The Long Riders, $14.99. The Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute, What a Fool Believes. Michael McDonald. Steve Earle, whoever asked about this, Steve Earle is $39.99. This is called Steve Earle And the Dukes, Exit O, $39.99. Nowhere Road, Sweet Little 66, number 29. Angry Young Man, San Antonio Girl. The Rain Came Down. I Ain't Ever Satisfied. The Week of Living Dangerously. I Love You Too Much. It's All Up to You. $39.99. Chris, I have ordered more copies of Kiss Unplugged. They will be here next week if you want on the waiting list. Kelly Cook, The Doobie Brothers is $14.99. I just ordered 3 or 5 more copies of Kiss Unplugged because we sold our last couple copies the other night. Chicago is $9.99, and we have Steppenwolf Monster, OG, $19.99. Let's sell Felix both auctions. He gets the Allman Brothers for $10, and he also gets the Wham for $35. Nice pickups there, late night deals. Chris Crowley wants on the waiting list for next week for the Kiss Unplugged. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Let me make sure there's not one over here on the rack. Here's what I have in stock. New vinyl. This is new vinyl for Kiss. Unmasked, Carnival of Souls, Dressed to Kill. Ace Frehley Origins Volume 2. Ace Frehley Greatest Hits Live. Hotter Than Hell, Destroyer. Ace Frehley, Paul Stanley, Rock and Roll Over, Carnival of Souls, Unmasked, Crazy Nights, Creatures of the Night, Animalized, Hotter Than Hell, Dressed to Kill, Alive, Dressed to Kill, Animalized, Dressed to Kill, Carnival, Creatures, Carnival, Creatures, and Ace Frehley. And some of those solo albums, like Paul Stanley, is a picture disc. That's what I have in stock, new vinyl Kiss. And I don't think there's anything in the stray bins over here. I don't think there's anything. I may have a couple picture discs left. I think I have a Peter Criss picture disc as well. Kelly Cook offered $9.99 for the Doobie. Sell that to Kelly for $9.99. Do you have any Black Label siding? I have that on my list of stuff to order tonight. I have that on my list. I need to order probably everything by them. Bob Dylan is $29.99. Slow Train Coming. Dennis Coffey is $29.99. Still got the Trout Mask replica. Nice placeholder until you can find an original, which is tough to get. $44.99. Pretty wild music on that. $44.99. We have American Flyer, Spirit of a Woman, $14.99. And John Kroof's Midnight Snack, $14.99. And the Best of Straubs, which is actually a white label promo. The Best of Straubs, $22.99. Let me go over here and pull Kelly Gabney, A Dress to Kill. If anybody else wants anything in the Kiss bin, let me know. I also have Days of the New. First time ever on vinyl. We've had them for a while, and the reason I'm mentioning it is because they're about to do the second Days of the New album. I also have Black Sabbath albums. I got a few Motley Crues. I got some Greta Van Fleet. And, of course, Rush, Iron Maiden, Nirvana, and Pearl Jam. So that's kind of some of our custom bins over here of some new LPs and new vinyl we have in stock. Kelly Gabney wants, let's see, Kelly Gabney wants Dress to Kill. Next is Dennis Jackson said he'd give $40 for Beef Heart. I'm assuming that's what BH means, and the Long Riders. So, Dennis, I said I would do $40 on that earlier, and the Riders album for $10. So I'm at $50 on both of those. $50. Do you have a Candlebox self-titled music on vinyl? I normally would. I don't right now. I don't think I have a Candlebox. That's one of our best sellers, but I don't have one right now. Loggins of Messina Finale, $14.99. Lighthouse, Can You Feel It, $9.99. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of Hall & Oates Live with the Temptations. This is Hall & Oates Live with the Temptations. It has the Japanese insert. It has another Japanese insert. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, and this is a $25 start. And it has the Obi. There it is. I figured one of these had an Obi. Yep, there's an Obi. We just got to put it back on the cover. I don't know if I can do it right now. If not, we can get that back on there for you, or I'll just slip it back down in the jacket. There it goes. I just increased this by several dollars getting it back on the cover. Kind of have to flex it. Get it flexed just right, and it will slide on there. There we have it. Hall & Oates. That is now up for bid. And it has the Obi. That looks awfully tight, though. Hold on a second. Might have been left off for a reason. Maybe it needs to go on the other side. Let me get that back off. One more adjustment here. Yeah, that's a little too tight for that. I think it needs to be readjusted. There's probably a reason they left that off. It may be better from this side. I won't worry with it now. We'll do that either after the auction. cover may need to be flattened. I think the cover has too much of a, it's not perfectly flat, which is not allowing the Obi to go on there perfectly. Patty, I checked that Thin Lizzy. I'm going to post that as soon as it's in our system, but none of my distributors had that up for pre-order yet. Stuff that's just announced, it takes a couple days for it to get in our system. Hall & Oates 25, Hall & Oates 30. We have, this is Mammy Van Doren. Mammy Van Doren is $19.99. Also, Noah, I saw your offer for Trout Mask. Right now I'm negotiating with Dennis. So hopefully he's about to say, even though he said 45, I think he's about to say I'll take them for 50. So Dennis, just go ahead and say I'll take them for 50. That way we can move on. That would be great for everybody. Chris Christopherson, $24.99, Natural Act. Sean Phillips is $14.99. We have Jean-Luc Ponty, $9.99. Loggins and Messina, So Fine, $9.99. The Gentrys, $14.99. The Isleys, $14.99. Arlo Guthrie, $19.99. Dennis said, okay. Sell these both to Dennis. Sell him that Tanner for $10 and sell him this for $40. Pretty, I can't believe no one just went ahead and bought Trap Mask Replica, because usually that's like always being asked about. It's not in print right now either. Not in print. Mark Twain Tonight, $9.99. Neil Diamond was VG Plus, $19.99. Genesis, Seconds Out, Live Genesis, VG Plus, $24.99. We still got Bob Dylan and the Band available, a VG copy for $14.99. And Teenage Guitars Go Civil War, EX, $59.99. We thoroughly went through that bin twice. Hall & Oates is at 31 with Terry Gearhart, and that's a final call. Final call. Let's see if I can find anything else that possibly we need to go through tonight, Tanner. Where was that bottom crate here? Let me see what's in this crate. That looks interesting. This looks like a pretty interesting bin, to be honest with you. I see some pretty good titles. Some Super Disc, some Yes, some Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Genesis, and Johnny Cash, and Willie Nelson, some 180 gram stuff. Let's see what's in here. Let's see what's in here. We have a $19.99 offer on Genesis from Kelly Cook. We have Sea Green, $25.99 off taking the Dylan and Dead. And then we have ND 15. Now, the only thing I don't recognize there is ND. What was ND for $15? Neil Diamond? Aha. Okay, so 3 records just sold out of here, Tanner. First, we got Kelly Cook getting the Genesis for $19.99. We have a new buyer, Sea Green, $25.99. That's a new buyer, Sea Green, $25.99. We need to get your information. This is sold to you. Thank you. And we do $7 in limited shipping. It is 10 till 12 midnight here in Tennessee. We're going to be going a little bit longer. This may be one of our last bins here, at least close to one of our next to last bins, possibly the last bin. I don't know yet. But we're also going to be live back tomorrow. So I hope you come back at least tomorrow. Thank you, Chad Green. We're going to be here a little bit longer tonight, and then we'll be back tomorrow at 7 o'clock. And also, Kevin LeBady wanted Neil Diamond for 15. Mark Fallon says, let's go to 3 a.m. We may. Hall & Oates is at 35. Jackie Reynolds offered 9 for the Isleys. Let's go ahead and pull that for Jackie Reynolds. The Isleys, I'll go ahead and sell that for $9. And Hall & Oates is now at 35 of Felix Salas. The other bidder was Terry Gearhart. Terry, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. There's the link to our website. Make sure you fill out that form. And I have a Beatles interview disc up for auction. This is actually sealed. It's a Beatles interviews with Red Robinson, August 1964, just a $15 start. This is the Beatles talk, the way they were in 64 of Red Robinson, $15 start. All right. Let's go through this bin. Looks like some pretty good vintage titles and pre-owned that we hadn't seen in a while. And we're going to make them buy it now best offer. The Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, also with Michael McDonald, $14.99 on the Doobie Brothers. Yes, Tormato, $19.99 on Classic Yes, original inner sleeve. Yes, Tormato, $19.99. This is World's Experience Orchestra, the beginning of a new birth as time flows on. World's Experience Orchestra. That is $49.99. Looks like a very high quality jacket, vinyl, and it's numbered 234 of 1000. $49.99. We have an out on Hall & Oates, but we have a new bidder with Jackie Reynolds. Willie Nelson, Yesterday's Wine. A 1980 Indianapolis press, Willie Nelson, Yesterday's Wine. $29.99 for Willie Nelson. Don't get that one as often. Yesterday's Wine, that's a 1980 pressing. UK, Danger Money. UK is $19.99. That's Danger Money from UK. Also, Return to Forever, Romantic Warrior. $19.99. Romantic Warrior with Chick Corea. Super clean, $19.99. Michelle Miller wants the Willie Nelson for $25. Sell that to Michelle Miller. Paul McCartney, Give My Regards to Broad Street, $24.99. Yes is $19.99. And everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Terry, let me know if you want back in on Hall & Oates. And final call if anybody wants to get a bid on the Beatles for $15 before I make that a buy. Now, Johnny Cash sings the ballads of the True West. It has some writing. Somebody wrote 4849 on the cover and on the back, $26.99. Original label mono, though. Check that out. Columbia 360 mono, Johnny Cash. That is $26.99. Jim Hickson put RTF, Return to Forever. Sell that to Jim Hickson. Tom Sullivan gets Yes for $14. Michelle Miller gets Johnny Cash for $20. Hall & Oates, what's the current bid? Jackie Reynolds has it for $40. And it's a final call. $40. The Beatles is a $15 buy it now. Sealed interviews with Red Robinson. $15 buy it now if anybody wants that. Continuing with this crate. Mahavishnu Orchestra, Birds of Fire. $19.99. Nice textured jacket. Columbia, Terre Haute Pressing. $19.99. Terry's back in on Hall & Oates at $45. Emerson, Lake, and Powell. This time no Palmer. Cozy Powell. $19.99. Emerson, Lake, and Powell. Still ELP. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. Love Beach. $14.99. Emerson, Lake, and Powell. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. Works. $19.99. The Best of Genesis. It's a 2 LP set. $34.99. That's definitely early Genesis. Prog Rock Genesis on Buddha Records. Peter Gabriel, Phil Collins. The Best of Genesis. $34.99. And Steve Hackett. Highly Strung. Steve Hackett is $19.99. Speaking of Genesis, Steve Hackett. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, again, Works, $19.99. There's 2 copies of Works in there. Weather Report, Mysterious Traveler, has the hop sticker. Joseph Zawinul, Wayne Shorter, that is Weather Report, $19.99. And Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, Tarkus, another ELP album, $17.99. Does anybody need an ELP bundle? I'll give you a copy of Tarkus, Works, Love Beach, and even the Powell album. Yes, wow. Time and a Word, $29.99. Yes, his second album, 4-digit, super clean vinyl. Yes, Time and a Word. That's the classic lineup there, $29.99. And Yes Shows, Live Yes, also $29.99. This is 2 LPs of music. Yes Shows, Live Yes, $29.99. Hall & Oates is sold to Terry Gearhart for $45. That's sold to Terry. Nobody, what do we have here? Is this another, what do we have here? This may be the same album, but just a little bit different cover. So, who was the backup bidder? Who got that one? Terry? Who was the backup bidder? Jackie? Jackie, you may want this. I think it's the same album with an Obi, just a little bit different cover. Or is it a single? What do we have going on here? This may be the single, or it may not be the full album. Let me see what's going on here, because it has a different cover. Hall & Oates Live with the Temptations. I think it's just a shortened version or some kind of EP. I can't, that doesn't help me. It's in Japanese. Anata Paulav, Every Time You Go Away, Adult Education. The Way You Do the Things You Do in My Girl. That's the Temptations music. So, yeah, it's essentially got 3-4 tracks on it. So it's kind of like a shortened version. It's like a EP or some kind of promotional single. It's not a promo, some kind of single release for that album with Obi. I'll put this one up for a $15 start. So that's got 3, technically 4 tracks if you consider the way you do the things you do in My Girl melody kind of 2. $15 start on that. Tom Sullivan said he'd get $40 for both. Yes, we'll go ahead and do that. Sell those to Tom Sullivan for 20 and 20, Tanner. We have Widespread Panic. This is $99.99. It's called Live Wood. It's sealed, Record Store Day, numbered 635, Record Store Day 2012. Widespread Panic, sealed, $99.99. The Early Beatles is an Apple pressing. The Early Beatles, $29.99. The Early Beatles, super clean, $29.99. That's a Beatles, technically a compilation, but it was everything that had been released that Capitol hadn't released yet, such as P.S. I Love You and Love Me Do. The Captain and Me, a knotless half-speed master super disc, audiophile pressing of the classic Doobie Brothers album, The Captain and Me, $49.99. Limited edition, has the Virgin Vinyl super disc sticker still on it. That's the Doobie Brothers, Captain and Me, $49.99. We got 2 bids on Hall & Oates. Jackie Reynolds bid 15. Felix also bid 15. Evening Star, Fripp and Eno, $39.99 for Fripp and Eno, Evening Star, $39.99 on that. Something New, another Beatles album. This is a purple Capitol label. Something New, things we said today. Anytime at all, when I get home, slow down, Matchbox. I want to hold your hand in German. Hard Day's Night, I'll cry instead. Tell me why, and I love her. I'm just happy to dance with you if I fail. $24.99. Another Nautilus Super Disc, Rita Coolidge, Anytime, Anywhere, $39.99. Hall & Oates is now at $17. Another Super Disc, The Outlaws, their self-titled album, $74.99 for The Outlaws. And another Doobie Brothers Nautilus Super Disc, audiophile, Minute by Minute, $54.99. $54.99. That's very clean. All right, so right now we got a Hall & Oates up for bid. It's almost midnight. We still got 153 people watching. I try to imagine that sometimes, what 153 people in a room would look like, staring at me, showing these records. Hopefully I can find something you want to buy. Another Super Disc. Wow, we got 2 of those. There's 2 Super Discs. Same price. The Great Buddy Holly, $19.99 for the Great Buddy Holly on Vocalion or Vocalion or Vocalion or Vocaline. The Great Buddy Holly, $19.99. And the Doobie Brothers, Living on the Fault Line. Boy, there's a bunch of Doobie Brothers in here. $16.99. This is the Doobie Brothers, Living on the Fault Line, $16.99. Has a promo sticker. Hall & Oates is now at $20 with Jackie Reynolds. Jackie Reynolds has that for $20. The Jaggers, We Went to Different Schools Together. The Jaggers is $19.99. The Jaggers, We Went to Different Schools Together, $19.99. Art Garfunkel, Angel Claire. This is $9.99. Jackie Reynolds is at $20 on Hall & Oates. And Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming, $24.99. Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming, $24.99. Double Fun, Robert Palmer, EX Condition, $17.99. Double Fun, Robert Palmer, EX Condition, $17.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. The Byrds, the Notorious Byrds Brothers, VG Plus, $26.99. That's on the original Columbia 2i label. First label for that. The Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream, VG Plus condition, $9.99. The Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream. That's VG Plus $9.99. And Uriah Heep. This is The Magician's Birthday. The Magician's Birthday. No condition notes. What a cool cover. That's done by Roger Dean, who did all the Yes albums. Nice copy. Uriah Heep, $19.99. Jackie, you're back out on Hall & Oates. Felix has it for $21. Thank God It's Friday soundtrack. That is $24.99. Thank God It's Friday soundtrack, $24.99. Also, Bob Dylan, New Morning. New Morning's VG Plus, $24.99. Jackie Reynolds is at $22 on Hall & Oates. We have Stevie Wonder, Journey Through the Secret Life of Plants, $29.99. I need somebody to go ahead and just bid $50 on Hall & Oates. That would be great if we can get somebody to go ahead and just bid $50 on that. Van Morrison, A Sense of Wonder, VG Plus condition, $24.99. Van Morrison, A Sense of Wonder, VG plus $24.99. Vaughn Schoenfield's going to get the Uriah Heep. Vaughn, that's sold to you. Thank you. Another Moody Blues, another nice copy, $14.99 on the Moody Blues, A Threshold of a Dream. That's $14.99. Leon Russell, Will-O the Wisp. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. That's very clean. Leon Russell. It's in shrink wrap with the Leon Russell hype sticker. That is $19.99. Rare Earth Get Ready. That is $17.99. Thomas Reed Mahavishnu, $15. That was a few back, but we still have it. That sold to Thomas Reed for $15. That was right here. So that's Thomas Reed. Felix, are you done on the Hall & Oates? We have Bare Wires, the John Mayall's Blues Band, $24.99. Felix is in on the Hall & Oates at $25. $24.99 for Bare Wires, John Mayall. Men at Work, Two Hearts. Men at Work, $24.99. Their third album, very clean, no condition notes on that, $24.99. Diodato Prelude, featuring the theme song from 2001 Space Odyssey, $19.99, or known as the Ric Flair song, also known as the Elvis Presley song. Diodato is $19.99. Herbie Mann Stone Flute, $29.99 for Herbie Mann. And Redbone, Message from a Drum. We sold one of those earlier for $24.99. There's another one. And we have Buddy Miles. We got to live together. Buddy Miles is $24.99. All right. This is sold to Felix for $25. That's sold to Felix for $25. And condition notes on Fripp and Eno. Fripp and Eno, that's a $39.99. Fripp and Eno, Evening Star, $39.99. That is no condition notes, and it appears to be very nice. Yes, that is EX Plus or better, $39.99. Anything anybody's looking for? Anything maybe you saw earlier? I do have the new vinyl that came in tonight was Godsmack, George Harrison, and James Bragg put WP. I missed that. So WP for James Bragg. WP was, what was WP? WP. Widespread Panic. Aha. Nice. That's sold to James Bragg, $99.99. I missed that. Thanks for catching that, Tanner. Jason Short, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $12. Sell that to Jason Short, $12. How much was RB? RB was Redbone. Redbone was $24.99. Next was there's a Billy Brown Strand has that I didn't sell. That's still available. Yeah, I can go through I guess I can go through the new stuff very quickly tonight that was left over. Bought Now Best Offer. And any Japanese. No, we just sold actually the last one except for this James Bond soundtrack. Sell Redbone and Michelle Miller for $18. Let me show you all the new vinyl that came in tonight. It's only like 3 titles, including this Led Zeppelin box set. And we have the very popular we have George Harrison live in Japan with Eric Clapton. George Harrison live in Japan, very cool cover, $44.99. George Harrison live in Japan, $44.99. That was a new restock. I got 2 of those. Also, we have Taylor Swift, 1989. Taylor Swift back in stock, $33.99. We got a new Led Zeppelin, How the West Was Won box set. We had one come in for Tom Sullivan. I have one extra. The Super Deluxe, Amazingly Live Led Zeppelin. Doesn't get much better than that. $214.99. And we have finally in stock the new Godsmack reissue. First time ever on vinyl, $39.99. First time ever on vinyl, Godsmack, $39.99. She's got some piercings there. $39.99. Next was $30 for Captain and Me, if that works for you. Dale says he'd give $30 for the Doobie Brothers Captain and Me. Let me figure out what I just did with that. And then Lucas, let me know if you want the Fripp and Eno. If not, James Bragg says he wants it. So no pressure or anything, but it is sold. So that's sold to that's sold to Dale Sanders for $30. This is either sold to Lucas or James Bragg. So that was just a few new titles that came in. the Godsmacks, the Led Zeppelin box, the Taylor Swift, the George Harrison. And probably very quickly, I'm going to run down some of the pretty incredible new vinyl that was still left over from tonight. We sold most of it. And then I've got, in the auction bin, I've got some Beatles stuff still. I got some Beatles unofficials and interesting stuff. This is about the only Japanese. Yeah, this is the only Japanese. This is the Shaft and Live and Let Die kind of soundtrack compilation. $25 start. Bill Evans from the very first bin tonight. I have that right here next to me. I also have a Byrds autographed album. I have a Gene Clark, a Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys, a Del Shannon, a signed Jackson Brown. I have multiple signed Neil Young albums, and I have some signed John Prine albums. If anybody's interested in those. I think this is the crate of new vintage stuff from tonight, and somebody just asked for the new vinyl. Felix Salas is at 25 on the Japanese Shaft. Japanese Shaft. And the Bill Evans was what just got asked about here, which is green vinyl, wax time and color, $26.99. The Brian Wilson, I just sold one just like it. It's 125. 125. Brian Wilson, 125. What it is, it's a signed album. It's called No Peer Pressure. And the record flat is an insert and it's autographed. And that is what has been JSA authenticated. Front man of the Beach Boys, Brian Wilson, 125. So you get the album and the signed record flat, JSA authenticated. It has been JSA authenticated, 125. Jared Inc. gets the Portrait in Jazz. Okay, and then James Bragg does get the Fripp and Eno. Got it. Okay. Any vintage King Crimson looking for large stones? Those pop up occasionally. Matt Hockman, if you don't want Brian Wilson, it looks like James Bragg does. And I can't believe no one's bought this yet. I'm going to try it again. Let me reduce this. It is personalized to Dale, but talk about a cool signed album. Jackson Brown, his debut album. It is personalized to Dale. I think last time I said $225. I'll try it tonight for $155. Pretty big price reduction, but that's what I'll get it started for. If it gets one bid, I'll sell it. $155. Signed Jackson Brown. It's been JSA authenticated. $155 start. It says to Bell. Jackson Brown's debut album, Doctor My Eyes, $155. I'll put that up for bid. Final call on the Shaft for $25. Here's some vintage stuff left over for tonight. We have Uriah Heep Live, VG Plus condition. I'll go ahead and say if you want to make an offer on any of these, go right ahead. The Dirt Band, Make a Little Magic, $14.99. Court and Spark, there's the really good Joni Mitchell album, $14.99, VG Plus condition. There's the Half-Speed Master. That's the whole reason I brought the crate over here. Billy Joel, The Stranger, VG Plus condition, $39.99. The Stranger. Gabor Szabo, Mizrab, VG Plus, $29.99. Styx, Pieces of 8, VG, $9.99. Great vintage stuff tonight. U2, a super clean copy of Unforgettable Fire, $34.99. Now you can go ahead and make offers on these. It's late. Matthew Wilder, I Don't Speak the Language, $14.99. Paul McCartney and Wings, Wildlife, $26.99. ZZ Top Tejas, $34.99. Victor offered $10 on Joni Mitchell. I'll go ahead and sell that to Victor. Let's go ahead and sell this to Felix for $25, the Shaft Japanese soundtrack. Matt Hockman offered $30 on Billy Joel, and so did Michael Nath. That looks like the magic number. Matt offered first. Sell that to Matt for $30. That's sold to Matt for $30. Final call to get a bid in on Jackson Brown for $155. I prefer the Moonlight, Kenny Rogers, $9.99. Ram. Now, I think earlier somebody offered, I can't remember, but this is, I said, no offers right now. And it is a super very nice copy of Ram, $29.99, Paul McCartney. And it probably because somebody kept it in a polyline bag for a long time. Somebody wrote on the inside of the flap, Birthday 1976 from Jim. Very cool. Lucas said he offered 20 on Ram. Lucas, I'll do $25 on Ram. 25. Take Me to the Mountains, Shiva's Headband, $74.99. Robin Trower, Caravan to Midnight, $19.99. Buy it now on Jackson Brown if anybody wants it for $155. For $155. So $155 on Jackson Brown. The Beatles is $15. The Greg Allman was $225. And the Cat Stevens is $35. Michael Church, minute by minute, $33. You must be referring to the half-speed master from that previous bin. The half-speed master from the previous bin. The Nautilus Super Disc pressing. He's talking about this right here for $33. If so, let's go ahead and sell it to him. $33. All right. We have Mayday for $9.99. Rita Coolidge, Love Me Again, $9.99. The Sonny Chris Memorial Album, $14.99. Robin Trower, Bridge of Sighs, $24.99. The Best of the Sam Sham and the Pharaohs, $19.99. Only Visiting This Planet, Larry Norman, $19.99. Circle of Love, Steve Miller Band, $19.99. Pat Metheny Group, Off Ramp, $19.99. Kinda Kinks is $19.99. Kenny Loggins in High Adventure, $9.99. Sergio Mendez, $14.99. Brazil 66. Split Ends True Colors, $19.99. Victor offered $20 for Robin Trower. Sell that to Victor for $20. Michael Church got Doobie Brothers for $33. Yes, Big Generator, $19.99. Blowest to Colt, EX Condition, $29.99 for BOC. Pink Floyd Umaguma, $44.99. Michelle Miller offered $28 for Cat Stevens. That was for this vintage bootleg. Sell that to Michelle for $28. James Cotton, Cut You Loose, $26.99 for Cotton. Rod Stewart, Gasoline Alley, a 73 Canadian pressing, $19.99. Good music on that. The Doors, Strange Days, a 67 UK. 67 UK, $74.99. VG Plus, $79.99. The Doors, Alive She Cried, EX Condition, $32.99. Alive She Cried, EX Condition, $32.99. Jim Hickson said $15 on Larry Norman. Sell this to Jim Hickson for $20. Sell this to Michael Nath for $20. That's sold to Jim for $15. Michael Nath for $20. Seals and Croft, another Nautilus half-speed master. Super Disc, Summer Breeze, $49.99. James Bragg offered $28 on Doors Alive. Sell that to James Bragg for $28. Hall & Oates, Past Times Behind, $19.99 for Hall & Oates, Past Time Behind. Little River Band, The Net, in shrink wrap of Hype Sticker, $9.99. Louisiana's LaRue, that's $14.99 for Louisiana's LaRue. Rush is still available. The only vintage Rush copy I recall in a long time not selling, $34.99. Grace Under Pressure. I hadn't shown box sets in a long time. If anybody's interested in some box sets, I still got a Green Day Dookie. I got the Winger box set, the studio albums. I got Rat. I got a little Steven box set. That's pre-owned. I got the Who box set still. I got the Buffalo Springfield, Dio, Rush Moving Pictures. That's what made me think of it. The Black Sabbath, Evil Live. Pink Floyd Pulse. And a couple of the MoFi one-steps, of course. Price on Yes. Yes was $19.99, Big Generator. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Let's Go. $19.99 on Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. The Kings Are Here. $14.99 on the Kings. Also, Ross Trout. That is $9.99. You might want to message Justin Parrish. He's watching the wrong feed. He's asked 9 times how much is Dan Arbach. He's watched. Some people get on the wrong feed somehow, and I'll get comment notifications over and over. They're like, how much is Dan Arbach? How much is Dan Arbach? How much is Dan Arbach? What's the condition of JB? What was JB? How much was for Pulse? Pulse is $119.99. Tom Sullivan wants Yes for $14. Sell that to Tom Sullivan for $14. Survivor is $24.99. That's Survivor self-titled. $24.99. Survivor. $24.99. Eagles, their self-titled debut, $34.99. Van Halen 2 was $44.99. Gary Mulligan Meets Stan Getz, $24.99. Joni Mitchell, Dog Eat Dog. How much is Dan Arbach? He just commented again. $19.99. What's the condition on Jackson Brown? Let's see what we got here. Jackson Brown. Jackson Brown. There is not a Jackson Browne album in here. Unless you're talking about the autograph. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, or just at this point, Dirt Band, Jealousy, $14.99. And the Moody Blues, The Other Side of Life, $14.99. $14.99. Moody Blues, The Other Side of Life. Let me see if that's how much Pulse was. I think Pulse was $119.99. I got some box sets. They actually got moved behind the counter. Even though that's not where they were supposed to be, that's where they got moved to. Yeah, Pulse, the Van Halen One Step, the Madman Across the Water, BBC Sessions, Mothership, Rush, and Stadium Arcadium by the Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's a popular one. $99.99 on that. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Stadium Arcadium, Tanner. Edition of the autograph. So you're curious of the condition of the vinyl on the autographed album. I think I'm following you now. Leslie, enjoy your Beatles box. The vinyl is very nice. Yes, it's very nice. I think this is possibly OG, maybe. I think that's the right label. Justin Parrish, how much is Dan Arbach? He's going to be so mad at himself when he realizes he's watching the wrong feed and we're not live on that video right now. And then here later, he'll comment, "Why are you ignoring me?" Any last request? I feel like I've went through just about everything I could go through. So, Dennis, 155 is the absolute low. We sold some personalized Jackson Browne records already for $255, $285, $325. 155 is like, or whatever. I think I actually said, what did I say? 175 or 155? 155 for sure is the absolute lowest on that. 100%. ZZ Top, $34.99. No condition notes. Mothership is $119.99. Mothership is $119.99. The very best of Led Zeppelin, $119.99. Does anybody need a Neil Young? I'll hook you up with Neil Young tonight. Sell the Almond to James Bragg for $200. Very nice. That's sold to James Bragg for $200. That just leaves these two auctions, technically, that was put up. Jackson Browne and the Beatles. Excuse me. No Metallica 45s. Dan, you'll be the first one to know. Let's see what we have here. I've got the Dan Arbach. Hey, that's what Justin Parrish is asking about, but he's on the wrong video. Dan Arbach, $31.99. Curtis Mayfield, $31.99. Peace of Mind, $33.99. He just asked again, how much is Dan Arbach? Yes, it's $31.99. Debut album, blue vinyl. Also, Morgan Wallen, If I Know Me, $29.99. We have Kiss, Creatures of the Night, $39.99. Opeth is right here. I got two copies. This is a new release. Opeth Damnation, 20th anniversary, came out today, $31.99. That's sold to James Bragg. If anybody else wants one, I'm down to one copy. Lamb of God Omens, $28.99. Lambert Soundtrack is $33.99. Queen is $33.99. The Electric Prunes on purple vinyl, $34.99. Neil Young, one of the few acoustic concerts we have left, Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, $31.99. Molly Hatchet Battleground, 3LP Live Molly Hatchet, $36.99. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, red and black swirl vinyl. Ozzy is $39.99. AC/DC Live in Johnson City, colored vinyl unofficial, $39.99. Neil Young Massey Hall, $46.99. Also, we have Kiss, Peter Criss, $33.99. Nine Inch Nails Downward Spiral, $46.99. The Beatles Revolver, $36.99. Judas Priest Ram It Down, $28.99. Add Violence, Nine Inch Nails, $33.99. Madonna is $39.99. The Ramones Leave Home, $31.99. Pixies Doolittle, $31.99. The Cure 17 Seconds, $31.99. The Head on the Door by The Cure, $31.99. The Steelwoods, Old News, $31.99. Live Throwing Copper, $39.99. Susie and the Banshees is $31.99. Nirvana from the Muddy Banks of the Wichita, $34.99. Fleetwood Mac's Greatest Hits is $31.99. Jimi Hendrix, $28.99. Foo Fighters Greatest Hits, last copy, $39.99. And Nirvana In Utero, $46.99. That's some of our newest vinyl for this week. That's some of our newest vinyl. Let's see here. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Pulse. Let me figure out where those Neil Youngs are at. Let's see. Right here. Let's see. Okay. This is signed by Gene Clark, Chris Hillman, and Michael Clark. That's signed by Chris Hillman, Gene Clark, and Michael Clark. That's the Birds. Signed by Gene Clark, Michael Clark, and Chris Hillman. This is signed by Gene Clark, Roadmaster, autographed by Gene Clark. Del Shannon, autographed Del Shannon. The band. Neil Young, signed Live Rust. Neil Young, signed Time Fades Away. These are all autographed by Neil Young. This Note's for You. Signed Landing on Water. Neil Young and the Shocking Pinks. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, signed Life. Signed Hawks and Doves. Signed Backstage Pass. Get Back to the Country, 12-inch single signed. Journey Through the Past, autographed. Sample and Hold, 12-inch single signed. Rust Never Sleeps, autographed. Hawks and Doves. After the Gold Rush, Tonight's the Night. These are signed by John Prine. They're all personalized to Dale, to Dale. Thank you, John Prine. Thank you, John Prine. Thanks, John Prine. Thanks, John Prine. Also, David Bromberg's on that one. John Prine, John Prine, John Prine, John Prine. Larry Williams wants Ozzy. I'm assuming, Larry, you want this one right here. This is Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, limited edition, red and black swirl vinyl, right? That's what you want, Larry. If so, just say sold, and that's $39.99. There's the Neil Young. If anybody's in the market for one, I can hook you up. They all have full letters of authenticity from JSA. Full letters of authenticity from JSA. Neil Young. And really cool. That's a cool one there. Look at that. Live Rust. Larry said sold on Ozzy. Okay, any last requests? We're signing off for the night. I know I'm definitely hungry and ready to get started for tomorrow. So that means we got to get more stuff ready. Tomorrow, y'all know the deal. 7 o'clock, we'll be full force selling more records. I would have kept going. We kind of slowed down there we hit the wrong gear. We were selling the heck out of stuff up until about midnight, and then everybody got sleepy at midnight. So I think we're kind of sleepy too. I went actually out in public today during the day, so I haven't got a lot of sleep. Usually I stay confined to my house throughout the day until I get here, so half off wakes people up. We'll do that tomorrow because I'll have some crates made. John will be pricing new stuff sealed all night tomorrow. We will have so much sealed stuff, it's going to blow your mind. So I need some supper. My Cracker Barrel delivery was horrible. Well, at least the sides were. It was cold and didn't have any flavor to it, which is Cracker Barrel just not what it used to be. Not at all. So I'm going to figure out what I'm eating, which may be cereal. And then I'm going to come back here and probably start getting some work done. Right, Tanner? Tanner said whatever works. So let's find some Billie Holiday 45s. I will try my bin. Let's see here. You got more sealed. Never heard price. Mammy Van Doren from next to last crate. No condition notes. I can't remember, but I'll sell it to you for $14.99. I never did see where you asked, Fred. I don't think that ever came through. Let's see. Pickup rules. Make sure you've contacted our page. Make sure you contact our page. We need your email address and mailing address so we can send you an invoice. If you're coming to pick up, make sure you let us know in that message. We're open Tuesday through Saturday. We're open Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We're open from 10 to 4. And just make sure you let us know when you're picking up. Pickups are ready at the soonest on Tuesday. So tomorrow will be the last sale. Elaney, all the stuff you've bought this week, it will be ready for pickup on Tuesday at the earliest. Be sure you let us know. And be sure that we've acknowledged it. We get a lot of messages. Anything that comes to our Facebook Messenger, there's 4 or 5 people on there that see it, but there's only about 1 or 2 people who reply, and they only do that during the weekdays. So we'll have people messaging our page over the weekend. There's usually nobody replying to messages over the weekend. Sometimes we're able to, but we are kind of open 24/7, but that doesn't mean necessarily we're going to be replying to messages 24/7. But we probably do see them. And but we have 5 or 6 people on there that get all these messages. But we check them on Mondays usually. So all righty. If there'll be nothing else, we are going to sign off. Mike Miles says, never said I was out. Let me figure out what's going on there. I haven't had an auction up in a long time. Never said I was out. I haven't had an auction up in a half hour. You must be talking about something prior. If there be nothing else, I think we are... Oh, Fleetwood Mac. That is... Oh, the live album. That's right. That's done. But you had... we put it back up for bid. I thought you said you were done. Okay. We are signing off. So good night, and we'll be back tomorrow at 7 o'clock. And we'll see y'all then. Have a good night.